We are 30 minutes away from the NFL Draft 2022. I am so excited. The mock drafts are basically done. You can unmute that word now on your Twitter account. I am here. We are on the DLF channel, dynastyleaguefootball.com. Make sure that you are not only a subscriber to the website, which you absolutely 100% should be. A lot of amazing content there. But this channel, look down below. If it's red, that means you're not subscribed. Hit that subscribe button. That's going to be important as we go. Addison's going to fill us in on some details for some contests. A lot of great giveaways. Joined by Addison. And of course, below us, the man, the myth, the legend, Ryan McDowell. Ryan Mac23 on Twitter. Ryan, how are you today?
I'm doing well, guys. This is the best day, right? This is what we've been waiting for. I am ready to go.
It's like Christmas. We get to find out all these different things. Addison, what are your expectations here tonight? Like how is this? You've been produced so much content on the channel, projecting things, thinking about what's going to happen. Like, are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you excited? What are you feeling right now?
I'm excited. I'm just ready for there to be the final additional context of landing spots for these rookies. It's what we've been predicting and hypothesizing for the last 3 or 4 months. Tonight's the night. It's Christmas in April, and I'm just ready to get things going. I hope it's going to be a fantastic night. I hope it's not. I mean, for people out there who are fans of these actual teams and stuff, not from a fantasy perspective, I'm sure the defensive side of the ball is going to be fun for them as well if they need that. But I'm just hoping for a good night with some really good offensive rookies being taken.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of people
love out there too.
That's right. We got a lot of people already on the stream and in the chat here. We're excited that you're joining us. Make sure, go ahead and tell us hello. Let us know what you're thinking about, what you're looking forward to. We got a lot of different interaction things we're going to throw your way in just a second, but we're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to hear from a lot of great DLF voices tonight. We're going to be live for quite a while. We're starting here with Ryan, and we're setting the stage for what this rookie class looks like. And before we get too granular on the individual prospects and rookies, just big picture, Ryan, what is this in comparison to other years, the preparation, what's that look like? And how would you compare, or what do you think about with this class as opposed to other ones in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I think big picture, we all kind of know the story at this point that the running back class is certainly down compared to past years. The quarterback class is down. There's the depth there, the volume there. We've got potentially 5 guys we'll see drafted in, maybe in the top 50 or so, top 40 or 50, but just the quality there of the quarterbacks is certainly down, way down from last year, but down from an average year as well. So we're really hoping for some good news with these wide receivers. The scary thing is as talented and as deep as that wide receiver class is, the landing spots that we've seen, that last piece of information, last piece of the puzzle, like Addison was saying, it doesn't look great, at least here sitting 30 minutes out. So we're hoping for some good news on these wide receivers because that's really what we need to save this class.
The biggest question that I have for you, you have a lot of mock drafter or runner of mock drafts in fantasy football history right here. What do you think in terms of leading up to this? After tonight, these mock drafts are going to change.
Yeah.
Some of those moves are going to be good. Some of those moves are going to be bad. Do you think we're better before the draft at accurately drafting our rookies or after?
I really do. It's weird to think about it that way. It's a great question. I think we're better before, right? Because in so many cases, we let the landing spots, and as important as they are, we let them carry too much weight. And we've seen it just the past couple of years. Trey Sermon. I know Addison was that was a big topic of conversation for him last year, and for all of us. We saw it with Keyshawn Vaughn a couple of years ago. So it's easy to fall into those traps. I had a good conversation with our DLF buddy, my DLF podcast co-host Dan Myler, about this the other day, and maybe kind of the rule, and I don't want to say the hard and fast rule no matter what, but maybe the concept that we keep in mind is we're not moving players up a full tier, right? That's what happened with Sermon. That's what happened with Vaughn. That's what happened with a few other players that are like that. We moved them up a full tier. So If they're second or third tier guys, move them to the top of the tier if they get that great landing spot, if they get some surprising draft capital. But to move from a late second to a late first or mid first, that's when the problem comes.
We've certainly seen evidence of that, and also maybe the other way too, right? I think maybe Amon-Ra, we moved down a little bit and punished him a little bit too much last year. Addison, is there anybody that you've got right now that that you would be similar to Amon-Ra last year, where we had him last year, and that wide receiver crew that was in the same ish tier, where you would be hesitant to move them down if they had that same draft capital, or are you still kind of sticking to your guns in your process on that?
No, I am going to try to stick to my pre-draft process a lot more this year, I think, because I think this is kind of the class that you need to analyze it that way, because it isn't that great of a class. And, landing spots, as many landing spots that are going to be fantastic. Like any wide receiver that goes to the Chiefs or any wide receiver that goes to the Packers, they're going to be vaulted to, in some cases, probably people's wide receiver 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the issue. And that's where, when you see wide receivers who are perhaps better and just more talented, and they are second, maybe even third round picks, and those other guys get vaulted up because of landing spots, I'm just going to try to stay more firm to my pre-draft process than what I perhaps probably would have in the past in more talented overall classes.
Yeah. And Cal, it's funny. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there. It's funny you mentioned St. Brown, because I actually think his brother, Equinemius is the better example, because he was a player that pre-draft. And as we got closer to that draft a few years ago, we kind of got it figured out that he was not going to be that first or second round pick in the NFL draft. But he's a player that was going in the first round of those early mock drafts and even early actual Dynasty rookie drafts that were happening. And then he was a 6th or 7th rounder, right? So those are the ones when the NFL really tells us what they think, and 32 teams pass 5 or 6 times, then obviously we have to adjust, right? Kelvin Harmon, and Equinemius, those are the examples where we've got to take our lesson on that.
A lot of people popping off here in the chat. Make sure you keep getting those comments in there. And we got a lot of, obviously, look, we're jumping right into some great content for you, and we're going to keep doing that. We got a long draft here, but while we got Ryan's here with us here, Ryan, what do you think is the perfect marriage of like wide receiver landing spot here? Like, if you're looking for one thing that like best case scenario for Dynasty managers who are looking for, the right fit, the right guy to jump up and give us clarity on the who's the number one wide receiver, number one running back, whatever it is. What's the best case scenario?
Well, that's the thing that's going to make this draft and tonight especially so interesting, because the two spots that we're watching closest, Addison already talked about them, Chiefs, Packers. We know they're both late in the draft or late in the round. So, they're without making a move, and there's been, I guess, some talk today that Chiefs are trying to move up. I don't know if that would be for a wide receiver, but without making a move, they're not getting presumably one of the top 4. So maybe it's Treylon Burks falling to Green Bay at 22. Even though the combine wasn't great, it seems like scouts certainly have some questions about him. He's maintained that spot as the wide receiver 1 in our rookie ADP. So that might be, just from a straight value standpoint, the one that's possible and could really change some things tonight.
Mike Diggs popping in right here with a super chat. Really appreciate that. Boom, baby. Here we go. Happy draft day. He says, go Eagles. Olave or Williams to Philly. I mean, that's really a spot that is kind of interesting, right? Like, they got Devonta Smith last year, but what would you think? So does this change your view of Olave if he goes to the Eagles? Like, I've heard you mention that maybe we even look at that as a bad landing spot.
Yeah, sorry, Mike doesn't want to hear this, but I'm not excited about the Eagles landing spot for a wide receiver, just because we've seen. I mean, Jalen Hurts is going to run the ball. We know that. That's what makes him such an asset in fantasy. And they've already got. They certainly need help at wide receiver after a couple of misses over the years. But Smith and Goddard there, plus whatever they're feeding their running back. What's a rookie wide receiver going to come in and do there? I think he didn't mention Drake London, but I think London would be the most interesting one to the Eagles, most interesting wide receiver, because to me, he's the complete opposite of what they have in Devontae Smith. So we'll see if he falls that far, but I think he would be probably the best pairing with Smith.
I think that could be really interesting. I know. What about you, Addison? How have you been viewing the Eagles as a landing spot here for wide receivers?
I agree with Ryan. That's been one where, right in the middle of the teens right there, they're kind of in that sweet spot for one of these top rookie wide receivers. And it's been a landing spot that kind of like the Baltimore Ravens last year, where everybody was like, well, the Ravens are taking a wide receiver. And then people were praying that their favorite wide receiver was not the Ravens pick. It's kind of that kind of same situation where, I'm a huge Drake London guy. I think he's far and away the best wide receiver in this class. I would be disappointed if he went to the Philadelphia Eagles, because I don't view that as the best landing spot for him or a place that could maximize kind of his fantasy ceiling. And I am kind of rooting for a player like Jameson Williams or Chris Olave, someone that I just kind of have in the middle of the tier of wide receivers that I would be fine kind of fading for somebody else. Sorry, Mike, but hopefully it works out for you and your Eagles, though.
Yeah, either way, it's probably going to be either one of those guys to Philly would be a good NFL move. So, yeah, maybe just avoid them for your fantasy team. But for the Eagles, they probably would be. And I like your idea of Drake London there. That would be fun.
Well, what do you all think? I mean, looking at the teams, let's say in the top 20 that could go wide receiver, Atlanta, Washington, Philly, New Orleans, Minnesota. I've seen a lot the past couple days taking a wide receiver. None of those excite me. If you tell me the top 5 guys go to those 5 teams, it might be a sad day.
It really could. And honestly, I feel like we're going to see, my theory on this weekend, we're going to see a lot of players drafted in places we don't like. There's some older wide receivers that it wouldn't be, you take Arizona, which, okay, in theory, Arizona could be really good, especially as Hopkins moves on. But we're not going to love it necessarily first year. Running backs, a place like Tennessee. I mean, what if they draft one of these running backs we love? But, it could happen. We've got some older running backs, some older wide receivers that could be really interesting to see them go. And I want to get you out of here. I want to be respectful of your time. But before I do, I want to pull this up and just show Addison's rankings, and we can react to this a little bit. So he's got Breece Hall, Drake London, Kenneth Walker, Treylon Burks, Isaiah Spiller, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Bell, Williams, Pickens, Moore, Dotson. What do you think right there, Ryan? Where are you differing with him? Where do you think he's off?
I'm a little higher on Jameson Williams, a little lower on Isaiah Spiller. I think the wide receivers right now, and check back in a couple hours, we'll know a lot more. But right now, those wide receivers could go in almost any order. The Pickens talk this week has been really interesting. Lots of negative talk about him. And it's always, you've got to take some of those things with a grain of salt, obviously, as we get closer to the draft. But there's some concerning things going around, at least that I heard. And I'm certainly going to assume that NFL teams heard those things if I did. So I think he could fall, and honestly, he's falling down my rankings because of some of those things. So he's moved down for me. Show it again, and we can talk some more. that was a quick look.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I certainly love Sky Moore in the first round. I think he would be even higher for me. David Bell, it's just going to be a draft capital question for him. He be that he might be that Equineme type that we use, and then he gets drafted in round 5 or 6. That could be him. That wouldn't be a shock at this point.
There we go. We could actually pull it up here. That's not
nice.
As good, is it? No, we won't do that.
I've seen enough of his rankings. Get him off.
There you go. There you go. Well, look, we'll let you go. Get ready for the draft. Enjoy. If you don't mind, if they're not incognito over there, who are you doing the draft with? What's it look like over there? What do you? How are you taking in this 2022 NFL draft?
Yeah. So we basically got a few folks together, most of them from our DLF crew. We're hanging out in Phoenix, Arizona. Got a house here, and we're going to enjoy the draft. We're going to do a little work while we're at it, and try to cover this draft on Twitter, on obviously here on YouTube, and on the website. But yeah, we've got Dan Myler and Matt Price, our my co-host on the podcast. We've got Eric Dickens and Ken Kelly, two of our leadership team at DLF. We've got Brian McLeish, a former writer and good friend of DLF.
Very good. Well, I so appreciate you taking that time to join us, and enjoy the draft. If anything comes up and you want to hop on and talk, you just let us know.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ryan. All right. Well, I tried to share your screen, your rankings there, where we could both still be on the screen, but it wasn't working out very well. We'll work on that. We'll get some of the interns on it behind the scenes here, Addison.
Yep.
But yeah, so hey, anything there you want to react to? Like, you mentioned your rankings, and you want to defend yourself there?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, well, the first thing that I thought was funny the whole time that he was saying Phoenix and he's got all these people here, I was, I'm waiting for one of them to recreate that Cliff Kingsbury picture of him in like Scottsdale, where he's like in that mansion, like, prepping for the draft kind of thing. I think that'd be kind of funny. I'll let Ryan know. I'll text him. But as for my rankings, I mean, it is what it is. Those wide receivers are all, really, like he said, just in such a huge, giant tier of sameness that the NFL draft is really going to, like, the landing spots are and are not going to kind of depend how those rankings actually end up with players moving up and players moving down. My biggest fear is when Ryan was saying about, all those teams in the, that 8 to 17 or 18 range that we don't really like and don't really see as favorable landing spots for wide receivers. That situation is going to be something that I could see something like a Chris Olave going to the Packers, bump him up to wide receiver 1 in the class, or a Jahan Dotson to the Chiefs that bumps him up to like wide receiver 3. That warning that Ryan was saying at the beginning that, if we're moving these players up like a full tier just because of landing spot, that might be a little dangerous to do, even if, it is as good of a landing spot as the Packers or as the Chiefs. That just might be a little bit too much of an overcorrectness on that.
Well, you know him, you love him. He's here. He's going to join us right now. He's Matt Price. In a that spot looks awfully familiar to what we just saw Ryan right there. I don't know.
Yeah, I sort of teleported to Ryan's body and something like that. I don't know. Yeah, we're having a blast here in Vegas, though. Hope you guys are having a good time too.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you're taking in these festivities, we got about 10 minutes until we get started. What are some of the thoughts, I guess, leading up to this draft? A kind of similar question we had with Ryan there, but just this class and just overall this process where you see, dynasty football, the mock drafts, all those things. What do you see right now in terms of how this draft class is looking and affecting our landscape?
Yeah, I mean, the more, maybe it's just because I'm staring at the running backs like for the last 3-4 months. Like, the more and more I look at it, the more I like it. Maybe we don't get a ton of like upper echelon dynasty contributors, but I think we're going to get a lot of players that we can use to backfill our roster, and maybe spot start for us. We see these backup running backs all the time, especially with the expanded 18-game season now, that these guys are going to get a shot, and we got to play in these windows where we have 3 to 4 weeks of Rashad Penny blowing up and then a couple of weeks of Alexander Madison. So I see quite a few of these guys really being contributors that way. And then obviously the wide receiver class is very, I think it's better than some people are giving it credit for. The big 5, of course, are all very intriguing, but we have some depth too farther down the line, and guys like Sky Moore getting all kinds of hype now that could see late first round, early second round capital. So I think it's a really fun class, especially from a rookie draft perspective, because this is literally the just go pick your guy draft, right? For rookie drafts, you can't really play games. If there's somebody that you want, you play the games of moving back to pick up extra capital. I mean, I'm sure it'll still be good for you if you pick up the extra picks for next year or later in the second round or whatever it is. But if there's somebody you really want, do not move from that spot to make sure you get them.
Yeah, I love that. What about like in terms of as you're approaching your rookie drafts and things like that? Just for anybody watching the channel that may be thinking about their draft as they're watching this, what are some of the things you would want them to avoid, and maybe some of the things that lessons learned that you've had in the past that you think would be good to pass on?
I mean, typically I like to draft a lot of running backs on rookie drafts because of the immediate production, the immediately kind of boost in value if you want to flip them, even for teams that are kind of rebuilding, just because you can build that extra capital on top of that production you're going to get. But this year, it's tough after those top two to see who is really going to kind of rise to the top. So for me, it's all about drafting the wide receivers this year. That's really the biggest piece of advice, the only piece of advice I can really offer. Anywhere in the first round, pick a wide receiver, and I think you're going to be pretty happy with what you get. Tight end, if you're in the second round and you just really need one, I don't really necessarily see a top 5 kind of end game for Trey McBride, but I think he'll be a solid starter if you just need to kind of backfill that position. Maybe you're somebody with Gronk and are wondering what's happening with him. Maybe he comes back and plays a year. Somebody, one of those older guys, and then you have somebody behind him to kind of step up in a year or two. But I think again, the only real piece of advice I have, best piece of advice this year is get your guy and get him where you're picking, or try to move up and get them, because they're not going to last this year. You never know. I feel like a lot of the mocks we've seen recently, like the Dane Brugler mock we saw last week, the landing spots are just kind of all over the place. They could be anywhere. I think like in his particular mock, I remember like the top 7 picks that we were looking at for Dynasty specifically. Like I wouldn't be surprised if any of them were the first pick or the 7th pick. So that's really the big thing for me in this draft.
We got a lot of people here in the chat going crazy. We got to get to some of these. And hey, since you're here, Matt, Smooth Criminal has a question. Let's help him out with that. Should he trade A-Rod and the 104 for Lamar in a 2 QB league?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I actually like both sides of that deal. Like if you're trying to consolidate to make a run for it, I think that's nice. I think the A-Rod side is good too. I think you have a 2 or 3 year starter at a minimum there, plus whoever you get at the 104. Probably not one of the running backs, probably one of the top 2 wide receivers or so if Hall and Walker go off in the first 3 picks like we're thinking. The Willis, I think, is really the linchpin. Like if Willis goes 1 or 2 in the rookie drafts, like then we have some really exciting players at the 104 to take. So if you're trying to build up youth, I think that's a good way to go about it, because age matters so much less at the quarterback position, right? So Rodgers, if we have 2 or 3 years and you're in that 2 or 3 year window, then I like that side. But I'm always pro going after Lamar Jackson. I think I'm the only one currently in the Superflex rankings that have him still at quarterback 1 overall. I just think that when the stars align and the passing comes up and matches that rushing that's always going to be there, then you have no other quarterback in the league that has the upside that Lamar Jackson does. So I like both sides of the deal. If you want Lamar, go get him.
I like it.
Yeah, I
agree.
that. Yeah, go ahead, Addison.
No, I agree on both sides of it as well. Like if you're competing and you want to try to move from Lamar to Aaron Rodgers and pick up a little bit of extra draft capital, I'm all for that, because you can kind of continue the production a little bit, even if Aaron Rodgers takes a dip from not having Devontae Adams. He's still Aaron Rodgers. Or on the flip side, like Matt said, I mean, if you just go get Lamar and just be set at that quarterback position for like the next decade, and you're good.
Absolutely. Okay, Matt. Well, we really appreciate you coming on. We'll let you, as we are now, like 5 minutes from this thing starting. And then, of course, Jacksonville's going to take the full 15 minutes, but we'll let you go. And any last words, anything else you want to say?
Thanks, fellas. Have a blast tonight. It's like Christmas afternoon, Christmas morning for us today. So we get to see where all these young players are going after months and months and months of work. We finally get to see how wrong we are, and basically take the puzzle that we put together and break it up and put it back together in a different formation. So it's going to be fun. Hope you guys all have a great time.
Absolutely.
You as well.
Thanks again. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Matt.
Let's get to a couple of these comments here. Addison, BCS, note LA Chargers wide receivers, please. He says that kills my Mike Williams shares. If everyone could just speak that into existence, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
I kind of like Drake London there.
Stop.
Wouldn't that be great?
I've been back and forth on if the Chargers are actually a good landing spot or not, because my fear is that any rookie wide receiver would come in and just immediately be at best the third target on that team behind Keenan, behind Mike Williams. They're honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they were like neck and neck or even behind Austin Eckler as well, like at the end of the year. But Keenan Allen, his contract looks pretty team friendly after the next year or two. Mike Williams, had that massive extension, but really flamed out at the end of the year last year. Like there's so much that could happen long term in the next like 2-3 years for a wide receiver to go there and really pan out with Justin Herbert. But if that short term production isn't there, and I know that discounts don't really exist to a point, and if they are too discounted, we kind of don't really want them. But I just the short term production just doesn't seem to be there for me for the Chargers.
It definitely could be. I don't mind that at all. I do like the idea of Joe Lombardi's offense having him, but yeah, there are a lot of mouths to feed there, and I guess it's depending on if you believe that the talent will find a way, or if the situation matters more. I think maybe it depends on how you view that for sure. But
they've been the one I want Jameson Williams to go to because I don't like Jameson Williams compared to consensus, so that'd be totally fine with me. But then also B, I think it would be really fun if Justin Herbert had a guy who could run like 4.25 and just let him run 50 yards downfield, and Herbert has like a 70-yard bomb every other game. I'm here for that.
Absolutely. Well, we are really, really close now to draft start time. As Rob says, pound the like, everyone. Make sure you hit that like button. Addison's here with us right now, so you can even see, like, he'll be happy every time you hit that like button. You'll get to see it for yourself, as we say every Tuesday on Ask DLF. But look, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you hit that like button. We've got some contests that I think it's time to go ahead and let everyone know before this draft gets started. The first one having to do with Malik Willis, and you want to tell a little bit about what they'll win if they get this one right.
Sure. So we have a few things to give away tonight. We have a BetSperts bundle to give away, which if you're not familiar with the BetSperts bundle, that is a year-long subscription to Dynasty League Football, 4 for 4, BetSperts, and also the premium access to the Fantasy Life app as well, which gets you a lot of additional extra perks on top of just having the app and the notifications. So that is kind of our marquee item to give away. We also have 3 DLF premium memberships by themselves to give away, and a few coupon codes to our merch store as well over at ffthreads.com. So we got a lot of stuff to give away. So we're going to have some real big fun for, on top of already the NFL draft. We're going to give away a lot of really cool stuff.
It's an exciting time at DLF. You mentioned BetSperts there, and definitely like so many cool things coming out of that, and some of the partnerships that we've got, and you really can take advantage of, because all of us, look, we're in our Dynasty leagues, and the best place for Dynasty content is right here at DLF. But 4 for 4 does great work, especially on redrafts, and at some point, all of our Dynasty leagues turn into redraft leagues, just about, right? Mm-hmm. So, got to make sure we're doing that. The Fantasy Life app as well, part of that. So, a lot of great things that are part of that. I want to talk about Pete Theothar's comment here, and let's kick off a little bit of our running back talk, because, I mean, Breece Hall to Buffalo sounds awesome. It sounds great. But Addison, did Josh Allen all of a sudden decide he was going to stop scoring touchdowns and vulturing TDs from his running backs? Like, why did we all of a sudden seem to forget that as we're hoping he lands in Buffalo?
I will tell you why when I Google Devin Singletary game log. I think the Buffalo Bills are the best landing spot for Breece Hall. I think it's a perfect combination of volume and opportunity, and him going to like a really good team that has, a really good output for rushing touchdowns, even with Josh Allen still there. And it's not one of those landing spots where you, like, if you were to go to like the Houston Texans or the Atlanta Falcons or somewhere like that, that's a really bad team that you are then totally 100% relying on volume, which will definitely be there. But the efficiency might not be there. The rushing touchdowns might not be there. That's not something that would necessarily help Breece Hall hit his ceiling. He'll still be an RB1, most likely, just from the volume, but it's just not where I think that he could be if you're on the Buffalo Bills. And the reason why I was pulling up the Devin Singletary stuff is if this was the volume that he was getting, which was Devin Singletary's volume from weeks 12 on, 15 carries per game, and 0.7 rushing touchdown average per game. Then he also averaged an additional 2.5 targets as well. That's not really something that was part of Devin Singletary's game, but I think could be a little extra part of Breece Hall's game as well. So Devin Singletary was phenomenal, obviously, over the final course of the stretch of the 2021 season. I think he was the RB2 in fantasy points from week 12 or 13 on, from that type of volume, and scoring a lot of rushing touchdowns still, even with Josh Allen. They went, was it 5-2 over those 7 games as well. So it worked for the Bills. It worked for Devin Singletary, worked for Josh Allen as the best quarterback in fantasy last year. So that is kind of the upside that I think everybody's hoping for, should they invest a first round pick in a running back in Breece Hall.
Yes, I guess Devin Singletary is not going to not be there, right? And so, like, as much as we're going to say, like, hey, he's going to go in and Devin Singletary, why should you worry about Devin Singletary? Yeah, duh, Devin Singletary sucks. But, like, it's not like they're all of a sudden going to, teams never ultimately do that, right? Like, especially, like, right when we want them to. We saw it even with Jonathan Taylor, especially that first year, right? That Nyheim Hines was there. And we don't think Breece Hall is at Jonathan Taylor's level, do we?
No, for sure not. And also, we were also concerned with Jonathan Taylor. Many people probably forget this, but the reason why Jonathan Taylor even had the opportunity that he had in the beginning was because Marlon Mack tore his Achilles in August. So we had that whole, I remember that was like a whole redraft thing that year, is how early is too early for Jonathan Taylor, because we know that Marlon Mack is also going to take the workload at the beginning of the year.
Right.
To me, I mean, I feel like Devin Singletary would take a back seat. He'll still obviously be involved, but it's a first round pick to a running back. Devin Singletary is not to the level of like Melvin Gordon, I think, because, Melvin Gordon was kind of staving off Javonte Williams and causing a 50-50 split. And I just don't really see Devin Singletary being good enough to do that, to really inhibit Breece Hall in year one. So I love it for year one and on down the road. That would be the landing spot that would solidify him as the 101 in probably in one quarterback and Superflex leagues.
Let's continue on to talk about Breece Hall a little bit here, because I'd like to ask a little bit more, not just in terms of his best case scenario, which you think is Buffalo, but what about worst case scenario? Because if for people who don't know, you made a little bit of waves with your prediction that if he went to Tampa Bay, like some mocks suggested, that the ADP would be harsh to Breece Hall. Do you stick with that?
Yeah, I still stick with that. And what's really funny is, with that, Tampa Bay has been like the team that has looked at the most running backs. They visited with the most, according to Walter Football, from the data that I was pulling and looking at all that. They are heavily interested in a running back this year, even after signing Leonard Fournette to a 3-year deal, which is really only a 2-year deal. But that would be a position where, if he were to go to Tampa Bay, again, that mock draft was, he went to Tampa Bay with like one of the last picks in the 2nd round. And he was drafted after Kenneth Walker, which I think is like really, really ultimately bad, to where he was a fringe 2nd, 3rd round pick. And wasn't even the first running back drafted. It was just the whole combination of it. Plus, you had wide receivers who landed in ideal situations, kind of bumping over him, who were, like Ryan said, tiered down, like Jahan Dotson, Chris Olave, George Pickens. Jameson Williams went to the Saints in that mock draft. So it was just like a lot of really good landing spots for the middle tier of wide receivers. And then a bad landing spot for Breece Hall in the short term at the end of the 2nd round. So that was just a lot of that. And then people thought that I was saying that would be my rankings. That wouldn't be my rankings. I was just trying to predict what the ADP would be, because the community can be kind of harsh with that kind of stuff, that the post-draft reactions to landing spots can really sway one way or another for a lot of these rookies. That's how we get A.J. Brown as a borderline first-round pick because he went to Tennessee. That's how we get Rashad Bateman going from the consensus wide receiver 2 to a mid-2nd-round pick in ADP because he went to the Ravens. That's how, Justin Herbert falls, because we don't view him as that good of a quarterback. And he goes to the Chargers, that we were kind of confused about at the time. And that's how he falls to a late first, even a 2nd round pick in Superflex leagues. The landing spot can determine a lot for ADP one way or another if we view it as super good or super bad.
And I want to pull up here. Let's see if we could do that. That works just fine, I think. Addison's rankings, as we talk about Breece Hall there, running back. He is your number one. You've only got two other ones in your top 12 rankings. And this is, I assume, just one QB rankings, right?
This is one quarterback. Yeah. I don't know where to put quarterbacks in. Tonight's going to answer a lot of those questions.
Yeah. So let's talk about the other ones that you have here, because you got Kenneth Walker, you got Isaiah Spiller. Talk a little bit about them, what you see. And as you talk about it, the other thing that I want to make sure everybody understands is you're not just guessing at a lot of this stuff. I guess make sure you're also telling people a little bit about your process and where some of them, fall on that and where they fail.
Sure. So we'll start with Kenneth Walker there. He's my RB2, and I have him ranked as my 1.03 behind Drake London. I don't really view that as a slight to London or a slight to Walker. I view that as kind of a praise to Drake London, who I just view as the best wide receiver in this class, of just kind of above Treylon Burks, even though they're in the same tier there. But Kenneth Walker to me is also fantastic. I still have questions in terms of what happened at Wake Forest, which I'm just kind of chalking up to inadequacy by Wake Forest's coaching staff, to where he then went to Michigan State, got the whole entire workload and absolutely dominated. And that's not really something that we see a whole lot with the transfer. So I really like that, and I'm not really penalizing Kenneth Walker for that. A lot of people want to make a lot of his receiving capabilities, and that was something that we didn't really get to see at Michigan State or Wake Forest, and something that a lot of people are saying is going to inhibit his ceiling and fantasy upside in the NFL. To me, I think he can catch. I think if I don't want to be the guy to sit here and say, watch the tape, but if you actually look at how Michigan State utilized Kenneth Walker in the passing game, and the screens that they drew up for him were absolutely horrible. Not even to mention the fact that their quarterback was garbage as well and couldn't even get the ball to Kenneth Walker on like a 3-yard screen. Like it was really, really bad. And Walker definitely has hands, and he can catch the ball for sure. The problem would be, does the NFL believe that he can? Because we've seen a lot of running backs come in and they kind of get typecasted into first and second down roles, even if they showed in college that they can still catch the ball. We see that with Antonio Gibson. We see that with Josh Jacobs. We saw it with Joe Mixon for the first 4 or 5 years of his career with Giovanni Bernard. Does the NFL think that Kenneth Walker needs a receiving partner, or does he go to a team that believes that he can do everything, kind of like a Najee Harris? And that would be the ultimate ideal situation for Kenneth Walker. So my marker system, which is how I grade out all these running backs, using 8 markers of just basically baselines based on previously successful NFL running backs and what they did in college. My marker system is kind of iffy on him. He's got 4 out of 8 markers hit, but a lot of that is from the early production from not doing much at Wake Forest. And then the other part of it is not having the receiving upside. So depending on how you feel about that, you can either move him up or move him down. And I decided to move him up because I don't know if that I'm giving him passes for that. Isaiah Spiller, on the other hand, RB3, he got hurt by the draft process. And his 40 time wasn't great. I get that. But this dude was like one of the most consistent running backs in college football over the past 3 years. He was a 3-year starter and was absolutely fantastic all 3 years. He wasn't great at everything. I think that may be his problem, is that he's not fantastic at any one thing. He's just good at almost everything. Like he's kind of a Swiss Army knife and can kind of just do everything well. and that's it. And my fear with Isaiah Spiller is draft capital A, but then also, does he get typecast in the NFL as like a Miles Sanders kind of guy, just the guy that coaches see as more of a committee back. Maybe he gets 55% of the touches just because he can do a little bit of everything. And he's never fully given the entire workload. That's my biggest fear for Isaiah Spiller. And, similar to Kenneth Walker, my markers also don't really like him as well, even though, like I said, he was a 3-year producer at Texas A&M, 3-year starter. He just didn't meet a lot of the baselines that I'm looking for, which kind of goes hand in hand with the fact that he was good at almost everything, just not great at anything. So
Yep. If you are tuning in and joining us right now, looks like you're not missing much if you're not watching the ESPN or NFL or whatever channel. You need to be watching us because we're definitely going to be preparing you for your rookie drafts, for everything that you need to do with that. Right now, I just saw Derek Carr up on stage with, was that Ice Cube maybe that was up there with him? I'm not sure what was going on there, but we've got a lot to talk about. And that was a little bit of running back talk on the top 3. Those are the big names. Who else do you think might be relevant and could put themselves into being? Could anybody move up into that top 12 with the right situation or right landing spot here tonight?
Everybody wants to talk about Christian Watson,
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't get at all. I don't get it. But if Christian Watson was that Kansas City Chiefs pick at 29, everybody's going to go bananas, and I don't get it. I don't think there's a running back that comes into the top 12. Because I don't know if there's another running back that gets the draft capital necessary to be there. Although, with that said, Trey Sermon was a 3rd-round pick last year and was a 1st-rounder in rookie ADP because he went to the 49ers and everybody absolutely lost their mind. So I could see that kind of happening again if like a Rashad White or, I don't know, like a James Cook are probably like the only 2 players that could go in the 3rd round to a team like the Atlanta Falcons or something like that. And we perceive them as the starter in a fantastic situation, just didn't necessarily have the draft capital, but because of how important running backs are and the positional scarcity, we bump them up a lot over a lot of these wide receivers, especially with how deep the wide receiver class is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Zamir
we're gonna get
White
to
probably is the other one too.
Okay, yeah. Talk about him because he was actually a pretty popular name on Tuesday coming up, and a little controversial between whether or not he needs the right landing spot, whether or not he's going to be, sort of typecast in the NFL. What do you think?
I don't get Zamir White either. I mentioned him and Christian Watson were the 2 guys that I just don't get at their ADPs. Like I really wish that both of them were like 3rd rounders or like even like late 2nd rounders. Zamir White, and I know Georgia doesn't give the ball to like one player, but I don't even view him as the best player out of Georgia. I think James Cook is significantly better. White had, I think, 2 or 3 ACL injuries before college. So just on injury alone, the more of those that you have, the more likely you are to have them in the future. And that was both knees, one on each knee for sure. I don't know if he had like a 3rd one or not, or just other injuries. He was totally fine out throughout college. So people point to that he was totally healthy in college, despite those in high school. But yeah, like he didn't do enough for me. Like in my marker system, he's worse than Isaiah Spiller. And like he's 6 foot, 214 pounds, which is fine. And didn't catch the ball. He didn't, like run all that efficiently. He wasn't utilized early on. Like just nothing about his profile is really good to me. And I just don't really get that. Like, I guess like people are just like, well, if you watch the film, he's a fantastic runner of the ball. And I'm like, well, if you watch the film, so was Dameon Pierce, who's like a whole round cheaper. So, I don't get it. I'm not really in on these running backs that get vaulted up. And I'd rather just take all these other guys in the 3rd round and just hope that they do better.
Love that. So before we get started on the wide receivers, I want to deep dive a little bit on those. And then, of course, we're going to get into the quarterbacks once we get we're going to be joined by John Hogue to help us out with that, to talk about quarterbacks and some of our strategy and drafts in just a little bit. But before we do, let's run through some of these comments. Let's go through and let's see what the people are talking about here. So as Rob says, pound that like, make sure that you hit that like button. We talked about Hall to Buffalo. It's me, Yepper, says, thanks for all the great work you guys do. And for this awesome show. Yeah, this is a lot of work here. This is exactly, love to do this. This is a fun time of year. So make sure you guys show some love here to this. Yeah, Bob reacting to Ryan sitting in the room that you weren't allowed to be in as a kid. Yeah, it looked like the kind of room that your mom would get mad at you if you walked through. Almost, right?
It did for sure. With the giant chandelier up there, don't throw the ball or anything,
Right, exactly. Rob says, let's go. BCS wants to join a league next year that has the draft before the NFL draft. I need more reasons to be frustrated. Have you been in a league like this before?
No, I haven't. And I do want to try it, but I also don't. Because I
I've
just
been
feel
in-
like you have been. Tell me about
I'm
it.
in one now. Yeah, we've already had one. I didn't have a first round pick, and it's a 20-team league,
Ooh.
so it's a
So
little
you didn't have a
different
first or second round pick is basically what you're saying.
in essence. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. I did get a Jacksonville's pick is what I'm being told
Ooh.
here.
Who is it? Who is it?
So I don't know. We're not going to spoil them, so don't worry.
But who do
But
you think it is? Because there's been like 4 different players that have been named for the Jaguars.
Hutchinson.
And
I think it's going to
you
be
think it's
Aiden
Hutchinson?
Hutchinson. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I think. What do you think?
dude. The Trayvon Walker hype for the past week has been insane.
Yeah.
I think I just saw who it was. Maybe I won't spoil it, but
Okay.
yeah.
I
But
don't see it as official yet. Not
I
yet.
heard I got a per source from a blue check mark on who it was.
Okay. Okay.
And I got another one down here too. So, but yeah, I was so curious on who the Jaguars were actually going to pick because, they have so many different needs. Do you go with the offensive tackle, even though you just re-sign Cam Robinson? Do you go with Aiden Hutchinson? Do you go with Trayvon Walker? It was so weird to me. I didn't know.
If you were in charge, you would definitely be taking a quarterback, right? Because you hate Trevor Lawrence.
I am team. I've said this before. I would be the general manager that took a quarterback every single year until I found my guy.
Nice.
I would just have them
Nice.
compete. Whoever lost in the competition gets traded. I'd ship them for like a late first or even a second rounder because NFL teams still believe that they could get things out of failed bust quarterbacks like Sam Darnold. So I would just do that every single year until I found my Justin Herbert or Deshaun Watson or whoever and build off of that from there. So
now,
yeah,
we gotta
totally
react.
would.
We got to react here. I am not sure if I am behind on my live stream. I got a sleeper alert. Should we react to the sleeper alert here or
Sleepers in on it? Is it a per source sleeper report?
it just says with the first pick, Jacksonville selects, and I don't know if it's official here or not. I am not. When I look at it on my screen, I have not seen it. It just says pick a Zen. So
everybody on Twitter is like Victoria said, "Oh yes, my favorite pastime: seeing Schefter tweet the draft pick before I see it on television." I just got the fantasy life report from it as well. So,
oh, nice. So it's nothing that I guess in terms of fantasy we got to spend too much time on, but it is significant in that it does kick off the 2022 NFL draft. And I do see it is official on my screen now. It is Trayvon Walker, the defensive end from Georgia. And hang on. Could you hear that?
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to not tune in there that way. So yeah, okay. So it is Trayvon Walker. It is the defensive end. We don't have anything exciting to talk about for fantasy, so we're going to keep going on our comments here. Matthew Allen would like Malik at 9 to the Seahawks. You are not a big Malik Willis fan. Why not?
No, I think he's not a good quarterback. I think he's a really good runner. I think that he needs help with probably the most important aspect of being a quarterback, which is throwing the ball. So
it's kind of important.
A little bit.
I might argue, though, recently we've seen a shift towards quarterbacks who can do more things with their feet. With the Seahawks, though, are you worried about the landing spot there? Because I don't know. It just doesn't strike me as a place where you go and you find super creative offensive coordinators who are going to make the most out of a quarterback like this.
Yeah. I did find that somebody was saying about Malik Willis that everybody's been saying that he should sit for a year when his belief was that he should actually just get thrown right in and learn like while he's going kind of thing. Like he needs those reps at kind of the bigger level than Liberty, to just kind of go out there, run around, figure it out, throw the ball. He's got a cannon of an arm for sure. And could absolutely be, the Seahawks have said that they could see like a younger version of Russell Wilson in him. But I don't really see that. But if that were the upside that they're going for, and he does hit on that upside, then for sure, that's the way that they need to go.
Detroit is
But-
now on the clock, and it does say that the pick is in. If you think you know where Malik Willis is going, whether it's Seahawks, whether it is right here to Detroit, whatever you think it is, how do they let us know that they know where he's going, and so that they can win the contest and the prize here?
Oh, first contest of the night. Leave a comment down below in the YouTube stream right here, and predict where Malik Willis is going to go tonight. Which team drafts Malik Willis? You don't got to be when. It doesn't have to be when. I just need the team. So predict which team takes Malik Willis. The first person that correctly predicts where Malik Willis is going to go, it will receive a free DLF premium subscription.
That's an amazing opportunity right there. If you are not already a DLF premium subscriber, or if hey, maybe you want to gift it to a friend who's not in the same league as you, go ahead and make sure you do that. Tell us where you think Malik Willis is going to go. Ja Webb in the house says, hey, what's up, Ja Webb? Appreciate you joining us. Joe Abear, if you have solid tiers going into the draft, your adjustments within a tier post-draft should be pretty solid. Yeah, I think that's the important part, is kind of understanding these prospects. Don't go up too high with them. Don't drop them down too low. BCS thinks Malik to the Seahawks would be fun. I think it could potentially be fun. I think it'd be more fun than Drew Lock. But I think somewhere where he could have a chance to go and get some work early on would be good. So
yeah.
Rob Downs, warning on Sermon, was the second running back taken, was obviously high on the 49ers draft board. Yeah. And you were all over that last year.
Yeah. Yep, I was. I'm waiting to find that guy this year, but I don't know who it is.
Aiden Hutchinson is the draft pick here, going to the Detroit Lions. So no quarterback, no skill position here. They are continuing to build on the line. That just seems like such a Dan Campbell thing. I'm not surprised. Are you?
No, I'm not surprised, really. There wasn't a quarterback in this class that was really worth the number 2 pick right there. And they have another year. Like, Jared Goff is fine. Like, he can just continue to do the bare minimum for them. He'll be competitive in the locker room to continue to try to win for them as a team. Whether or not he's actually going to win, probably lose more than win. So that, as an organizational standpoint, is probably better for the Detroit Lions, because if they potentially are in the same situation as they are now next year, better quarterback, next year potentially, and you have Aiden Hutchinson on the defensive end, which could be, a staple on that side, like a JJ Watt, a Chase Young, a Bosa brother. That's important for sure.
If I was a Lions fan, my favorite thing about Jared Goff would be that he makes sure that I have a really good opportunity to have a high pick next year too. So that's what I would like the most about Jared Goff. Joe Abear, am I the only one counting on 2 more seasons out of Rodgers? So I'm not overreacting to that landing spot. Only counting on 2 more years. Okay. I'm not sure I'd bet the over. Would you?
I don't know if I would either. How long was his contract for? Was it 3 or 4?
It's a great question. Somebody in the chat, let us know.
Was it 3 for 150? I think that's what it was. So it was like 50 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he's already 39, or maybe he's closer to 40 than what I think. So yeah, that might be a trap for us in Dynasty, where we kind of get immediate production, but then every single year is going to be, is this the year that Rodgers retires? And now that landing spot doesn't look so great, that
right.
kind of thing. Like the whole Chase Claypool thing. Like, we love Chase Claypool in 2020, as a first year player, but it was, now Big Ben is another year older. He can't throw the ball. What are they going to do after Big Ben retires? Now, all of a sudden, that landing spot in Chase Claypool himself doesn't look all that, enticing from a dynasty standpoint. So Joe could be onto something here.
Houston is now on the clock. We're going to help Matthew, though, who needs help ASAP. He says he has Michael Carter, Bateman, and 206. Should he trade them for DJ Moore?
Yes.
Absolutely. Right away. Before the Jets draft a running back. Do it right now.
Yeah, go. Before they draft Breece Hall with the pick after Houston.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead. Make that move, Matthew, in a 1 QB PPR. Absolutely. No doubt.
I just saw who
Whoa.
the Texans picked.
Oh,
It's
man,
not
it's going to be good.
It's not an offensive player. I was just surprised that he got taken this high. That was all.
Okay. All right. The Texans are going to Texan, I guess.
Wow.
But all right. I can't wait. The pick is in.
I need to Google if this. Oh my God. I need to Google something real quick. You're going to figure it out.
Okay. All right. We'll keep going here as Addison collects himself after, I guess, the Texans drafted somebody interesting. Rob says your content this offseason has been great, guys. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it, Rob. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate the kind words. PJ wants to know if we're in on Akers. I'm definitely in on Cam Akers. I think him coming back at the end of last season dropped his ADP. It made people think, he wasn't as good. I think if he didn't come back at all last season, people would be higher on him. But having seen him and being a little disappointed, they're a little bit more down on him. He might be the RB 2 or 3 right now, 4 if he had not come back at all. But don't forget the fact that he came back matters from that Achilles injury as fast as he did. I think the Rams are going to be fun. I think he's going to be a big part of that. What do you think?
The biggest benefit, the biggest positive that I saw for Cam Akers last year was no matter how bad he was throughout that entire playoff, they just kept giving him the ball. He got the volume. He got the rushing attempts. He got the targets and receptions. He got everything that you want from a volume standpoint and one of the best offenses in the league. He just didn't look all that good, doing it. And yes, I still think that Darrell Henderson is going to be a part of it. I think that he's definitely going to be, probably a 30% type of workload guy behind Cam Akers. But the volume that you saw is super encouraging if you do have Cam Akers, because, another year from the recovering from that Achilles injury, he has all this offseason to figure it out. And if he keeps getting that volume in that offense, he should probably do really good things. Unless he actually is not Cam Akers, without with the Achilles injury. He's not Cam Akers with the Achilles injury. If that is actually true, then yeah, we probably don't want him, but I'm still taking that bet.
The Houston Texans pick is in. It is fascinating. They get Derek Stingley Jr. from LSU, the cornerback. Look, hey, you can't go wrong picking an LSU Tiger. I don't know what's so surprising there. I mean, if you could get somebody from LSU on your team, you want to do it.
So I had to Google. This is what I was Googling. Is he the highest drafted corner?
Oh,
we've ever seen? Because I was actually
Peterson?
curious.
When was he? When was Peterson?
Patrick Peterson was 5th overall.
Okay.
Denzel Ward in 2018 was 4th. Jalen Ramsey was 5th. Terrence Newman back in 2003 was 5th. Quentin Jammer 5th. Charles Woodson 4th. Sean Springs 1997 3rd overall.
Okay.
And that's kind of where we're at. So that's what I was trying to Google. I was trying to figure out if Derek Stingley was the highest drafted corner of all time.
And that does put the New York Jets on the clock here. And a lot of people do think we could see some offense, not necessarily at this pick, but I don't think we're necessarily too far away from getting to where we could see some of that. Symbiosis says Skull. And it seems like we got a lot of Minnesota fans here in the chat. I wonder if our Minnesota Viking fans are looking at if they want a wide receiver. Like, what do you guys want if you are a Viking fan? PJ, under no obligation to say so, says Cal is the best fantasy guy in the world. I mean,
I agree.
It is. Yeah, it's just right there. There you go. And he wants to know where his T-shirt is.
We're still. I had fantastic conversations about a really cool thing that we're going to be doing after the NFL draft. We have some really positive movement. So, yeah.
We dropped the ball. Kane is he says if Matt doesn't cop a player to an animal, I riot. We should have done that. It just seems so cliche at this point. But
that's true.
Just kidding. Mike Diggs, Dameon Pierce will be high end, running back 2 in the right landing spot. I got him number 3 behind Walker.
I don't mind it, to be honest with you. Alfredo Brown from Football Guys also had him as the RB4 in his class as well. He's in the camp that Dameon Pierce was underutilized in Florida and is just so good on film that if he is, utilized at the NFL level, that he will be a good running back. And I saw Nick Ercolano as well. Big Dogs Got E. He was pumping up Dameon Pierce too. So I like it for sure.
What's the right landing spot for him?
Honestly, I haven't been out on him going to the New York Jets. If they want to kind of punt running back for the first 2 rounds and then pair Dameon Pierce, who's kind of more of a thumper, with a more pass catcher in Michael Carter, I think that would kind of be a smart route for them to go, and something that I think that they might actually be thinking about. So that would be really good. I think he would have really good opportunity volume wise in rushing the ball, 12, 14 carries a game kind of thing. I think your Saints are another good one, kind of in the same situation, where, you kind of you rein Alvin Kamara's rushing volume back a little bit, because he was absolutely insane in rushing last year, something that he'd never done before. And he was best when he's utilized, more as a committee back, but he's the guy, but he's the committee back, and Dameon Pierce can be his Mark Ingram. So I like both those.
Could be really interesting. Let's see. Let's try to get through some more of these comments here. Sky Moore seems like he will be a hit. We haven't dug too deep into the wide receivers yet. We will, as they are definitely going to start coming off the board here in just a little bit. Zamir White, we talked about. Look for running backs landing on teams where the lead RB ages out over the next 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I think that is interesting. We just saw that with our guy, Javonte Williams, who we thought Melvin Gordon might just be gone, but no, he's sticking around. And do we want that? Like, is that better than going somewhere like Atlanta or Houston, where there's almost an immediate opening?
I think that depends on who you talk to, because the people who drafted Derrick Henry when he came out probably weren't too happy at the beginning, and they were probably really happy over the last few years after DeMarco Murray, which that could be something that Joe might be alluding to is, if Tennessee were to take somebody like that and have them sit behind Derrick Henry, as he's just continuing to get older now, coming off of an injury, is that something that they kind of try to repeat what they did with DeMarco Murray and Derrick Henry, and do that with Derrick Henry and insert rookie running back here? This is interesting though, because I kind of want to look to see if teams kind of do that, because I feel like they don't. I feel like when they need a running back, they take a running back. I can't really think of too many situations over the past couple of years where a team took a running back with like a good but veteran lead running back ahead of them, like to the aging out point. I can't think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of an example of that here recently. I mean, the last one I can think of, like in this, like is the Chiefs with they had Larry Johnson was behind
Priest Holmes.
Oh my gosh, Priest Holmes. Yeah, it's the last example I can think of. But I'm sure there's got to be one more recent than that.
I'm sure. I mean, if you like Jonathan Taylor and Marlon Mack, like we were like, oh, rest in peace, Marlon Mack kind of thing. But I can't think of like any, because like all the running backs that went in the first round, at least, like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, we thought and kind of did fit like right in. Rashad Penny did as well to an extent with Chris Carson, even though they got injured. We never really saw that at the beginning of his career. Sonny Michel went right in. Nick Chubb, maybe he had Carlos
Hyde in front of him. Yeah,
maybe. Saquon went right in. Obviously, like all the 2017 guys, McCaffrey, Cook, Mixon, Fournette, like they all went right in. I can't think of any running backs that did that.
Looks like the Jets pick is him, which puts the Giants on the clock.
Ooh, that
and
means
there's
I know
news
on Twitter then.
There's news today of them not picking up Daniel Jones' fifth year option, excuse me. The Giants will be back on the clock in just a couple of picks. Could they take a quarterback?
I honestly, I would not be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. I've been in the camp of it would be so much fun from a draft perspective, but then also a dynasty perspective to see the chaos that happens if 3 quarterbacks go in the top 10 in a class that nobody actually believes in.
Right.
I think that would be hilarious and chaotic, and I'd be here for it. But if the Giants don't, I guess that their kind of plan is to stick with Daniel Jones for the year and see where they are next year. That would have to be their solution. But they have 2 picks. If they don't want someone at 5, I don't think they should feel pressured to take someone at 5 unless they really think that they need to get their guy ahead of Carolina. But if they like a couple guys, they don't need to take one at 5, and they could see who comes back to them if Carolina does take one. But I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, and there's a chance, I guess, if you have one that you do like, you definitely don't want to give Carolina a chance to be the one to take them there or have a team trade up. So
right,
don't
that's what I mean. Like if they really like Kenny Pickett, for example,
right,
like he is their guy, they need to take him at 5. Or if it's Malik Willis or Sam Howell or Desmond Ridder, whoever it is.
So it looks like Ahmad Gardner, who also seems to be known by Sauce Gardner.
Yep.
He has gone here number 4 so a couple of cornerbacks taken there at 3 and 4. That's pretty high, as you were just talking about, alluding to. So very interesting. Got the Giants up next. This is where we start to get really interested in the quarterbacks and seeing if these next few picks could produce one for us. PJ commenting on Joe's comments says, more people need to listen to that. Chargers seem like a sneaky running back spot. Can I say, I sort of would like the idea of Kenneth Walker with the Chargers?
Dameon Pierce, that was another one too. The Chargers are another one for Pierce where he can kind of come in and be a thumper to a pass catcher. Kenneth Walker, though.
Yeah.
Ooh. See, that would be the situation where he would be typecast.
Absolutely.
And it would also, we probably wouldn't like that from either standpoint. I mean, Austin Eckler was never really a runner. This was the first season this year where he ran for, I think, over 500 or 600 yards, or maybe it was like 550 or something like that, But so if he's only getting like 120, 130 carries, which is kind of his average, then that would be a lot of opportunity for Kenneth Walker on the ground. That would be a really interesting dynamic to see both of them, because you could definitely have sets where they're both out there.
Yeah.
No
doubt. It seems like that's what they've always liked to do, right? And again, you've got Joe Lombardi, who came from that Saints offense that had the Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram, or Reggie Bush, Deuce McAllister type. You had a lot of years of that. It'd be really interesting to see. Henry's in the house. What's up, Henry? Henry is a legend, and we appreciate you tuning in. Ken Moody says, if you're not subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Absolutely need to do that. That's right. Ken runs things. You need to make sure you do that. Trogdor, happy draft day, says, what if running back Walker goes to Buffalo? Yeah, this one to me, do we think that this would, like, Singletary could still be a pass catching type back in this scenario, or do we think it's less likely?
Devin Singletary has always been weird because he has these spurts of really high receiving production and no receiving production. I don't know if that's a design thing. I don't know if that's just Josh Allen not really knowing what to do with him. At the end of the years, he's had 50 targets this year and 50 targets last year. So he had some moderate volume in that, to where, he could probably get a little bit more if they add a Kenneth Walker type there. That would be something that I would be really curious in. I actually do think that there is a realistic probability that Kenneth Walker is the first running back taken and not Breece Hall. So that could definitely fit in Buffalo if they prefer him instead. Just as more of a pure runner, and
yeah. And as Peter Thar says here, Hall allows Allen not to have to be the goal line back, which definitely makes sense. But that's assuming they want him to not do, there is an advantage. Josh Allen actually is good at getting in the end zone as a quarterback, and you need to score touchdowns. So I don't think there's a goal line situation that they're going to be thinking, gosh, we really think we could score with Josh Allen here, but gosh, we want to protect them and hand the ball off. I just don't think that's reality.
Wasn't one of Breece Hall's knocks that he doesn't play big? He doesn't really power through the gaps or through the line. I feel I don't know if I'm misremembering, that was either him or Isaiah Spiller. But I feel from the film people's perspectives, when they were noting down weaknesses for Breece Hall is that they kind of noticed that he wasn't really a good goal line or third down, like 3rd and 1 short back. That, I mean, he could do it, and he obviously has the size to. The dude's like 225 pounds, but he just like he really runs tall and doesn't really do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Good question here from Rob for you, Addison, as the Giants are on the clock and it looks like the pick is in. Does any Drake London landing spot move him away from your wide receiver 1?
Probably the Jets. They've been another one that I'm just like, man, I really, and that seems to be the most popular one is a lot of mock drafts have him going to the Jets at 10. Because I definitely think they're taking one there or trading for Debo. One of the two. That would probably be one of the ones where if London goes to the Jets and Burks falls to and is the Packers pick, for example, like that would be enough for me to swap the two. Outside of the Jets, probably not. If he went to Houston, for example, I bet you that would be a landing spot where the community doesn't like, but I'm still in on. Because I still really would like the opportunity that he has there. And he wouldn't really have the pressure to be the wide receiver 1, even though he should be the wide receiver 1 because Brandon Cooks is still very good. So that would be that landing spot that I would be eating up the discount on Drake London more than what probably there already would be because the consensus on London is that he's more wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 is a mid first. So if he does go to Houston and the community doesn't like that, I'd be scooping him up all day.
What if he goes to Atlanta and they don't draft a quarterback?
No, I don't care. I'd still take him.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just
him
curious.
and Kyle Pitts, man, that'd be so much fun.
It would be fun. But I don't know. Marcus Mariota throwing him the ball. I don't know. We'll see. Which players hit the most of your markers, Addison? Did you have any, what stood out or what was some that hit the most for you?
From a wide receiver perspective, it was Drake London. Well, he tied because he didn't run the 40-yard dash. If he would have ran a sub 4.640, then he would have smashed everything. But I'm missing that data, so I don't have that, and I don't want to just throw that in there, just to be confident about that call. But at the wide receiver position. So Drake London was tied with 5 other players, David Bell, Sky Moore, Khalil Shakir. I count 4. There's 5 players in total, and Wan'Dale Robinson. So those are all the players that tied at the beginning in my pre-draft process. And then obviously that'll kind of work itself out with draft capital. Draft capital is kind of the last marker that really comes in there and has the biggest effect. So Wan'Dale being tied for first right now isn't going to matter when he's a day 3 pick.
Right.
Treylon Burks then and Chris Olave are after that. Those are basically the top of the wide receivers right there. And then at the running back position, it's far and away Breece Hall for sure. So that, matches with him being the RB1. What's really interesting though, is that all the other 2 guys that have the same number of markers as Breece Hall, which again, won't matter with draft capital, but it's Tyler Algier and Keontae Ingram. So those 2 are guys that I am really interested in seeing where they actually land. Pierre Strong and Jerome Ford and Rashad White are right behind them. And then you get Kenneth Walker down a little bit lower. Like I said, he doesn't really hit on markers just because he didn't have production at Wake Forest and he didn't catch the ball. And then same with Isaiah Spiller, who just didn't hit on a lot of the things because he was good at everything, not great at anything. So that's kind of a good summary, I guess, of my marker system.
Yeah, I really like that. As Kevin says here, make sure you like the video. Yeah, go ahead and hit that like button if you're watching this, whether you're watching it live with us or you're catching up after the fact. If you hit that like button, it really does mean a lot. So please go ahead and do that. If you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. And Addison, why don't you, we've also got something with the 2022 draft guide that's live right now on the site. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about that?
Oh, this draft guide is so much fun. There is so much information in there from a lot of fantastic creators. From the DLF team and the writing team, we have content from Shane Manila and Scott Connor. If you're a fan of this YouTube channel and watch these videos, those are the two guys that do Manic and Chill. So they're brilliant and super smart. And they're the guys that, two guys that contributed to that. You also have John Hesterman and Jeff Smith, who also pump out a lot of content, not only on the draft guide, but also just on DLF in general. So all of it is a fantastic resource of just player breakdowns with like sleepers, breakouts, busts, like all that kind of thing. And then also strategies for your dynasty drafts. We basically break down like whatever strategy that you want to go for. And then we just kind of leave it up to you to pick which one you think is best. Or, if you like to stay fluid, just kind of reading how your league and your room kind of goes and then just adjusting with that. So there's a lot of fantastic information on there. It's online. It's a part of the dynastyleaguefootball.com. It's its own separate thing, but it's not its own separate thing. So as long as you have a DLF premium subscription, you have access to that part of the website. So if you don't have a subscription and you want the draft guide, become a subscriber, even for a month. It's just, $8 for 1 month. You can see everything, help you out there, or just become a yearly subscriber and win in Dynasty at all times of the year. But it's absolutely fantastic. We're going to be doing a massive update for it after this weekend. So we have the most accurate information in there after the draft.
The Giants have taken Kayvon Thibodeau, and we have an early entrance into best suit of the night. I'm not sure if you're watching that, but that is an amazing suit that he's got on right there. Love it.
Is it green?
No, it's black. He's got, I don't know, like red. I don't know. I don't know how to describe fashion, Addison. I don't know. I just know it looks cool. We have a contest right now going on that if you can accurately predict where the quarterback Malik Willis is going to go, and we have some early entrance into that as well. Trogdor says Pittsburgh. Looks like a lot of people saying Pittsburgh. And then Rick smartly, he zigs when others are zagging here, and he says Carolina, which is now they are on the clock, and we could see some interesting movement here. First place that I think, if they pass on a quarterback, this tells us a little bit about the class.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think? Because Carolina doesn't have a second or third round pick, I don't believe. I'll have to go check that, but I'm pretty sure they don't have either one.
I think you're right. Yep.
So, and they have Sam Darnold. If they don't pick a quarterback right here, I think it says a lot. I think it says they like Sam Darnold more than anybody they could take right here.
Or the other thing, as I'm just kind of scrolling through Twitter, everybody's talking about how good this offensive line class was, and we saw 5 defenders go in the top 5. So there's offensive line. There's, I don't even remember their names anymore. That Kimbe, Evan Neal, all these offensive linemen that were mocked pretty consistently as top 3 picks, even at the point of being 101. We now have some fantastic value on them that they just might decide that that's too good to pass up instead of going for a quarterback. And it's in this class, maybe they try to do some sort of maneuver, tomorrow night to try to get back in for a quarterback that falls.
Could they also be eyeing a trade? I guess that is the other possibility that they are looking to, potentially, if that doesn't fall in their laps, to try to get like a Baker Mayfield, a Jimmy Garoppolo, something like that. Is that more what they could have in mind?
That would make me sad because they tried that last year with Sam Darnold and it didn't work out.
Right.
So
not great.
Yeah.
And
that's so weird. Like what are you trying to do there? And Carolina, the regime is itself, like they're trying to save their jobs at this point, kind of. Like Matt Rule's on the hot seat. And they can talk about as much as that he's not, and they really do have trust in him. But he needs to start putting some things together on this team. And it's not going to do it with Sam Darnold. And I don't think they're going to do it with Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield in that offense.
That's right. It does say that the pick is in here. We'll get to that here shortly. Kevin says, like this video. That's right. We need to make sure everybody is liking it. More guesses about Malik to the Steelers. I think there are a lot of people wanting that to happen. Addison.
No. I already
As a
knew
reticent
where you were
Steelers
going.
fan, you don't like that.
No, because
You have a different quarterback that you like.
we would be passing on the QB1 in this class from Malik Willis. I'd rather have Sam Howell. I've been hoping and praying that they take Sam Howell instead.
I thought Sam Howell could be this pick here as well to the Panthers. He's right there from North Carolina.
Yeah.
Right.
He stays there in that Carolina blue.
Could, and now we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But yeah, I think last year you did not like the idea of Najee Harris to the Steelers. And we got that live reaction on the stream. So stay tuned. You guys definitely want to make sure you're tuned in here when the Steelers pick goes live, if these guys are right here. Yepers has an interesting prediction. The Malik will not be picked in the first round.
Yeah, that's a big one right there for sure. You might get 2 years of a DLF subscription if you get that one right.
That is now you think that should happen though, right? I mean, you don't think he's a first round pick?
I don't think that he's a first round. I do think that he is going to be a first round pick. I don't know if he should be. Is kind of That's like what I said in my quarterback video on this channel. Like I said that he's basically a worse version of Jalen Hurts. We're just giving him the draft capital. So like Jalen Hurts was a second round pick, and he did way better at Alabama than and Oklahoma. He did better at both of those schools individually than Malik Willis ever did at Liberty. And he was a second round pick, and we're giving Malik Willis, he could still potentially go top 10 tonight to a couple other teams. So I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Willis to the Falcons. That could be an interesting. Now, we'll say, I think that's an interesting landing spot for him because they don't have to have two different versions of their offense, right? Like Marcus Mariota can sort of be a decent mentor for him. He can take the reins, run a very similar offense to what they would run with Willis, and potentially have a seamless transition at some point.
Yeah. It would be really fun though to have Willis. The upside with Willis is the explosion factor and just like all the things that you could do with him because of him being a mobile quarterback with like a super strong arm. Like I just like think about him like hitting Kyle Pitts like downfield for like 25 yards, and that would be like that would be really fun. Like that kind of thing. It's just it has to happen. Like I need to see Malik Willis actually do that, So
100%. John Hesterman in the house. Speaking of John Hesterman, the 2022 rookie draft guide contributor here. Bold prediction: Chiefs move up, get inside the top 15 to select Jameson Williams. I don't know why they would do that.
That would be the one, though. Jameson Williams is your wide receiver one.
100%.
If that happens. He's not my wide receiver one, but he would be the wide receiver one.
So would you move him from 9 all the way up to where? Because right now you've got London at 2.
Yep. Williams would be bumped probably to 5. Yeah. Because Isaiah Spiller for me is such an easy, like, I'm moving him down pretty well. Oh, man.
Got the wrong thing up there. My bad. Listen, I'm old, Addison. Technology is not my strong suit here.
I got you.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it would maybe it would depend on what Drake London and where he goes.
And Garrett Wilson, I guess, for sure.
Garrett Wilson.
Because I think even with that scenario, I probably am not putting him over both running backs. I would still expect tomorrow night that if one isn't taken tonight, that both Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker go to good enough landing spots where because of the positional scarcity, I want those running backs instead. And I'm not coming off of Drake London as my wide receiver one unless he goes to the Jets. I'm not coming off of him for Jameson Williams. But it would, and I need to see where Burks goes. So really it is, do I put him over Garrett Wilson or not? That kind of thing. which would be a super interesting question and something for me to find out what I would actually do if that were to happen. If the Chiefs were to actually go up and get Jameson Williams, that would be insane.
It would be insane.
Who would they trade with?
Oh, yeah,
Baltimore?
that's a good idea. Who's in that top 15?
You think Baltimore just moves back for all the extra draft capital? That's something I think that they would do. They're kind of a smart organization like that.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. I could see that. Interesting. It does. Let's see. Let's go. You already talked about what you hope your team does in the draft, right? I mean, that's you want Sam Howell, or do you hope they do something else?
No, I want Sam Howell.
Okay.
I do want Sam Howell. I haven't thought far enough in terms of who I would want instead.
Okay.
Just because I don't really know who's going to be there. Like, I think that they could. I've seen wide receivers get mocked to Pittsburgh in the first round. I think there could be wide receivers in the second round, like a Sky Moore if he doesn't get picked in the first, or David Bell or Khalil Shakir. I would like them just as much instead of drafting a wide receiver in the first. And if it's not Sam Howell and it's not a quarterback, it's probably just a defensive player like it is for the last like 2 decades. So I don't even, at that point, why are we even questioning that?
Right.
But yeah, you're a Saints fan. I'm curious because you have 2 picks. What are you doing with your 2 picks?
So real quick, pick 6 with the Panthers. That one is in. It is the offensive tackle that you mentioned, Ike Ekwonu. I'm going to go with that as the pronunciation. Sorry if I got that wrong. But yeah, so we're now 6 picks in. No offensive skill position players. Nothing necessarily even fantasy relevant at this point. So we're going to continue on with our conversation. Yeah, and the Saints have 2 picks. I don't understand why they made the move they did. If they weren't planning on a second move to follow that, I think everyone expects them to take a wide receiver or a quarterback.
Wide receiver for sure.
Okay, so you say for sure. I just don't. And look, maybe it's just the fan in me that like has always been disappointed we didn't take somebody, but I feel like they never do. Like when they take a Robert Meacham when I don't think they necessarily need a wide receiver, right? Like that's the last time I remember them taking now they took Michael Thomas in the second round, but first round, Robert Meacham, they didn't really need one that year. And then last year they had Michael Thomas. They knew a lot about his situation by the time we came up to the draft. They didn't take a wide receiver there either. They drafted a defensive lineman and then in the second round, a linebacker. So why do we necessarily think they're going to do something different this year? I don't know. Like, I don't know. And look, maybe they love somebody. Maybe there's somebody they really want. But are we going to like the landing spot in New Orleans? I know Jameis Winston has produced good fantasy receivers before, but are the Saints going to pull the reins off and allow Jameis Winston to be Jameis Winston?
Maybe without Sean Payton. Maybe that was kind of something that the Saints were like kind of okay with him stepping away. But I mean, you mentioned it. You've been forever in the camp that Sean Payton just doesn't like Jameis Winston. And that's perhaps the reason why he stepped down, was because he didn't really agree with where the team was kind of heading. If it was one of those situations, you know? So without Sean Payton, with a new coach and kind of the team pressure from above saying, make Jameis Winston work, it might be a situation where, you know, they just let him throw it 35, 40 times a game. And if that's the case, you know, I don't want to say that we're seeing a Tampa Bay Buccaneers season where like both Godwin and Evans were top 10. One of them was top 5. I don't know if that would happen with Saints with Michael Thomas and their wide receiver too, with a rookie, but it would be, I think, a good landing spot for sure. I think it's better than the Eagles. I think it'd be better than the Chargers. And it would be one of those situations where, you know, I would be really, really fine with one of those wide receivers going there for sure.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting. It just kind of depends. And they have 2 picks there. I actually sort of think they're going to take like an offensive lineman is the one that I feel the most for sure about. And we do have the 7th pick with the Giants taking the offensive tackle, Evan Neal, which puts Atlanta on the clock. And Atlanta is, let's see, Pete Uthar, this is your chance here to be the one that's right on the Falcons taking Malik Willis. We will see. Bold prediction. We already did this one. Sorry, excuse me.
I saw it. I saw who they picked. This is it. This is the time.
I am gonna pretend like I didn't see it. I did, but
dude, did you realize that the New York Giants just picked Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal, who was
which is
arguably
amazing.
the best defensive end and the best offensive tackle in this class?
It's really cool. I think, you know, it's not what I want to see as a Saints fan, but I kind of like a lot of the people that are in the upper management of the Falcons, and I think they've been making some really good with the Atlanta, that's moving on to the Atlanta Falcons, but back to the New York Giants. They are definitely building a team now. I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback, but maybe we'll see something else for the rest of this draft. Bob says, nice job on the thumbnail, Addison.
This thumbnail was John Morefoot. Can't take credit.
Mm-hmm. Skull 30-second timers. That's all I need. Yeah. Peter wants fast drafts for the NFL.
Dude, I think that they should create some sort of thing. Like, you know how like ESPN has like their online fantasy draft kind of dashboard interface? The NFL should kind of have the same thing. It should be like a minute at most. And just rapid fire this thing right through it.
But
30 minutes.
You can't get enough out of the
trading excitement would be more fun for sure.
The trading excitement and also the ad revenue, I feel like, would go down in that scenario. So we can't have that.
Yeah, for sure. Did you get who the Falcons picked yet? Because I've known for the past like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's not on the. It doesn't look like it's gone there. Peter says it's Malik Willis, but he says he's just kidding. It was Burks, really, but no, it wasn't Burks either. I have a feeling Pittsburgh goes wide receiver in round 1 for some reason. I don't see it on my screen that it's happened yet, unless I'm behind. But I definitely would like to go ahead and get on to talking about what just happened because it's the first fantasy relevant thing we've seen. What do you think?
I just got the Bleacher Report thing for it. So,
all right, well, let's go ahead and talk about it. As we do, I'm going to pull your rankings up because your number 2 overall player just went to the Atlanta Falcons. That's Drake London. What do we think? Peter's excited. Kevin's excited. Here we go. Let's talk about it.
Let's go, dude. I mean, how does he not have like 130 targets this year? They might not be good targets, but how does he not have 130 targets?
Officially the first wide receiver off the board too, right? I mean, that is a little bit significant, I think, when you look at this draft class, and not everybody was on the same page that he should be, but he is, and we have to react to that.
Drake London and Kyle Pitts both being like 6'5" monsters of human beings as their 2 outside receivers is kind of unfair.
It is. All right, Drake London, the prospect. We talked about him a little bit, but now that we have landing spot, what does that do for you? Landing spot and, of course, draft capital. Top 10 draft capital.
Yeah, he's my wide receiver 1 in this class. I'm honestly more happy that Drake London didn't go to the New York Jets than he did just went to the Atlanta Falcons. Like that's really what my biggest fear was if London made it to the Jets. They've been like basically telling everybody that they need a wide receiver. They want another wide receiver because they've been in the trade talks with every veteran that was traded or rumored to be traded this offseason. This is like Drake London to me is such a good wide receiver. I don't care that he is like slower-ish. Like people were saying that he was going to run a 4.7. I don't care that he had a lot of contested catches, because people were saying that contested catches means you can't separate and that you're also slow. And, then it was like N'Keal Harry and blah, blah, blah. And I don't care about any of that. Drake London's the wide receiver 1 in this class. And I don't think it's really that close. He's probably still my 1.02. I might bump him down to 1.03 if Walker goes to a good landing spot. But man, I'm really happy.
Great comment here from Tim Shady. Is Drake from State Farm enough insurance for Mariota? Let's talk about what this means for Kyle Pitts, though. Like, help him? I mean, is this one of those things where having somebody take a little bit of pressure off of him, where we actually look back and say, hey, good news for Kyle Pitts and his ability to not be triple teamed when he's out there?
Yeah, that was my biggest fear with Kyle Pitts, because I made that one tweet, like a couple months ago, where I was like, are we kind of concerned about Kyle Pitts because this offense isn't going anywhere, at least from what we had now. And, they have Marcus Mariota at quarterback. He's like the only weapon on that team outside of like Cordell Patterson or whatever. Like he's like the next best weapon. And they don't really have a running game. And so like, how, as a defensive coordinator, are you just not like make them beat us by any means that's not Kyle Pitts? Like it just take him out of the game. Every single game you take Kyle Pitts out. Can't do that now at Drake London though.
Can't do that. Nope.
That is a really big benefit for Kyle Pitts for sure. This will definitely help him out a lot. I'm just hoping that, I did see one of the mocks that I saw, and that the one that I actually used for my landing spots mock draft a couple weeks ago had the Falcons taking Garrett Wilson at the time at number 8. And then they doubled up and with their 2.08 took Sam Howell. So if Steelers don't take Sam Howell, I'm now rooting for him to go to the Falcons.
Gosh, this all of a sudden becomes a pretty attractive landing spot for a quarterback now, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's really interesting to see. Okay, so Drake London with the early lead for he's going to be the wide receiver 1. The only things that could happen here, what about in this scenario that Hesterman talked about, Jameson Williams going to the Chiefs or somebody, whether it's Williams or Bell or Olave, somebody like that. Does that change? Would that vault them up in the number 1 wide receiver?
Nope. We're done.
No?
It's there. Nothing will do it now. This is what we talked about this with Ryan. We talked about this at the beginning where, one of the things that we should learn from the past to not do is to not totally vault players and just like make them ascend rapidly up of our draft boards just because of landing spot. Because that's generally what will happen, right? Like the better players are going to go at the beginning of the NFL draft to teams that are a little bit worse. And then that means that the lower tiered, second or third tier of players go to the better teams, the better landing spots. That just is natural. That's what happens in the NFL draft.
Right.
So yeah, that's something that I think that we should learn. Like, I don't want to say that this is like a Jonathan Taylor situation where like Drake London just needs to be everybody's wide receiver 1 and we call it there. But it would be that kind of ish situation if somebody like Olave or Jameson Williams, in my opinion, were to go to like the Chiefs or the Packers and everybody vaults them over Drake London.
Gotcha. Very
I'm
good.
totally fine with them doing that because that means I get Drake London cheaper. But
yeah. Well, we have our first fantasy relevant player taken. We got some reaction we'll get to here in just a second. Before we get to that, you can get a subscription, a 1-year dynastyleaguefootball.com subscription by giving us your prediction for where Malik Willis will go in the draft. You were the first one right there in the live chat to say where he goes, and you predicted accurately. We've had Pittsburgh, we've had Atlanta, we've had Carolina as guesses. Those are the only ones so far. You still have time to get it in there if you want that subscription. So go ahead and do that. Pete Uthar says, I really like London. Is it okay to take him while having Pitts? I hate doing that. What do you think?
Take him. The rookie draft is all about drafting the best player.
Bingo.
If you don't want Drake London in season, you still have 3-4 months to figure that out and move him. Or just hold him, because then if he does pop, then you want Drake London. Or you could trade him for a lot, Like I'm not really concerned about that with rookies and with wide receivers and such. So just if he's the best player available to you on your board, just take him.
The 9th pick is in. It is the Seattle Seahawks taking Charles Cross, another offensive tackle, another lineman there. So Seahawks continuing to build And these are quarterback needy teams passing on quarterbacks, which, again, I'll just continue to say, this is about the point where I start getting nervous if any of these quarterbacks are going to be relevant, because we've already had our questions and now the NFL is questioning them as well.
Yeah, this isn't good. This is not good. And speaking of quarterbacks, we seem to have the man, the myth, the legend joining us here in just a second to really talk about quarterbacks. But this is, yeah. What the other thing, like literally, like I just said, is that there are better landing spots at the back end of the draft, right? Now, for quarterbacks, that might not be great because that means that the teams that are better have a quarterback. But you know, if we see a team, you know, like Pittsburgh or like New Orleans or like Tennessee or maybe Tampa Bay as like they just need a guy, they need a guy next year after Tom Brady's done, that could save things a little bit. Because then otherwise we're looking at all these quarterbacks being early second rounders to the teams that all passed on them at the beginning that still need quarterbacks, which is a whole different conversation. So that's going to be fun.
Well, let's have that conversation about some of these quarterbacks, and let's conclude our guy here who's hanging out in the boom boom room. Let's bring him into the live stream, Mr. John Hogue.
What's up, boys?
What's up, Flex dude?
Remember that? That was we modeled that off of Sierra, who now is the Queen of Denver. So yeah. And the Seattle Seahawks just made our Denver Broncos pick. Did not take a quarterback because they're not worth taking in this draft class, kind of. And yeah, everything just kind of comes full circle. It's just the circle of life.
That's what I was just saying to Addison. You know, I think we're now getting to the point the Jets are up. I don't expect, unless the Jets trade back, I don't expect them to take a quarterback here. So we're going to have a top 10 that doesn't include a quarterback.
Yeah.
As our quarterback like strategy expert here, John, what do you think? Like, does this tell you what we were thinking all along? That this quarterback class sucks and we don't want to take them in our super flex leagues?
Like, it feels like such like clunky, unrefined analysis, but that's exactly how I've been describing this class, Cal, for so long now. It just, even Malik Willis, like I just got done on another feed telling Brian Haar, a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, who's hoping that they somehow end up with Malik Willis. That
no,
if you don't, you're gonna.
I need to fight Brian.
Yeah, you did. Talk some sense into him, because that is not a good pick for them to make. He's fool's gold, and I actually kind of compared it a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you guys seen. Well, I know Addison doesn't watch movies. Cal, have you seen Hall Pass?
Yeah. Yes, I have. That's been a while.
Right.
But yeah, that is.
So there's a scene. I don't know if you remember this. They're in the club, and you know, one of the guys is checking out this really hot blonde girl who's there with a bunch of her friends, and they have that one old dude who who knows everything about everything, and he's like, "No, it's an illusion. Watch this," and like holds up his hands, so all you see is the blonde girl. You can't see her friends. And all of a sudden, she's got a unibrow. She's all ugly and stuff. And then he pulls his hands apart, and you can see all the friends, and the blonde one in the middle is hot again. And he just keeps doing that. And to me, that's Malik Willis. Like, if you hold up your hand, so all you see is Malik Willis, it's really not that attractive. If you pull your hands apart and you see the entire class of quarterbacks, all of a sudden Malik Willis looks awesome.
Right. We do have the Jets pick here. It looks like Goodell is at the podium saying it. It is Garrett Wilson from Ohio State. He is the 10th pick of the draft. He is going to the New York Jets. We like the fact that he's got top 10 draft capital here. Addison, do we like the fact that he is going to be a New York Jet?
Not particularly. I like it more because it's not Drake London. This is really, it all boils down to, what do you believe Zach Wilson actually is? You know, like, can he take that next step? He's not going to have like a Joe Burrow level step now that he has Elijah Moore and Garrett Wilson. You know, that's not really going to happen, but Can he be adequate enough to support both of these guys in a way that makes sense for both of their ADPs, right? Garrett Wilson's probably going to be a top 5 rookie pick. Elijah Moore is a mid wide receiver 2. I think he was wide receiver 16 in April ADP. So does one of them get hurt more than the other? Is it Garrett Wilson? Is it Elijah Moore? Are they both killed because Zach Wilson actually isn't good? These are kind of questions that we're going to have to ask ourselves over the next couple of months to really figure out. And yeah, it's just going to be really interesting. Elijah Moore was actually on the trade show that dropped this morning that Russ and I talked about as a player that you might want to try to sell before tonight, just to see what you could get if somebody actually wants to overpay a little bit for him. Because we discussed a couple of trades where you could sell like Elijah Moore for like the 103 kind of thing. Like I would have totally done that before tonight, but I don't know with this Garrett Wilson pick, if that's the kind of value that you can get anymore. So it might've been a little late for you guys if you have Elijah Moore and you didn't watch that video.
John, I want to ask you about Wilson here for sure, but I actually want to switch this up a little bit and ask you the question a little bit of a different way. Now that we got Wilson, he's going to have Elijah Moore. Like, what does this do for Zach Wilson now that he's got an extra weapon here? Did you already have him over everybody in this class?
I did, yeah. So both Wilsons. I had Garrett Wilson as my wide receiver 1 in the class, and Zach Wilson I literally have ranked ahead of Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, only behind Trevor Lawrence at this point. And man, like even that was a tough one. I love Zach Wilson this year, and it was definitely predicated on the idea that they get an alpha wide receiver here in the first round of the draft with, they've got 2-3 picks, whatever. So it was, bound to happen. And I mean, we saw it kind of towards the end of the season. We saw all of it just kind of start to click for Zach Wilson, and started using his legs a lot more, which was a big feature coming into the league. The ability to move and the ability to make throws off platform. Well, now if people have to, defenses have to worry about him taking off and running, all of a sudden that ability to throw off platform just becomes so dangerous. And now you give him a weapon and, one of the best weapons available. And yeah, it's just all arrows pointing up right now.
We have some excitement going on right now as the Saints have traded up to the number 11 spot with the Washington Commanders. And I'll be curious to see what the details are of this trade. We have not seen a quarterback go yet. The Saints need a quarterback.
I was going to say, Cal, what are they doing here?
Or do they start seeing these wide receivers go off the board, and are they looking at somebody that they have their eyes on? Or is this going to be like a cornerback or something? I don't know. There's no telling with the Saints. I just hope they didn't give up both of their first round picks for whoever this is. Very interesting. I want to see the details of this trade. If anybody has that and you can put that on, that would be great. If you are now just joining us because you love John, Superflex Dude, and you're joining us to make sure you hear everything that he has to say, we're having a contest right now. You can win a 2022 full year DLF premium subscription by accurately predicting where Malik Willis is going. Ryan guessed the Saints. We'll see if that ends up being accurate here.
I found the trade.
Pete, okay, yeah, go ahead.
It was 16 and then a 3rd and 4th rounder.
Oh, good. So they still have 2 first round picks. Okay. So they're moving up from 16 to 11.
That's a pretty good trade based on, depending on what they do with it.
I haven't
seen. I
guess
don't see
the Twitter leakers haven't said anything yet. So I am curious. John, I'm curious on your NFL knowledge here. I don't know.
Limited.
How difficult. Do you know the last NFL draft to not have a quarterback go top 10?
What year was that? EJ Manuel, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep.
Was that 2013?
It was.
Nice. Yeah. That I feel like this is a very similar draft class. I really do. I mean, I think Malik Willis is overall more talented than EJ Manuel, but
he was the only quarterback drafted in the first round that year too. And he was 16 overall. We had others where only one quarterback was drafted in like the top 5, and then really nobody else. Like that was like Carson. That's what happened with not Carson Wentz. Sorry. Where was it? I was just literally just looking at it. 2014. You had Blake Bortles, and then Manziel and Bridgewater were in the 20s and 30s. So you had other years like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, this was feeling a little bit like the Kyler Murray year, where it was just, man, where are all the fantasy relevant players? But this is even worse. At least we had Kyler that year, and we still got Daniel Jones in the top 10. And
is this the NFL getting smarter? Because I feel like 5 years ago, 3 of these guys would have been top 10.
Yeah, that's probably true. We might be at a little bit of a saturation point at quarterback, which is good. Where a lot of teams feel pretty good about where they're at with quarter. New Orleans could definitely go Malik Willis here, but they're also fine for at least a year with Jameis Winston. Atlanta could have gone quarterback just a couple picks ago, but for them, Marcus Mariota is kind of perfect for their purposes for 1 year. And then, I mean, you're not going to be much better than you were in 2021. So, you might as well just kind of punt 2022 and then get some of the real quarterbacks coming in, because it's going to be right back to where we've been the last few years, where it's, 4 or 5 deep, and every single one of them is going to be a better quarterback than Malik Willis.
Man, so who would be your number 1 QB in this class then, John?
In this class? It's still Willis, but I just, relative to the rest of this quarterback class, like I say, he looks great, but I think as soon as these guys are on teams and you shuffle them into the player pool and start actually lining them up against NFL veterans, I mean, to me, he's quarterback 20, and it's without knowing landing spot. But I've got him below. Like I would rather have Mac Jones, even with just basically no upside. I still feel better about Mac Jones because of just the floor that you get.
I think the other question, John, would be, where do these guys slot in Superflex rookie drafts?
Yeah, that's been a really tough one for me too, because I'm not a fan of taking wide receivers in the rookie draft.
You're going to have to.
I know you have to. So, I mean, Breece Hall has been a pretty easy number 1 for me.
Yeah.
Sorry,
keep going. No, keep going.
What happened?
The Lions are on the clock. They traded up from 32 to 12.
Oh, wow.
That's
Nice.
a quarterback. This is a quarterback.
Yeah, here comes the first quarterback.
I saw the Saints pick, by the way.
What is it? What'd they do?
I have not seen the Saints pick. It looks like they're actually up on stage right now. Go ahead and give it to us, Addison. Tell me. I need to know.
Yeah.
Wide receiver Chris Olave.
Oh, interesting.
They saw wide receivers going and they wanted in.
Interesting. They go back to the Ohio State well there as Michael Thomas, and they've taken Marshawn Lattimore was they like Ohio State products for sure. Interesting. Go to Olave there with Jameis Winston. We've got landing spots now for a couple of them. Let's go ahead. Can we pull back up your rankings here? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. This might be a better one. Yeah. So we've got landing spots now for Drake London, for Garrett Wilson, for Chris Olave. We do not have landing spots yet for Treylon Burks, who now at least is the wide receiver 4 in this class in terms of the NFL draft, which is an interesting development. And nothing for Jamison Williams. Are you changing or adjusting anything right now based on the landing spots so far?
No, nope. No,
Everybody's still in the same spots.
That's basically it. Yeah. Like Olave to the Saints, I really like. I kind of was predicting that he might be there for them with one of their 2 picks, just ordinarily. But they didn't want to take that chance. Garrett Wilson is good where he is to me. And Drake London, obviously the wide receiver 1. And if you think otherwise, then you're just wrong. But this is it. I really like my rankings right now. Honestly, the only thing that I could see really moving as we continue on through the draft process, not so much as players kind of jump one or the other, but it's Isaiah Spiller really falling in favor of Garrett Wilson, in favor of Chris Olave, guys like that.
Very interesting, and we'll be coming back to that a little bit. Henry called it to be Olave. There was a lot of rumors on the Saints message boards and Saints Twitter that Olave would be the pick. So I don't know. I guess I like it. I mean, ultimately, I guess I know he was there was some controversy about him as a prospect. Some people weren't as high on it. And I love the reaction right there.
What is
that a Lions? Is that the Lions?
This was the Lions pick. Yes, I just saw it.
Okay.
So did you see what they traded up to get? So they traded they came from 32 up to 12. So they traded 32 and 34 and 66 for 12 and 46. So they're still in the second round. They're now in that mid-second round.
So if you're giving up that much, this better be a quarterback.
Is it not a quarterback?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but let's see. Eric says Chris Olave is the wide receiver 1. I just don't think the Saints trust Winston enough to open it up. They didn't last year, and look, based on what you're saying, maybe they do. Maybe with Sean Payton gone, maybe they open it up a little bit more and they let Winston be Winston. And if they do, I think it's going to be good things for fantasy. As a Saints fan, I don't know that I trust that, but we will see. It would be fun for Olave, no doubt. Let's see. Caleb with a prediction here. You can win a subscription by getting that correctly, unless that was... I actually have no idea who they picked. I know you guys probably do.
I don't yet.
Henry points out back-to-back Buckeyes. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Wilson and Olave.
This has been really exciting. Even though no quarterbacks have gone, this has been a good draft so far. And we're still not even at like the Packers and the Chiefs and like the meat of this, where this draft could go. But man, this is going to be fun.
I just saw Michael Thomas is fired up about Chris Olave being in the wide receiver room there. Already put out a tweet, so that's good to hear. So yeah, we've got a lot of exciting things going on right now. I can't wait for this Lions pick to go ahead and come up. Who do we have next after them? We got Houston, we got Baltimore, we got Philly, and then Washington coming up with that Saints pick. So what happens if a quarterback falls all the way out of these top 15?
Yeah, it honestly is, that's a good thing for fantasy players, because like it really just kind of puts their actual value in perspective. It kind of eliminates this fantasy, for lack of a better term, that Malik Willis is going to be a real difference maker. I mean, he's going to be a starter in Superflex. You got to have him on roster. He's going to give you some week winning games here and there, but he's not one of the set it and forget it guys. He's not a top tier type of guy. And I think that just kind of, like I said, really puts things in perspective for fantasy managers who are, going into a rookie draft and saying, I need a quarterback, but maybe this isn't the year to do it. The NFL didn't believe in these guys. Why should I?
There is now a third trade in a row where the Eagles have now traded up to pick number 13.
Whoa.
Lions Vikings trade is official, it looks like, and we're about to find out who that is. I just saw who it is. So things are getting really exciting for fantasy purposes right now. The Eagles trading up, which means they must see that there is a run on a certain position maybe going right here that we need to pay attention to. So we don't quite have the pick yet, but he's coming out right now. He's going to say it. So let's go ahead and tell everybody. It's Jameson Williams. He is going to be the pick here. That's the third wide receiver in a row. The fourth one taken on the night here in the top 12 picks. I don't know if that's a record or not, but feels like it should be. Man, Jameson Williams, not Addison's favorite guy. He goes to Detroit. Lots to react to right here, right? I mean, does this do something for the people who thought Amon St. Brown was overrated? And hey, the Lions are definitely going to be bringing in a wide receiver. What do you think?
Amon St. Brown was also on the trade show from last week of players that you should sell before the NFL draft. We had a debate about it, about whether or not his value would actually go down enough, because it seems like everybody just believed that the Lions were going to take a wide receiver anyway. So that was kind of baked into his value. But this is kind of significant, though. I feel like, they made a big move up to go get Jameson Williams. And while I don't necessarily agree that Jameson Williams is the guy that everybody else thinks that he is, you can't really ignore that massive of a trade up to number 12 for Jameson Williams. I do think that Jameson Williams, and this is super short-sighted, but Jameson Williams does not fit with Jared Goff at all. I remember I saw a tweet saying that Jared Goff had 13 completed passes over 20 yards last year or something like that, which was DJ Chark's number in his breakout 2019 season, 2020 season, whatever that was for DJ Chark. So if that's how bad Jared Goff is with completing passes over 20 yards, which is also kind of Jameson Williams's reason for being a wide receiver. But
and Detroit took who? I mean, they took a defensive lineman first, right?
They took Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's right. So, but all of a sudden, look at the weapons in this offense. I mean, they don't have the quarterback yet, obviously, but I mean, when you look at DeAndre Swift and TJ Hawkinson and Amon-Ra and now Jameson Williams, this becomes a pretty interesting offense all of a sudden for whatever quarterback they end up with, be it next year or if they make a trade. I don't know what will happen here, but very interesting time in Detroit for the weapons there. John, your reaction to seeing Jameson Williams here go to Detroit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with Addison, not a don't love the prospect. I do think that you mentioned the offense that they're kind of putting together here. It's also very complementary type of pieces. Jameson Williams is definitely kind of a perimeter type of guy. It's surprising that we still haven't seen Treylon Burks. That was the guy that everybody was so ready for fantasy purposes. And a big thing for me, why I had him behind Garrett Wilson was, I mean, again, just like the quarterbacks, the NFL tells you what they think of these guys, and that should be compelling to us. Treylon Burks was never a very high priority for NFL franchises, so I don't think he necessarily should be for us. But he wouldn't have fit in Detroit nearly as well as Jameson Williams does. All of a sudden, you've got a bunch of guys who kind of play close to the line of scrimmage. You're trying to get the ball in their hands and let them work, as opposed to now you've got a guy who can separate a little bit farther down the field and kind of spread things out for you. So yeah, I mean, it's a very good fit scheme wise. You still got to wonder at what point does quarterback become a priority? But again, this isn't the year to prioritize them anyways. So I'm fine with that.
It seems like, I always say this, when I'm talking football with my friends, right? It always seems like teams should prioritize building a team first and then insert quarterback last. Too often we see teams just go straight to quarterback. And that's a big reason why a lot of quarterbacks could fail, is because they don't have a lot of support around them. you know, and that's why we don't see quarterbacks get a second contract because they don't have anything. So, you know, kind of creating an offense, you know, kind of like, I don't think the Chargers purposely did that, but like Justin Herbert walking into the Chargers offense was such a fantastic opportunity, you know, for him. And, you know, you could probably say that about a lot of different, like, I think Patrick Mahomes was kind of similar as well, you know, coming in and just being the quarterback with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, and just a fantastic situation. So I'm wondering if the Lions are trying to do that and then do their insert quarterback at the end, and go that way.
Yeah. The problem is it feels like they're kind of a lot of teams doing that right now. Atlanta definitely is kind of in that boat. It kind of seems like Seattle might be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like
it's the year that you kind of have to do that, though, like you said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not this isn't the time to get your franchise quarterback, but it's going to make things really interesting, because even though next year's going to be a better quarterback class, it's still a very finite resource, you know? So it's going to be this race to the bottom between, you know, a handful of. Houston will probably be in that mix. Tampa Bay could be there by then. Like, all these teams trying to get into position to get, you know, one of the 3 or 4 quarterbacks who can actually be a franchise type guy next year.
Mm-hmm. I think I see the Eagles pick. I don't know if it's coming up yet or not, but if this is true, it is not a wide receiver, which is interesting.
Oh, weird. I was hoping for 3 straight years of first round wide receivers for the Eagles.
In other Philadelphia news, the Philadelphia 76ers beat the Raptors, so they're advancing. Let's go. Yeah, no, that was weird. I kind of, when I saw the run going and then I saw the Eagles moving up, I assumed it would have been for a wide receiver. And
yeah,
I mean, I don't know how spoiler this is, but it was not a wide receiver. And my assumption was it was Treylon Burks, that they were seeing value on Treylon Burks as the 5th wide receiver off the board. They just had to move up a couple spots to get him, like they did with Devonta Smith last year. Not the case. So, interesting. They still have another pick though, right? They still have like 19 or whatever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they do.
Maybe they'll still take a wide receiver and they just really like this guy that they drafted.
They might, or, you know, we could have another little run here, right? I mean, this is this is interesting. Okay, Henry says he keeps muting this because he doesn't want spoilers. We haven't said who the pick is yet, so just, I guess, not a wide receiver. So we'll stay away from that at this point, Henry. It's me, Yeppers. What if Baltimore picks a running back? That could be an interesting thing here.
Would not be surprised.
Yeah. Dobbins is definitely generating a lot of concern right now from a lot of people. Do you guys share that concern for him?
Yes.
A little bit. The big thing for me is just kind of the general timeline for a running back coming off of an ACL. You know, the second year is you know, they're on the field, but they deal with a lot of compensatory injuries. And so I'm just kind of expecting that for Dobbins as well. You know, it like, this isn't the year to go after Dobbins. Let him have that down year. That's part of his recovery, part of his rehab. And then next year is when it really takes off. And then, you know, we'll talk about scheme fit and everything when the time comes.
I want to bring in now, we've got another guest here to join us. We've got Mr. Peter Howard at PA Howdy. How's it going, Peter?
What up? Pretty good. Yourself?
Pretty good.
Someone told me John was here, and I was like, I gotta go tear John apart. John's live, gotta do it.
Man, it was so nice being able to just like they're all treating me like I'm an expert, like I know what I'm talking about.
John,
it was feeling so good.
So what does everyone?
We got to level it out here. No, yep. Peter, you just said Amon St. Brown. Now you get to trade for him for less. Are you still? Are you not worried about Jameson Williams there at all?
I have come to think, no. I mean, am I sad that the team has more good players? No. I think that's generally a good thing for other players on the team. That's where I'm at. Like, if the team's better, that's better for everyone. Like, if everyone was Kansas City, we'd like that, right?
That's true. Yeah.
If everybody had Patrick Mahomes, I think we would like that.
I think that's the kind of thing where there's definitely truth to it, right? You can only have so many great or wide receiver ones on a team. You can have one, exactly. But the wide receiver two can often be useful. And I think mostly that's a narrative we use to explain disappointing players after the fact. Before the fact, no idea. I think AJ Brown helped Corey Davis out. To be honest, I think he sustained him a little bit and actually saw an actual improvement in his game. Did Corey Davis become anything? Not really, but it wasn't terrible for him, right? You know?
Eventually he had a year there.
So, no, I mean, they both play. I think it's actually striking that both play very differently based on what he was doing in college versus what Amon-Ra St. Brown was doing in college and then in the NFL. They both complement each other, if anything. So if we like one wide receiver, we should probably still like the other one too. That's where I'm at. But, you know, it happened 4 seconds ago. So, you know, probably a little longer than that. But you get my general
we've already got it.
Numbers on my thing. There. Numbers on my thing, guys. I don't keep close track.
Also, let the record show that the great PA Howdy just said the exact same thing that I said, but 5 minutes later. Like while
let's not ignore the quality of the way it was said, though, John. I think that's what you're missing.
You always have me there, unfortunately.
Peter, I'm so glad you joined us when you did, because this is something I've heard you talk about that I want you to elaborate a little bit on, because we're now at pick 13 that just came up. The Eagles selected Jordan Davis, defensive tackle. We don't care for fantasy. We've got 2 picks left, 14 and 15 here, and you've noticed a difference in quarterbacks if they get taken in the top 15 versus if they don't. What is your research shown here on if we don't get a quarterback in the next couple of picks? What are we thinking about him?
I don't know if I found it. It's just pretty well known. Like if you just look back at the history of the draft, like draft pick matters drastically for quarterbacks. A hit rate for quarterbacks should really be done within ranges of picks within the first round. So yeah, this is already only the second draft class, and I think you guys mentioned this earlier too, because I was in the live chat, since 2000, where a quarterback hasn't been selected in the top 12. So it is what it is. They are who we thought they were. Like John said about 5 minutes ago, did you say? Malik Willis
That's right.
The best looking ugly duckling, you know, and he can run, and that's what we like about Trey Lance. So why not? I guess. But that's
like he said that better too. I had this long
I'm
analogy
not here.
for it.
DLF doesn't have me for my looks. Okay, let's face it, John. That's why you're here. Sit there, look pretty. Jesus. No, I mean,
I'm trying my best, but
actually, it's one of the things. I mean, I know we're just talking rookies tonight, really, but it's one of the things that make me feel unsafe with Trey Lance. Like what we like about him is what we like about Malik Willis, and I think we're accurate on Malik Willis. There's hope. He can run. He's probably, we hope, going to get top 30 draft capital, please. But that's basically what we know about Trey Lance, you know. And yet we have him in the top 12 unquestioned.
Top 3.
Yeah.
Top 3, yeah. Dang. And the upside set.
Yeah, that's an interesting comp, Trey Lance, with him. Obviously, Jalen Hurts is one of the ones that we think about a lot in terms of, not as much, with the throwing part. Yeah, that's not important for a quarterback, though, right? No, they just need to run. They just need to run. Let's see.
A little bit, at least. Sorry, just rookies. I was going to talk about Mac Jones for a second, but forget it. Just forget it. I suppose.
Now, Eric saying possible rookie picks are decreasing in value because of the landing spots so far. I haven't seen anything with the landing spot that I think has decreased anyone's value. Have any of you seen that?
I think London's draft picks made it pretty certain I won't have any Drake London.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Peter. There's always hope. There's always hope.
No, in the way that like no, that's the thing though. I think he'll be drafted as a wide receiver 1 in the majority dress, and I can't make a great argument against it. I think he's in a tier of players in this class, and I'm not paying more for a similar likelihood of success player. That's why. If I really, really liked him, I'd trade up and get him, is what I'm saying. I don't think it's misvalued. I just don't think I'm going to pay extra for, I think, a similar type of likelihood. That's what this class is. It's a big tier 2.
It also feels
Oh,
like
come on, guys. Don't let me crush your spirits this early. I mean, fight back a little bit. Come on. It's a draft. We need energy.
Wah, wah. But no, I agree. I agree on Drake London, and it feels a little bit like this is also, that developmental year for Drake London that we used to just kind of accept from wide receivers, that first year was going to be, a little bit of a roller coaster, and in the last few years, it's we've kind of mashed the gas a little bit and said, I expect my wide receiver to hit right away in year 1. Or else I'm calling him a face plant or whatever, So I think Drake London he's just not really in a position to hit to the extent that we're hoping for in year 1. And, I think that should be okay, but I think a lot of people are going to be pretty disappointed with their draft pick.
Wait a second.
Sorry, I was looking for a dress release since the moment you mentioned it. I know Addison's going to say something interesting, and this is answering your question 5 minutes ago. But yeah, outside the top 12 picks, the hit rate drops from like 38% at quarterback to straight to 8%. It's really bad after the 12th pick,
man.
Depending on which year range you're looking at. And like in the top 5, it's 50%. So,
Don't they short?
Oh, sorry. There's way bigger news coming in right now that I'm so excited for.
Okay, so on screen here, let's just go ahead. So Baltimore pick 14. Kyle Hamilton is who they select here. So not a quarterback, not a wide receiver. They take a safety. I don't know what Addison is reacting to. I guess everybody needs to go search that who is. We know a lot of people who are watching this are not interested in the spoilers. So we just know
this is a trade.
I think he's faking. Like Addison's just making a big show so we all get excited and just hoping it pays off. That's what I think.
How excited would you be for Rashad Bateman if Marquise Brown was no longer on the Ravens?
Oh my God. What?
Yeah, that is a big one, man.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Do we have details on the trade yet, or we just know the
No, it's just everybody's Rappaport and Field Yates and everybody's just saying that the Ravens have traded Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
I know.
Hopkins.
I think that is to what John was just saying. Like Rashad Bateman had a good rookie season. Like we don't need to give him a 0 year. He had like a decent rookie season. That's what that looks like. So I'm not like I wasn't disappointed already. So.
Okay.
Like I don't think Marcus Brown was holding him back.
What?
It doesn't hurt, I guess. And that so we go to the Cardinals. What does this do, Peter? Your guy, Rondale Moore. What do you think?
I haven't heard what's happened yet. Something about Bateman?
Well, no, Marquise Brown going to the Cardinals.
It makes some sort of sense, especially if they're more concerned with Hopkins coming back as an older wide receiver where he was limited last year. Christian Kirk's already gone. I was taking some cheap shots on Rondale Moore. He did have a disappointing rookie season. But, yeah, I love Marcus Brown, so I don't think that's a bad thing for either the team or for him. I still have some distant hope for Rondale Moore. But it makes me worry. Actually, am I just weird? Like, it's weird that I'm not going to be more excited by Rondale Moore because the team wants a different wide receiver. Like, that's worrying to me. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like, the team isn't happy with their young talent. That's worrying.
Possibly.
And I love Rondale Moore.
I'm just waiting for the next domino, which would be Hopkins to the Cleveland Browns.
The Cardinals traded their first-round pick to the Ravens for Hollywood and 100. What is that? Is that like a compensatory third? Something like that?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. So is this the most exciting pick 11 through 14 we've ever had in a draft? That we get the Marquise Brown news, we get the wide receiver run. There's a lot of great things going on here. Yeah, P2 Thar is excited about Bateman. Looks like Joe says they're trading him for Arizona's 23rd pick. So Baltimore looking to get back up in the first round here and take somebody else. So really interesting to see what's going to happen there. Blake says Bateman to the moon. Are you guys moving him up? I mean, are we?
No, I think I was higher before the draft last year, and everyone went higher than me. And then every week, everyone was like, "Bateman's going to do something great," and then he did, but it wasn't Calvin Johnson-esque, so everyone got disappointed. And it felt like this offseason we've been disappointed by them all last season because we expected so much. And if you're going to ramp up the excitement again, you're all going to get disappointed again. Like, he's been good. He's going to be good. Stop expecting the team having less good players to make him better. Like, that's not a thing. Like, why is that a thing? The silence is deafening over here. Like, that's concerning to me.
The Texans have taken a guard, Kenyon Green. We officially have no quarterback taken in the top 15 picks at all. Takes the hit rate all the way down to 8%, as Peter has just informed us. And you are the quarterback guy. So I'm asking you, at what point are you willing to pull the trigger on a quarterback in a super flex 12-team draft?
I mean, I think that you still, at this point, you still have to consider one probably third overall and maybe even second.
You're not taking him 101, definitely though, right?
At this
it's
point,
normally auto, but
and it's still, it's less about the quarterbacks and it's more, well, I mean, the quarterbacks are horrible and that's the impetus for all of this, but like it's more about Breece Hall and, you know, kind of the difference between him and the rest of the running backs. So the only thing that would change that is just a horrific landing spot for Breece Hall. But beyond that, I mean, Kenneth Walker is still going to be a consideration for me as long as he gets, you know, decent draft capital and a good enough landing spot. And then, you know, before I break the seal on wide receivers, then I'll consider quarterbacks. But man, like seriously, Malik Willis needs to get drafted sometime here pretty soon for him to still be in that conversation, I think.
I just saw
at
who
this
Washington
point I want him to
picked.
get drafted so someone else has to draft him and push someone else down the board. Like that's
yeah.
I need him to get draft capital to help someone else fall.
Doesn't it also shorten the leash for a quarterback, like the number of games that they're given in order to hit? I don't remember where I heard that, but
no, I think that makes sense based on some other stuff that I've looked at. Like it's probably contextual. It's what the general manager and the coach are typically prone to do and how excited they are. But yeah, probably like Josh Rosen, he feels like someone who got a much shorter leash than anyone else.
Right.
Probably because he was drafted a little later.
Yeah.
I want to get to this really good question here from Blake about Treylon Burks. Now, a lot of people are very high on him. Addison, I know I've heard you talk a lot about Treylon Burks and being a little torn as to what you think about him, right? I mean, you've got him at number 4, but a couple times I've heard you talk about him as if it almost seemed like you maybe wanted to go a little bit lower. What do you think? I mean, now that we're out of the top 15, he hasn't gone yet. What do you think?
No, I don't really think it matters all that much because we're at the point now where Burks is going to be the best wide receiver. I mean, he already is the best rookie wide receiver available right now. As we're seeing this wide receiver run go for a team like Green Bay or Kansas City to go up and get him. So if either one of those teams take him, that's not, I mean, I'm all for David Bell as well too, but yeah,
I keep forgetting I'm on your stream, which is all professional and shit. I'm usually just used to being an ass. Sorry, carry on.
But no, yeah, if Burks lands in Green Bay or Kansas City, it's really not going to matter. He's still going to be the wide receiver 2 in everybody's minds. So
I know
that would be a good landing spot.
Wasn't Garrett Wilson like the wide receiver 1 for the first few weeks of the offseason? It felt like when we started ranking Wookiees, it was Wookiees or rookies, whichever way you want to go with it.
We should rank Wookiees. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so. I'm taking
He's Breece Hall. He's 101.
Damn right. No, I think this first round just confirms even more that like I thought if Treylon Burks was drafted in this group like right here, I could make a case for him being a slight different contender above the. But this is just one big, really cool, good. We have a lot of hope tier 2. Like wide receiver rank start at wide receiver 2 this week. Words, and I'm okay with that. Like it's cool. Take your favorite. I like that. I like that about a draft class. Just take your guy. It's cool. Go for it.
John Bosch is here for the Marquise Brown trade reaction from Peter.
It was disappointing, Bosch. Sorry.
It was mostly disappointing. Yeah. I need time. I need things to settle in. Like I don't know. Yeah. I still like Marcus Brown more than anyone. So if everyone gets really excited, I will amp up the excitement just to stay above them. That's it. That's the rule. Hollywood.
Do we have an idea for good landing spots for Hall and Walker besides Buffalo? And I even question if that's a great landing spot. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not convinced that's a great landing spot, but
Seattle, right? Seattle's the other pretty clear.
Seattle's a decent one. Tampa Bay could be a good one.
Oh, Addison hates Tampa Bay.
I know. Every time a running back goes there, he dies. Like he's just dead. Unless he's Leonard Fournette. Like you have to prove yourself somewhere else before you go to Tampa. That's what I think.
So every running back other than the good ones.
Which one?
I was gonna say they had a good one and they just let him. They didn't do it with anything with him.
If Burks if Hall goes to Tampa, Addison.
Oh wait,
Arizona would be a good one.
What is this?
Someone needs to take Addison's phone from him. Like you got to be on the same page as the rest of them.
Adam Schefter,
you know what I mean?
Adam Schefter. This is bigger than Marquise Brown. What is happening?
Nothing's bigger than Marquise Brown.
The Tennessee Titans are planning to trade AJ Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles.
What? What is happening?
Okay, let's rewind here.
I know.
It says planning to trade, so that would be a big trade, but it says planning to. Do we think that's definitely happening here, or is this?
Yeah, wake me up when something happens on that one.
Right. Let's react to something, though, that didn't happen, actually, real quick. Deebo Samuel did not get traded, obviously, to the Jets for the number 10 overall pick, so that gets pushed back a little bit, right?
The only wide receiver who can't be traded. Apparently, the only untouchable wide receiver in the entire league is the one who's like half of a running back
and wants out.
Hey, can we talk about the Washington pick real quick? Because I think that was in officially.
It did just happen. Yeah. Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver, number 5 now, going off the board. Interesting. Going to Washington. He's a commander now. Are you excited? I can't tell what that reaction is.
I just like that Jahan Dotson was taken in the top 15. I'm all here
ahead of Treylon Burks.
Yeah, I'm here for it. If they wanted another Terry McLaurin, that's basically what Jahan Dotson is. I love it.
Oh, could that spell a Terry McLaurin trade?
At this point, apparently the Titans are trading AJ Brown to the Eagles for 18th overall and a 3rd round pick.
Oh my goodness. AJ Brown is going to the Eagles. If that seriously, is this the craziest stretch we've had?
Yes. This is just
This is unbelievable.
And the craziest 2-month stretch in NFL history too. Just seriously, no wide receiver is safe. They'll trade anyone and everyone.
The Chargers are now.
Listen, I'm not playing Dynasty anymore. I'm just going to play redraft. I can't handle this. Nobody's safe anymore. At this point, I'm expecting Jamar Chase to get traded for 2 firsts.
The Chargers are now, their selection is in the 17th pick. They've taken an offensive lineman, Zion Johnson, which is great news for anybody there in Los Angeles. Justin Herbert, like that, no doubt. AJ Brown is now an Eagle and looks pretty official because now Tennessee is on the clock here at pick number 18. So yeah, AJ Brown to the Eagles.
Do they have to take a wide receiver, right?
or a quarterback.
Are they taking
that was-
Treylon Burks? They're hitting the reset button on AJ Brown with the player that he was most comped to all draft season, just so they could save money. They don't want to pay AJ Brown, so they get Treylon Burks.
What's the trade?
18 and a third.
18 and a third. Wow.
Man.
Lots of dominoes falling. Peter, you've had 13 seconds to figure out what to say here. What do you got? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, that's why.
So you've probably been
No,
talking.
I've been talking
We
this
couldn't
whole
hear you.
time. I was
We
like, this is
couldn't hear
weird.
you.
They're ignoring me more than usual. This isn't uncalled for. Did it actually happen yet?
Yeah, it does.
Nope.
So now
Tennessee's on the
Titans are
clock.
On the clock, yeah.
I was gonna ask if Julio's contract's still good, actually, but I think they're concerned about AJ Brown's injuries, just like the rest of us. But I easily think that's a terrible trade for them. But no, the Eagles have a habit of making terrible decisions just when on the precipice of being good. But so do the Tennessee Titans, so it's difficult. Yeah, I'm probably a little lower on AJ Brown, and I already was on. It turns out, according to our consensus ranks, so that's sad. They're probably more concerned with his injuries than we knew, and that's probably the signal I'd take away from that. And I'm waiting for the draft pick to have any other reaction.
And we also now, is Robert Woods the wide receiver 1 in Tennessee? Is that
Let's go.
is that a thing?
No,
Yes, it is.
pretty sure it's Julio. You gonna throw that out?
Julio's a free agent.
That's why I was
Eric
asking,
says-
and no one said nothing.
Yeah.
So I
Eric
just-
says Treylon is the wide receiver 1 if he lands in Tennessee.
Yes.
Wide receiver 1? Is he going to jump
No, he's
Drake
not.
London? I don't think so. Not for me.
Yeah, I don't think that, especially since Tennessee looks like
thought
it's
it-
headed for a teardown.
They do seem to be tearing it down.
I got to be honest. So when there was so much talk about like people being traded, right? AJ Brown, Deebo Samuel, and I always think, oh, this is just a lot of talk. None of this stuff ever actually happens. And then we're seeing it actually happen right now. This is really, really amazing. How about Devonta Smith? Do you think this is something that could hurt him? Or Peter, do you go back to your having extra good players is good?
I think so. I think AJ Brown and Devontae Smith cross over each other a little bit more than the other wide receiver duos we've talked about in terms of roles. Yeah, I like I say, my main takeaway here is I think Tennessee thinks it's getting out of a player whose injuries are going to keep up. And that's sad. I'm not a doctor, so usually I just ignore him. But we know AJ Brown's had some trouble staying on the field. And if your team's not willing to build around you when you've been that good as a wide receiver, that's probably what I'm concerned with. But yeah, I still like both players, so I think they can both help each other out. I'm looking for another wide receiver class where we had this many players drafted in the first round at wide receiver. 2020 was pretty hectic too.
2020 was hectic. This is pretty crazy though to have as many go as quickly and early. I think, yeah. I think this has got to be a record.
Yeah. 2020 had Ruggs, Judy, Lamb, and Rager go between 12 and 21, but that's not the same.
We had 3 top 10 last year.
Every wide receiver that is traded goes to a worse spot. I do feel like most of the time, it seems like when a wide receiver changes hands, goes to a new team, it's not really good news for them, right? I mean, is that just anecdotal? Am I only thinking of a couple things? Does the research prove me wrong on that?
Well, I actually did write that one up for DLF. Vacated situations, I believe I called it, because I can't come up with good names for things. And typically they do what they've done before. Like DeAndre Hopkins, his first year when he went to Arizona, he was fine. He was DeAndre Hopkins. The problem is, like you're saying, anecdotal evidence, we've seen very few prime wide receivers go to new spots. We've seen Odell Beckham, and he's struggled for what seems peculiar reasons. And then there's DeAndre Hopkins types, but he was a lot later into his career and still is, obviously. So yeah, like we've been saying about this draft and this offseason, we're seeing this kind of move happen increasingly. So we're learning about it more than we know about it, if you know what I mean. But I think we should tend to expect, especially when a player's already established a role and performed on it, then they're going to be who they've been. There's usually a slight drop, but it's marginal, you know? And sometimes, like Hopkins, they're just fine. They're who they've always been. When it's a player like the Robert Woods scenario is less rare. A player hasn't done much, going to a new team and then doing well. That's the rarity, I would say.
Yeah, Blake wants to know if they've been watching the movie. It's been the craziest draft day. This does seem like it's been pretty crazy. Every wide receiver is traded. This was what Henry was saying, kind of along the lines of what we were talking about. And also he blames Christian Kirk in Jacksonville for that contract, kicking off the craziest of wide receiver off seasons we've had.
And we still haven't had a quarterback.
Just in case you're keeping track of that. Still no.
It was just such a tame start to the draft, and then Drake London, Garrett Wilson, and all hell breaks loose. It's just everyone's trading all over the place. This is
NFL does seem kind of reactionary year to year. Like last year, running backs had as a position, had one of their down years. Top 12 running backs were producing less than top 12 running backs typically produce. And wide receivers were killing it. We saw Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle come into the league and just really help their team. And so this draft, everyone's like, draft wide receivers. I want to think it's more complicated than that, but it feels sometimes like NFL teams are like, what just happened? Let's go draft those guys. Like, in this draft class, there are much fewer running backs of this caliber, and they're just not interested in them. It's like, running backs didn't do well last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and then I mean, you also just had the worst team in the league, well, almost the worst team in the league, draft a wide receiver, and suddenly they're in the Super Bowl, and then
exactly.
Within a minute and a half of winning the thing. If it wasn't for the fact that essentially a wide receiver went and won the Super Bowl, like this is all stuff. This is all very counterintuitive to what we've always thought.
Oh shit! Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't meant to say that. I apologize.
Spoiler alert!
I'm never going to be asked back here again.
I got the sleeper notification several minutes ago. I think there should be a statute of limitations.
We have the official. It looks like it is Treylon Burks to Tennessee here with pick number 18. Really, really fascinating stuff. Addison. We have landing spot, draft capital for Treylon Burks. He was your number 2. Is he staying there?
Staying there. I don't think any of these landing spots has changed anything from my pre-draft process so far.
I think that's a really good way to landing spot matters, but like I say, I think it's mostly something we use to explain it in hindsight. Mostly, we don't know if a landing spot's good or bad. It's like it creates some of the biggest swings in how we feel about players, and it's no better than a coin flip, if you know what I mean. So, I think that's solid.
And it's the one that he's been comped to AJ Brown a ton. They get a replacement right away. They don't have to pay him the 4-year, $100 million deal that AJ Brown just got from Philadelphia. And you know what? I started to think of, obviously we think about the quarterbacks and getting that 5th-year option. We might start thinking about wide receivers that way too, where teams start bumping wide receivers up and wanting to get that 5th year where they don't have to do something like this, right?
How many wide receivers have gone off the board, by the way? Is that 6?
It's 6 wide receivers in 18 picks.
The over-under was 6.5, and we haven't gotten to Kansas City or Green Bay.
Which one of them's going to take half a wide receiver?
I think that's what Christian Watson was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's coming.
John says,
so Burks is now wide receiver
all
1
those
in my model.
Vacated AJ Brown targets, right?
Vacation targets.
John, yes. Not even. I can't even fight anymore. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Wow. So his value, and now, Robert Woods is his sell window lasted about 13 minutes right there for us.
Don't they all?
Yeah, less injured AJ. Ooh, could that be possible there for Treylon? Maybe.
No. I don't really do style of play. What?
Okay.
Because I'm mostly just comparing them to past prospects, not necessarily if they play the same way or anything else. But from the buzz I hear from the tape community, I think Burks is more. I hope he plays like Michael Thomas, middle of the field, lots of volume. He can do stuff with it. Give him volume. He's not an outside wind, although. Like London was the one who was high on contested percentage of his receptions being contested catches, right? And that feels more AJ Brownian, if I can coin a term, outside and win.
AJ Brown did come up in my database and stuff when you're just looking at kind of like measurables and athleticism.
Okay,
he came in there for sure, and just kind of around where I'm looking at.
Saints are now on the clock at pick number 19. They have a new wide receiver, Chris Olave. Looks like Michael Thomas is excited about it and could be back. Could this be a spot where we get our first quarterback? By the way, if you accurately predict the first quarterback being, well, it doesn't have to be the first, but if you accurately predict Malik Willis and where he's going to go, you can win a full year prescription to dynastyfootball.com, a premium subscription, and Pete Uthar says, is Willis really gonna go to Pitt at 20? That's a possibility. Could he go right?
They have to just get the team. Well,
just the team.
I was gonna say, because someone predicts something in the second round and that happens, I think they deserve a little more. Because no one's calling that. You know what I mean?
I did say that. He said that he will not be a first round pick. I said I'll give him 2 years.
I think we have to sub to his channel or something if he gets that.
Maybe.
Yepper said that. That was back on at let's see, 8:22 p.m. Eastern time there. And this is a really interesting football fan. Also said, can someone explain to me what the mythical NFL draft is? As a Rams fan, I keep hearing about it, but I'm so confused.
Don't worry about it. You don't get draft picks. You just get Super Bowls. You'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go. You can do without it. So let's see. Okay, now we have Saints on the clock. I haven't seen anything here that was. Blake has a suggested. How about Baltimore for Willis?
Might as well just collect them. Just collect those guys. He's Lamar Jackson. He's Tyler Huntley. Just get a whole collection of those guys.
Somebody on Twitter, he said, Packers fans, we're finally going to get Aaron Rodgers a quality wide receiver. And then the other NFL teams, it's just a picture of him going, no.
Get them all first.
Don't let him get one.
And the Saints go offensive line. They select Penning right there, offensive tackle after losing Armstead. So
now it's not weird about all these picks that matter a lot and we don't care about. It's like that probably has a much wider impact on fantasy than anything so far. And we're like, yeah, whatever. Can't draft them, don't care. Burks comps. I did get a weird mix of Devontae Smith and Julio Jones in my comp table there, Addison. So I'm not too far off. I guess it's getting better. Yeah, I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry, I'm just talking to Addison. You won't go about your day. It's fine.
Pittsburgh is now on the clock.
I'm sweating because I feel the Malik Willis coming and I don't like it. And it's just
Nope.
Trogdor was our first who said Pittsburgh for Malik Willis. So we have it's on the line right here. Could Trogdor get a premium 1-year subscription? Let's see. It's going to be coming up here soon. So right now we want to make sure we go back and talk. So we've seen some of the moves. Obviously, it's been a little bit of a crazy first round. We have not seen now Green Bay and Kansas City, and they will not be getting one of the top wide receivers, right? That top 5. We do have some other interesting wide receivers. Addison, right now, is there one of the wide receivers that you have that would leapfrog any of those that have already been taken, those top 6, I should say, if they go to Green Bay or Kansas City?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Because this is where we're at the point. And again, this is like what Ryan said at the very beginning of this, before the draft started, is that we should not be vaulting players tiers
just because they go to good landing spots. Like George Pickens is probably the only guy here who the community would actually view as a difference-making rookie wide receiver to vault other wide receivers who've already been taken, right? Like he could maybe vault Jameson Williams if people would prefer him being with Patrick Mahomes than Williams with Jared Goff on the Lions, or Olave with the Saints, stuff like that. Like I don't think Sky Moore could do it. I don't think David Bell could do it. I don't think Christian Watson would do it. I think that we're at this point right now where, and I'm kind of happy about it, that the Kansas City or Green Bay wide receiver are not going to automatically be inserted as a top wide receiver in this class.
Is it possible that with David Bell, something like that we start seeing? I mean, we know that the fantasy community is reactionary. Do we start pulling for that so that, some of the other wide receivers fall down? I mean, I don't know. This could be a really interesting last 12 picks, 13 picks, if it goes similar to how this first part has gone. Still no running back, still no quarterback.
Sorry, I'm still scrolling Twitter for to see who the Steelers take.
Sorry, I'm closing down NFL.com because it keeps trying to play auto ads and I can't hear what you're trying to say. I'm like, shut up, beer commercial. What's going on?
Chris says Addison's hearing the Jaws theme in his head for this upcoming pick.
I really
last year, the only thing he wanted last year is for Pittsburgh not to select Najee Harris, and they did. This year, all he wants is for them not to select Malik Willis. We're about to find out.
Are you all right with Kenny Pickett?
Ooh,
more than Malik Willis. Yeah.
Yeah.
My pick is Sam Howell. I'm all aboard Team Sam Howell.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm okay with Kenny Pickett. I'm okay.
Pickens.
I saw it on Twitter. Okay, I won't react yet until you guys say it. I shouldn't have done that to myself. Why did I do that?
I know we should have gotten the live reaction.
Dang it. I'll forget it. I'll forget that I saw it. All right, go ahead.
So you like Sam Howell better than Kenny Pickett is what you were saying. So
yes, I do. Yeah. To me, Sam Howell, I think, is the clear quarterback one in this class. He was a 3-year producer at North Carolina. He's one of the only quarterbacks in this class to be an early declare, which might not necessarily be as important at the quarterback position. But I think the fact that he was an immediate starter at North Carolina, threw for over 10,000 passing yards, and I think he was 100% over 90 passing touchdowns, but might have been over 100 as well in those 3 years. Everybody wants to say that, he had a down year in 2021 and he wasn't as good and he fell and blah, blah. But when you lose your wide receiver one, Dimey Brown, and you lose Javonte Williams and you lose Michael Carter, and your top two wide receivers are a sophomore wide receiver who didn't play at all in his freshman year, and then a freshman wide receiver, I honestly feel like 3,000 yards and 800 rushing yards is an over producing for his situation at North Carolina. I actually feel like that was a really good season, not a down year. So I'm
kind of feels like a lot of excuses to me. I don't know.
Well, you can believe what you want.
Peter, who do you have as your quarterback one coming into the draft?
Sorry, Cal, you couldn't have been talking to me. You just literally could not. I have Malik Willis because everyone kept talking about him on Twitter as my QB1. That's literally my extent of my QB research anymore.
He hates quarterbacks.
There you go.
I just don't do it. It's not worth it. Unless there's someone that clearly sticks out. Mahomes' accuracy really stuck out for the way the conversation was. But this year, it's just, I'm just probably not interested in them. Sorry, nothing works. Nothing on any of the production models or the production statistics or even TNEA that's created by Sean Slavin, closest I've ever seen to actually having a relevance for projecting how good quarterbacks might elevate to the NFL level. It's basically draft pick and, kind of guess if they're accurate enough, and we're not really testing accuracy well enough. I have nothing that works, so I don't do it. I'll wait till they're good. That's the good thing about quarterbacks. You can wait till you see which ones are good. and trade for those ones when they get to like 24, 25, and everyone's like, oh, they're going to die. And then we remember they play till they're 35. And then, trade the Zach Wilsons after they prove they're bad. I said
Pick
that
number 20 is in.
I caught that. Don't worry.
It's being
You always
announced
catch
right
the shade.
now.
That's why we get on so well.
You and I, we're gonna talk later. That's for sure. Off air, you and I are definitely going to. We're gonna work.
They know
through
why I
some
turn up
stuff.
to the next stream with bruises. Don't worry, they know. I don't say it; they just know.
Here we go. As Joe said, Steelers are taking Kenny Pickett. They did. It's announced right now. Addison, your reaction?
Let's go. It's not Malik Willis. That's basically it. That's where I'm at. Keep the kid in Pittsburgh. We can develop him, I think. I think honestly, if it wasn't Sam Howell, I'm really happy with Kenny Pickett as well. I'm not a Desmond Ridder guy. I don't.
You don't
What's
think
up?
he starts this year, though?
Sorry,
I've got a delay and I interrupt people. I'm awful. I know. I'm sorry, but
that's not why you're awful.
Wait, one of the many reasons. I'll admit it. It's fine. But you said develop. You don't think he's starting this year, so Pittsburgh quarterback this year will be.
That's kind of my problem is how do you differentiate Pickett and Trubisky?
Yeah.
Like how do you determine which of those guys is the better option for you when they're just so similar? Except one has like normal size hands.
They are similar. They are similar for sure. And that's why I wanted Sam Howell. That's like on top of everything else was I just viewed Kenny Pickett as so similar.
Yeah.
Like if you're Kenny Pickett, I'm so confused by him because like, how do you go from being a quarterback who literally can't throw more than 13 passing touchdowns in a season for 3 years? And that was, he's a 5-year player. So he didn't really start in his freshman year. Then I had 3 consecutive years where he didn't pass for over 13 passing touchdowns. And then he throws for 4,040. Like what, where did that come from? I have no idea where that came from. So like, I can't just like throw that out in my analysis that he did that because you don't just do that in college. And there's a lot of good quarterbacks who have done that in college and are good in the NFL. So I think Mitch Trubisky gets the start. And I think that this is something that they don't really need to feel pressured to start Kenny Pickett at all. And I don't think that they would have started. Like, this is kind of like a repeat of what they did with Ben Roethlisberger. Because Big Ben, even though he played like 15 games in his rookie year, it was only because Tommy Maddox got hurt. I don't think the plan was to ever really play Ben Roethlisberger. So just
this
kind of
feels like a Jordan Love situation. Just hearing you talk it out, it feels like a young guy who's just drafted a little lower in the first round, maybe, and we talk ourselves into it for a while and then go, no. That's what.
Where do we
what
slot him?
Like me.
I really hope it's not, but honestly, you make a lot of sense with the feedback coming back. Where do we slot him in?
Sorry.
Draft, though?
In Superflex, could be really interesting. John, could it be after whoever KC just traded up for? New England just traded their pick. It was always a lock they were going to trade back, right? But they traded 21 to KC. We'll get the details of that when it comes up. Could be a wide receiver. But yeah, Kenny Pickett. Well, I know he wasn't your quarterback one. Where was he on your list, John? And what does this landing spot do for him?
I mean, I had him wide receiver or quarterback 4. And but I mean, it was
I thought I was on mute.
If I had any say over
I'm sorry,
it,
but if the quarterback you getting the quarterback mixed up with, was he a wide receiver? We probably know enough. We probably know enough. This guy fine.
The gloves threw me off. He's always wearing those gloves. I was like, oh, so wide receiver, right? Yeah, he was my quarterback 4, but honestly, it was just after Willis, it was really pretty interchangeable between those next 3 guys, Howell and Corral being the other 2. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is going to push him up definitely to quarterback 2. And he's going to be in the conversation for quarterback 1, kind of depending on what happens here with Willis.
I am very interested to see here what KC does. We're 21 picks in. We do have Kenny Pickett now going. He's the one that we're worried about his hand size. Addison, is hand size part of your metrics for these quarterbacks?
No, I really don't care. I know that there's like analysis out there that's like, this is kind of important, but I really don't care.
And Joe Burrow had small hands too. I don't know. But it's they also
that sounds like a lot of combine metrics. It's a matter of most good QBs are going to have above average hands, but some people are good QBs with smaller hands. It's correlation, not causation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. On ESPN a minute ago, they showed the fake slide. Like that's the differentiator. Like Kenny Pickett knows how to do that, and cool. He's perfected that move.
Wasn't that banned? Didn't they ban that because of him? In college?
I think in college, I think they did.
They should.
Yeah.
Addison, does this change anything for Deontay Johnson, for Claypool, for Freiermuth, for any of the other weapons there in Pittsburgh?
No, I don't think really, because again, I mean, if we're thinking that Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett are like kind of the same player, then like it really doesn't change anything, I think, for the wide receivers. The downside would be that we are dealing with a rookie quarterback, and unless Kenny Pickett turns into Justin Herbert all of a sudden, then like rookie quarterbacks generally don't do anything for wide receivers. Or you have then Mitch Trubisky, and we've already seen Mitch Trubisky with Allen Robinson, and what that could be, which could be great for Deontay, but not so great then maybe for the wide receivers behind him. So I'm still just in on Deontay Johnson. I don't know where I stand on Pat Freiermuth. I never really liked Chase Claypool. Najee Harris, I think, will be fine as a top 10 RB1 with RB5 upside, but it is what it is.
I mean, the good thing about Deontay Johnson, despite not playing that way in college, he literally had the role in the Pittsburgh office, which is kind of like pretty much every quarterback should be able to do what he needs from a quarterback. Most of them should be able to supply. Just get him the ball this far away.
Right.
We do. In fact, the worse the quarterback, the better. Like the more volume
he's like, it's good. Give me a jugs machine. We're good.
Yeah, that's what it is.
We do have
the game at the line of scrimmage. All we need for fantasy.
Don't need to read the coverage. Just too close to the line.
Pick number 21 for the Kansas City Chiefs was not a wide receiver. It was a cornerback, and they are, I guess, beefing up that defense there for. I don't know. That's really interesting for the Chiefs. I sort of expected them to add a wide receiver, but no wide receiver for them. So John and Peter, we're gonna get the Mannequin and Chill crew about to come on here. But John, thanks so much for joining us, and sharing your thoughts there with quarterbacks and all. Any last words before you go enjoy the rest of your night?
No, that was a crazy little stretch that we had there. So I'm just gonna bow out. I'm the Homer backing into the hedges gif right now. But thanks for having me, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on, Peter. We appreciate all of your analysis. We appreciate the quarterback news there, and look, this has been a crazy stretch, and your reactions are perfect. I thank you so much for joining us. Any last words?
You're calling me crazy. I appreciate that. No, that's fine. You're perfect when there are crazy things happening. No, I don't think anything I did could be called analysis, but I appreciate you trying to cover for me there. And thanks again, man. It's always fun to talk to you all.
Absolutely. Thank you guys again. Addison,
thanks,
we're bringing the Mannequin Chill crew on here in just a few minutes, but is there anything else? I mean, gosh, so many crazy things here. We're on to pick number 22. Green Bay is on the clock now. It's been a wild ride so far. We expected the end of the draft to be the wildest part.
Yeah.
Is it possible we still get that?
I mean, maybe we could still have teams trading in from the beginning of the second to do things. It's just there is still a lot of night left. We still have 11 picks. And a lot of craziness could definitely happen, especially because these are the teams now that are really, really good in the NFL. So that naturally they have good fantasy players. So, or maybe it just gets boring and they just draft like all the defensive players that everybody didn't care about for all the wide receivers. So I don't know. It's going to be hard to top what we just had in the teens there, but there's still a lot of night left and I'm excited for it.
We'll see if we can start here with Green Bay, who doesn't necessarily always do what we want them to do and hope that they will do in the draft. And sometimes you might say their drafting is the worst. And now joining us is Shane is the worst, who we got Scott coming on a little bit later. But Shane, hey, we're 21 picks in. The Packers we're about to announce their selection right here, right now. What I mean, obviously crazy little stretch here. What's your biggest takeaway so far?
I mean, I'm an Eagles fan, so I'm gonna go with the Eagles won the draft. Tennessee not good at this. Arizona also not good at this. Our Superflex drafts are dead.
They're
Malik
just one
Willis,
quarterback drafts.
yeah, Malik Willis not looking great, bro. I expected him to be off the board by now. He's not. Looks like Kenny Walker's my 102. Crazy because 2 months ago, I don't even think he was in the top 2 rounds. Wide receivers everywhere. There were 6 wide receivers drafted, 2 traded. So I'm counting 8 wide receivers in the first round. It's going to be fun, man. I love this new NFL. That's all I know.
You know what? It is kind of going to suck a little bit. It's going to be fun, but it's going to suck a little bit. Is all these updates that we got to make to the draft guide.
Oh, look, we're just starting from scratch. Like it's that's what I think it was Jeff. Jeff goes, he was in our chat and he put that, we're going to need to make some revisions. And then
some revisions.
And then the AJ Brown trade happened and he's like, yeah, we'll just start over. I'm like, I think we need to.
Just rewrite every article. We'll update it in June after we're done writing everything.
The Green Bay Packers have taken a linebacker, not a wide receiver, Quay Walker. I don't know anything about Quay Walker. I'm sure he is a fine addition to the Green Bay Packers, but not somebody that we care enough about right now. And Buffalo has traded up to number 23. Is it Breece Hall time?
Oh, please make it be Breece Hall time. Although, I mean, at this point, is there anything that could happen that would make him not the 101? Like, they're not trading up for Ken Walker, right?
Would you take him 101 if he gets taken by Tampa?
Who?
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall's 101, period.
What if he goes to the Colts?
That's literally the only thing that can knock him out of 101 is ended up in the Colts or
like the Steelers.
Yeah, that's literally it. Like that's it. Or no, I don't even think Detroit, because I could tell myself a story where between the two of them they share 20 touches each. They each get 20 touches, and each of them is running back 1.
Yeah.
Why does Green Bay continue to hate Aaron Rodgers? Why? Like, what do they do? Why?
So here's the thing, though, right? If they draft a wide receiver here, they're drafting specifically for need and not for value. I have no idea who Quay Walker is, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know why they drafted that particular fella. I would have been happy with a tight end. That would have made more sense to me. Who were they going to take? Sky Moore, Christian Watson, right? George Pickens.
Whether you need drafting for need or value, Scott Connor is always a good choice. At Charles Chill FFB joins us. We got the Mannequin Chill crew here now. Excited to have you guys join us to round out this draft. Hoping that it's as exciting as this first part has been. Buffalo is up on the clock now. Scott, what do you think?
Well, just to kind of answer Shane's question, I think he nailed it with the, Green Bay taking a receiver would just be taking a receiver to take one. And I think there's going to be more that go, but they would have really had to be convicted on, one of the 2 or 3 guys that probably has a shot to crack the first round. So I think it's they're going to get a lot of crap for not taking a receiver, but the way this draft moved, that it just didn't make sense for them to take one there. Now, should they have maybe see if they could trade for one, given the market? That's another thing. I mean, that might be where, Philly gets AJ Brown for the 18th pick in the 101. Could they have maybe made that same type of trade? That's going to be what people are going to question. But I don't think you reach for George Pickens, Sky Moore right here, Christian Watson. I think that's a little bit of a reach.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue with Green Bay is you just sat there while all these other teams made moves. You know what I mean? To get wide receivers. You saw wide receivers were flying off the board. You saw, like, you knew there was going to be a run. You thought maybe, from grinding the mocks and whatnot, that a couple of these guys could have fallen to you there, where you might have had a shot at Treylon Burks. With Treylon Burks going to Tennessee, that just left them dead. It's like, oh man, we definitely did not play this well. So let's draft this linebacker that none of the four of us have heard of. Scott, have you heard of him? Quay Walker?
I did hear Quay Walker. Yep. Another one. It's going to be fascinating to look back at this draft and look at, because I've heard numerous NFL people say they weren't really sure how to scout the Georgia defense because they literally have 7 guys that are going to go in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And it's like, which ones are products of the defense or which ones are impact players? And Quay Walker was another one where it's like, what is he? You know what I mean? So We'll see. And all these teams in the late first, a lot of them need corners. So I was surprised to see the Chiefs move up. But then when they picked McDuffie, it was like, okay, we might see a corner run here, I think, instead of the receivers, because the receivers, and they're not the value.
I'm actually surprised McDuffie lasted this long, and I hate talking about defense, but the only reason I know this much about the defense is because the Eagles own in so many first-round draft picks all year. Up until 2 weeks ago, every mock draft had them taking at least one edge, at least one cornerback, or every once in a while they throw in a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton, by the way, falling to Baltimore. Fucking Baltimore, they are just blessed. They are blessed. I don't know.
They do it every year. They got Patrick Queen at like 30 overall his year. I was like, what the heck are you?
Eagles, the funny thing is, Patrick Queen hasn't even been good.
I know.
He's been that's one of their worst picks.
I was so mad when they did that, though.
But so Baltimore, think about what they just did, because that pick that they just traded back 2 spots to pick up a 4th round pick was the one that they got for Marquise Brown. And did they not have a specific person they were targeting? Or were they just trying to get rid of Marquise Brown? Are they trying to get value? What's the plan there?
I mean, they got good value for him. It's just, is Bateman's your wide receiver 1, or are they just happy with look, we don't need a traditional wide receiver 1, or we made it work with Brown, basically, who was not a traditional wide receiver 1. Bateman can fill enough of that role, and we have Mark Andrews, and then we have J.K. Dobbins, and we're just going to continue to run it down your throat with Lamar Jackson. We'll regress back to, a 50% run rate as opposed to
they will take another 60%
receiver.
Pick. Now they only have, I believe, 4 on the entire roster. So I think they will take another receiver. It's just they probably preferred maybe a different prototype. I don't know. But I'm sure you guys already talked about. I mean, how excited are we for the Kyler Hollywood Brown reunion? Come on.
Absolutely.
Another college pairing. I mean, and I'm sure Kyler had some say in that trade potentially. You know what I mean? Try to keep him happy.
Oh yeah, yeah. And
Bill's pick is in. Let's just real quick. Henry says boo. And now the Bucks are officially in play for Breece Hall, because it is not him. It is a corner, as Scott alluded to. There's a strong cornerback class here. Kaiir Elam from Florida is the selection for the Bills. Probably better for them as a team, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they don't look. They're not in a position where they need to draft a running back. They have Leonard Fournette, who, as much as I've trashed the guy, I mean, he's a perfectly serviceable, good running back, and he's perfect for that scheme, right? Tom Brady wants to dump off 75 times to his running back. Leonard Fournette can't get very far, so he happens to be right there, and he just plops it to him.
This is not a class. This is not a class where you need to reach on a running back. There are so many good running backs in this draft. And if your goal is not to find, we were just looking at some numbers earlier in our Patreon chat, and, Buffalo just picked, so they're not going to take Breece Hall. But Devin Singletary was a bell cow last year. He was 6th in the league in snaps. He was 5th in the league in overall snaps. He was only one of 7 that played over 60% of the team snaps. I mean, and every other player in that mix is Derrick Henry, Zeke, Najee Harris, Joe Mixon. You know what I mean? We consider them to be like, oh man, they need the ball on every snap. Whereas Singletary, he should have been replaced. So it's interesting. It's interesting. I think Buffalo brings in a later running back, but I don't think it's. We probably undervalued Singletary. There was the one landmine with Breece, and if it's not Breece, then I'm not worried about anybody else.
Well, here's the thing, though, that they, and I would agree with you 100%, except that would make for terrible television. But also, they showed us they don't like Devin Singletary. Like, they've repeatedly tried to give Zach Moss that job. It's just Zach Moss is so bad at football, they had to just go back to Devin Singletary, who I believe is a very good running back. I love Devin Singletary. I have since he was in college, because the fact that his name is Motor. I loved his nickname, and he's 5'2" and 230 pounds, and he's just like a little muscle man. And then they went out and tried to sign, JK, what's his face? The guy that takes 30 McKissick. Targets from Alex Smith. Yeah. JD McKissick. Like they've shown that they don't really like Singletary. I like Singletary.
I think that's a specific role, though. I think if they take a running back, I can see them taking a role like the McKissick role would have played. I don't necessarily think. I think they see Devin Singletary as an early down banger, and he shouldn't be because he's 202 pounds. But that's how they've used him. I don't think they dislike him there. So yeah, you're right, Shane. They don't love him, but I don't necessarily think they're trying to replace him. Like, of course, the fantasy community wanted him to be replaced.
No, I think if we expect anything more than 12 to 15 touches for him a game, though, like he was getting at the end of the last year, like he got all the run. That's not going to happen. And again, I personally think he should. It's just past history with Buffalo has shown me that they just don't trust him in that role for some reason. And 6 games, 7 games, whatever it was last year, isn't going to change that equation.
Yep.
One of the interesting things I want to ask you about, Shane, now that your Philadelphia Eagles have made the big trade for AJ Brown,
NFC East champion, Philadelphia Eagles. 2020.
Does this improve the dynasty stock of Jalen Hurts, who now has quite a collection of talented receiving options out there in Philly?
I mean, really, what's changed besides swapping out AJ Brown for Jalen Reagor, right? Wow. Yeah, you know what? Look, AJ Brown made Ryan Tannehill a good quarterback. AJ Brown has the skill set that actually, and it's funny because I was thinking if the Eagles drafted a wide receiver, the only one that really would have made sense to them would have been Treylon Burks. So the Eagles were on the same wavelength, except they were like, no, we're not going to get the welfare version. We're going to go get the premium version. The only thing I talked about this a little last night on Twitter too, is I kind of want Hurts running a lot because, well, he gets lots of points for those and he gets lots of points for scoring touchdowns. And, it's hard to say adding an all-pro wide receiver is going to hurt your fantasy output. I mean, I guess long-term, it should help his dynasty stock because they're going to be a winning football team. The Eagles aren't going to have, even with the 2 draft picks, they're not going to have the impetus to move on from Jalen Hurts if they're winning games, if they're 12-5, if they're 13-4. Is that right? 17 games? Yeah. That's the thing. So by extension, his leash is longer, right? We have him on a year-to-year plan right now is what we're looking at. He could secure himself if he's slightly better than he was last year. Then I think we're looking at him being a starter for the next 3 years there.
Mm-hmm. You still have 2 first-rounders, right? Next year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Another thing, and I've heard Mike Florio talk about this. A lot of people hate him in NFL circles because they think he's just basically like the National Enquirer of the NFL. You know, he just puts shit out there. But he mentioned something about Jalen Hurts, and he said that actually he thinks the Eagles love Jalen Hurts, and they've kind of downplayed it a little bit. But that's also because they see where the NFL is trending in terms of paying quarterbacks, and they already know they're going to be able to get Jalen Hurts for half of like what Deshaun Watson's going for. And so they're actually trying maybe like the middle ground where you always say you don't want to be. You don't want to be paying your quarterback like 15th most in the league because it probably means he shouldn't have been extended. You know what I mean? And probably should be a guy you move on from. But I think they kind of think Jalen Hurts might be unique, and they're going to be able to get him at a cheaper cost than what you're going to have to pay a typical franchise quarterback. So I don't think they're just going to move on from him and they want somebody new. I think they're trying to go for the let's really surround him this year and see what he can do. And actually looking at some efficiency numbers, I'm big on that when it comes to quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts is league average, and he's better than some guys that you might think are better than him. I mean, he's better than Tua from a passing standpoint. Now it's low volume. Don't get me wrong. It's, you probably don't want Jalen Hurts throwing it more than 500 times at the very, very most.
So here's the thing. Remember last year? I remember getting laughed at a lot when I made this point last year when the Ravens drafted Bateman. I said, guys, the Ravens are showing us they want to throw the ball more. Like, I don't know how else they could do it unless they just actually put out a memo to the league that said, we're going to throw the ball more. The Eagles are going, guys, we're going to throw the ball more. We drafted Devonta Smith in the first round last year. We just paid A.J. Brown $100 million, $57 million guaranteed. Jalen Hurts is going to throw a lot more than you expect them to. But when you're talking about efficiency, so that also bodes well because A.J. Brown happens to be a very efficient wide receiver too. We've seen what he's done on 110 targets.
Well, I think honestly, between A.J. Brown and Hollywood Brown, I think they literally just moved into neutral situations. I don't think it got better, but I don't think it got worse. And I think the community might talk about how it got worse, but I think they both kind of just have neutral moves here. And there's reason to be excited because a team traded for both of them. You know what I mean? But I don't think it hurts. No pun intended. I don't think it really hurts the Eagles by, having Jalen Hurts instead of Ryan Tannehill for A.J. Brown. I think it's just neutral for both players. So, I mean, I don't think their stock got crushed at all.
Yeah,
I think that was intentional, actually. I don't believe you, Scott. I think it was intentional. But, you bring up an interesting point with Philly and Hurts. So this is something I've pointed out a lot. You can say what you want about the quarterback numbers, passing numbers. I'm not sure we have the right numbers to look at in terms of what a NFL team is looking at, because they were 4th in the league in third down conversions. They were 8th in the league in red zone percentage. Like, those are numbers I want out of an offense if I have a quarterback. I mean, I want somebody who produces on third down and who produces in the red zone. So we can say what we want. I mean, fantasy, obviously we like it, but from an NFL standpoint, you give me a quarterback who's doing good in those two, in third down and in the red zone, I'm going to like it. I'm going to try and build around that guy.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, right? And look, we've all been in bad relationships, right? We went out with like a crazy ex, like just everything he or she did. They were just
Here we
nuts.
go.
They were nuts. I'm just saying they were nuts, right? And then the next person you go out with, it's just like the complete opposite. Like, they're so nice. They do everything the right way. Like, you're just like, I'm not letting this fucking person go. Like, I don't know. The ex might have been, I'm sorry. The ex might have been better looking, but this one isn't crazy at all. You know what I mean? Like, I've never had to worry about getting stabbed or anything. Like, and that's nice. It's a beautiful thing when you don't have to worry about that. So that's Jalen Hurts, right? Like, he works hard.
He'll never stab you.
His teammates love him. He's receptive to coaching. You know what I mean? You saw Nick Sirianni chew him out on the sidelines last year. If that was Carson Wentz, he would have turned into a puddle on the field. You know what I mean? So just all that intangible stuff I know we don't care about in fantasy football, the Eagles care about that. And that Jalen Hurts, he satisfies all those needs that Carson Wentz left wanting.
I like it. Let's talk about, since we're on Hurts, let me ask you, I'm going to pull up his ADP real quick. Right now, he's going off as the QB9 in DLF's ADP. That's behind Dak Prescott. Would you rather have Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott?
I think I'd still take Dak, but I mean, I think you can argue to put Jalen Hurts right. I mean, I think right now most people would probably take him over like Justin Fields and Trey Lance, and I don't know if I agree with that, but I wouldn't argue if you did. You know what I mean? If you're looking at like a 2-year window, it's hard to say I don't want Jalen Hurts for the next 2 years. And if he gets benched, goes somewhere else. I mean, I think he's got the path to being a starter to where he is right now to not having a job. There's a lot in between there that has to go wrong for him to bottom out. So, I mean, I think after tonight, I think you move him up and he's probably top 8, top 9 off the board. I still take Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott over him, but I wouldn't argue with quarterback 10.
You agree? Addison, Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott. I mean, all those guys still firmly ahead of Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, for sure. I do think that I don't know if this deal's getting done, but like if you could take like a Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson and trade it for like a Jalen Hurts in a second,
I don't know if that deal is getting done now, but that would be something that I would try to explore if I had Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson.
Yeah, if I can get anything on top of those two and get Hurts back, I'm definitely doing that. Like, I got to be honest with you, it's just only taking a nudge. Like, you give me a third, and I'm like, all right. Jalen Hurts, it's crazy to say about Russell Wilson. He definitely has more rushing upside than Dak Prescott, and he's not afraid to run, as opposed to Dak Prescott, who apparently is allergic to it now. I don't know if you saw a pulmonologist or whatever you call those people that diagnose you with allergies, but he's allergic to running and he doesn't like to do it. And Russell Wilson, I'm a known hater of Russell Wilson, so I will take anyone in that range over him.
I mean, I think it speaks to right now. I mean, Shane and I have preached this forever, but I think it's starting to kind of become the mainstream approach. Is the safest assets right now in Dynasty are those top 8 or 9 quarterbacks. And if you want to put Jalen Hurts into that mix, then do it. But I mean, I just look at all those guys you named, and it's like, what's the worst case scenario, even for somebody like Russell Wilson or Dak or Burrow? It's like they're probably not going to fall outside of the top 12. Even if you shuffle them around and one has a big season and then one gets hurt and falls down a little, like, a lot of my teams have 2 of those top 8 or 9 guys. And I'm just like, you know what? I have no pressure. I have no pressure to have to reach on a quarterback in a draft. I have no pressure to go out and pay a 23 first for somebody like Tua or Mac Jones or Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr, which that's probably a suboptimal move from like a game theory perspective to be giving up a 23 first for one of those quarterbacks, especially if you're going up against a team. Like, one of the deals I've tried to make a lot is if I have one of those guys as my QB3, but I have 2 guys ahead of him, there's a lot of outs and a lot of upside if I can trade a Kirk Cousins to a team for their 23 first, and I'm not sure they can beat me because I have 2 better quarterbacks. So it's really like kind of giving them a little bit of a landmine. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's helping my competition, but at the same time, man, if I end up beating them and they don't make the playoffs, then I crush that deal. So I think it's this just kind of cements. This just puts Jalen Hurts into that mix now, I think, and you have to kind of respect his value being up in that range.
So I'm just curious, guys. I'm looking at the draft board, looking at who's left. There's about a 76.9% chance that Malik Willis is not getting drafted in the first round unless Detroit still has the 32nd pick. Am I reading that?
That was the one they traded.
That's the one they moved. Okay, so there's a 105% chance that Malik Willis is not getting drafted in the first round. How far do you have him in Superflex drafts now? He's not the 102. He's not anymore.
Is he a first rounder?
Yeah, I think he's a first rounder because there's not going to be enough skill players that are going to fill in unless we have like 4 more receivers that go in the next like 10 picks. But I think even then, it's interesting. You've probably heard a lot of people talking about the 5th year option for the quarterbacks. And I've actually heard that that's something the NFL teams are souring away from now because the way the quarterbacks are getting paid, if you have a good quarterback by year 3. So like the 5th year option, all it's going to do is tempt you to push your quarterback contract out another year and maybe potentially, tempt them with the franchise tag, which is going to kind of piss the quarterback off if you think about franchise tagging them. But you see a lot of the crappy quarterbacks, they don't even get to that 5th year. The team knows they're not any good. You know what I mean? So
Daniel Jones,
I don't think
anybody?
Yeah,
exactly.
Jones, they non-tendered them today. They're like, no, you can keep that 5th year. We're good.
Exactly.
Bro.
I don't think teams see the 5th year option as a quote unquote value anymore, because if you have your future, you're signing them after year 3 or after, middle of year 4. You're not waiting until, letting him play on a 5th year option and then go, well, let's maybe franchise tag him if he has another good year. Like, that's going to kill your locker room right away. So I think teams are actually fine just letting these guys fall out of the first round if they're not worth it, and they'll just take them in the second. And that's going to kill, like, from the profile perspective in Dynasty, we're looking at a mid-second round quarterback, and it's like, that's not a great first round pick.
They don't
exactly.
They don't hit. They don't. And someone's going to bring up Russell Wilson 15 years ago when he was drafted in the 3rd round or whatever, or Tom Brady when he was drafted in the 18th round 300 years ago when the NFL draft was that long. They don't hit. They're done. He's done. He's Drew Lock. So that's
well, let me ask you guys this, because Andy Dalton and Derek Carr are the 2 most recent, like, 2nd round quarterbacks that have had lasting careers where they've gotten multiple contracts. In today's NFL, with how fast they turn over the quarterback position and how much they expect from those guys year 1, year 2, does Andy Dalton ever see a second big contract in today's NFL?
No.
Well, and how thirsty teams are for those quarterbacks. The fact that we're on to pick 26 when we've gotten Kenny Pickett to the Steelers, and that's it. I mean, that says a lot about how the NFL feels about these quarterbacks to me. And if the NFL feels that strongly, I mean, we've had some teams that definitely need quarterback who are refusing to take them at this point. And just real quick to recap, we did have Dallas take a tackle. We had the Ravens take a center, which is that's great news, I think, for them. That's a great pick. And now we've got the Jets trading up. They are now on the clock at number 26 right here.
There it is.
I can't wait to see what happens here with the Jets. Addison sounds like maybe he knows.
Yeah. That seemed like a very obvious one. This guy fell way too far.
Was it Jermaine?
Wait, we're not doing any spoilers. Henry is going to mute us if we do.
It should have been. I can't believe he's still on the board, man. That is insane.
They actually drafted Malik Willis, and
that's a spoiler.
So I'm looking up my Malik Willis shares now just to give up. He doesn't even show up on Dynasty Planet. They don't even recognize him as a player.
I actually have 3 Malik Willis shares in Devi, and I've actually been trying to move them for a while. And the problem is, like, you get smitten with, well, what if he goes in the top 10? You know what I mean? And he goes to a decent spot. Like, so I couldn't really move him for value, but now I'm sitting here like, I took a loss by not moving those 3.
Tell you what, the 102 somehow, which we hated to begin with, just got even worse. It got even worse. I didn't, for all the things that I foresaw, all the ways this worked out in my head, I didn't see this. I didn't see the 102 being this bad now. So it's like the 101 or just, you know, at the 102, and I hate this, I'm just going to draft a wide receiver. I don't even care.
I moved the 103 this morning for a 23 first. I think that was that trade I did with Justin. I got I got a Hayden Hurst back, and it's a 2 PPR league. So he's maybe a flex guy every once in a while, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the 103 going like, okay, I don't even know what's going to happen tonight, but if I have to just pick a receiver at 103, it kind of feels like I wasted the pick. So if I can get out of it and, this is a team that I feel very confident is going to be bad. So, I just said I'm going to do it now. Because I think right now, if I try to offer that trade, I don't think anybody looks at the 103 any differently than like the 106 or 107. And I think Shane's right. Same with the 102.
Hard to argue there.
At some point,
I want to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, yeah. I was going to pull in Addison's rankings here just because these are 1 QB, but these are very quickly becoming also his super flex rankings, I think.
Yeah.
And so what we have right now, we don't have. So it looks like the Bucks are now on the clock. So your scenario of maybe Hall going to the Bucks might happen here, Addison. But has anything happened here that's changed? We had a comment in the chat there about this draft. How has it affected your draft rankings? Addison, has anything that has happened so far made you think twice about this?
No. I mean, I probably moved Jahan Dotson up because he's going to get, he has first round draft capital, and Pickens, Bell, and Moore look like they're falling into tomorrow. So you can probably move Jahan Dotson up over them. And then, like I've been saying all night, that Isaiah Spiller is just going to fall. So that's basically it. But yeah, I don't think whenever you're looking at like the top wide receivers and everything, that nothing's really moving. And this whole entire night, I've been wondering if you would be able to, I think you should, if you have this opportunity, if you have the 102, 103, to just like trade back for a couple later first, if somebody's doing that, like if like 109, 110, if you could do that. But listening to Scott and Shane, and I think this is kind of the growing sentiment, is that I don't think people are going to be willing to move up for that, because everybody's going to see this as a massive tier of a bunch of really talented players that are all the same player. So why not rather just have more shots on that? So I don't know if people are going to be willing to really move up, unless they're really moving up to get Breece Hall, in which case you still need good value to move off that.
Well, and I think the problem is,
I was going to say, where do you put Kenny Pickett on this? Like, is this Kenny Pickett slot in at 8, 9? Like, where would he be in a super flex league?
Probably.
I mean, that's the thing, is the quarterbacks, they're not helping out the later picks. Go ahead, Addison.
No, yeah, that's probably where he's gonna end up. Is Kenny Pickett's just gonna be like a late first round pick? Like 109 was the first number that really kind of came to my head, because we have 6 wide receivers right now, and we still have hope for Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, at least, having good landing spots to bump them up above a quarterback. So that's kind of where we're at, because we don't have Kenny Pickett as a year one starter. Most likely, if he is, he's like end of season year one starter. So you're not getting any value from him in 2022. And that's even assuming that he's even good. So yeah, it's really rough right now in Superflex leagues.
The Jets took Jermaine Johnson, and Tampa Bay has now traded that pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are now on the clock.
Please take Breece Hall.
27. That would be really interesting.
Down. Dude, we don't need that in our lives, all right? They're taking George Pickens right here, or Christian Watson, or Sky Moore. Probably not Sky Moore. George Pickens. It's going to be George Pickens.
Interesting.
They do like slot receivers. Maybe Sky Moore.
Well, just to add what Addison was saying, is the problem with these picks is I don't think anybody I think you're going to see people that are at the 111, 112. They're going to be desperate to get up because they're not really sure who to pick at the 111 and 112, because there's going to be, a couple running backs and then a run of receivers, and then probably Pickett just because he was a first round pick. But if you're at 112 and it's like you're staring at round 3 running backs and you're staring at round 2 quarterbacks, and maybe we get a couple more receivers in the top 50, which I would probably put him in that mix. But man, drafting a non-first round player unless it's a running back, obviously, because we'll accept, round 2, round 3 capital for running backs. But if you're drafting a non-first round receiver or quarterback in the first round of a super flex draft, that feels gross. You know what I mean? So I think you're going to see a lot. If you have 109 and 112, I think people will be fine moving up a couple slots. You know what I mean?
Is that what you would advise? I mean, do you think that's the smart move if you've got that? Well, what are you packaging together, and what are you moving up for?
I think that's where the leverage trades are going to come from. I think if you're willing to move out of this sweet spot for receivers, if you're sitting at like 103 to 108 right now, and you don't really care what top 18 receiver you get, because I think historically that's pretty good to see a top 20 pick in terms of receivers. So if you don't really care which one you get, if you're at like the 106, 107, and you're going to get the wide receiver 4 or 5, and you're willing to fade that and dip down into the second round, I think that's where you can maybe get 2 shots, and maybe you take 2 top 50 picks instead of taking Treylon Burks, and you're just taking 2 shots instead of 1. But I think people are going to hold on to those picks tightly if they have one of those picks where they're going to get one of those first round receivers, because it really feels safe and everything else feels risky.
The Jaguars are about to make their second first round pick in back-to-back years. We'll see how this new crop here works out for them. But you mentioned the idea of Hall going there. That's, they got 2 running backs that are coming off of pretty big injuries. It's not as crazy as it first sounded when you first said it, to be honest. The more I thought about it, will see what happens.
If Jacksonville does that, the franchise should just be contracted tonight. Like, they should just fold tonight. Like, the NFL should just, like, as whoever is handing, Jacksonville's handing the ticket, the slip to Roger Goodell, telling him that he takes a peek at it and he's like, yeah, you guys aren't allowed to do this anymore. Like, you're just not a franchise. Like, no, we're taking the Philadelphia Stars out of the USFL. You guys are going to the USFL.
What are you worried about Tennessee or Cincinnati taking Breece Hall? I've seen both really loosely linked, and it seems crazy, but then again, especially Tennessee, they just traded AJ, and they may look at, we got to run this same offense, and let's just take Breece Hall and continue it for another 4 or 5 years. Crazier things have happened.
It'll suck for 1 year. That's it.
Yeah. No. Okay. Let me ask you guys that. If Breece Hall were to go to Tennessee, you see some people probably take receivers over him, don't you think? Sounds crazy, but I could see people doing it. They don't want to mess with, waiting potentially 2 years. I mean, Derrick Henry had to wait 2 years behind DeMarco Murray.
That's what I had.
Some value.
I want to hear it, Addison.
That's what I had. I did a mock draft where I used landing spots. So I used a CBS mock draft and said, if these were the landing spots, how would ADP kind of look? And Breece Hall went in the late second to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I had him fall down to like the mid first, because I was like, look, like Olave went to the Chiefs. Pickens went to the Packers. It was like a really good draft for wide receivers. And I said, I don't know if people are going to be willing to wait for Breece Hall to like be whatever he is post Leonard Fournette without Tom Brady on the team as well. So like
if the Tennessee seems like a very similar situation where you're just kind of waiting for him to take over after Derrick Henry. But what does that team look like after Derrick Henry, as they're kind of in this weird, seems like a rebuild kind of phase? So,
well, another guy that went in that range, I believe he went pick 58, was AJ Dillon. Similar situation. And it was like, you're going to have to wait a couple years. And that he definitely was not a 101 given his class that he was in. But I definitely don't think you look at Breece Hall if he were to go late second and he's clearly a pick over 6 top 20 receivers. That's questionable.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm just doing my rankings now. I've made it to 8, and Kenny Pickett's 8 by default because there's been like 8 offensive players taken.
So, but
I was gonna say who's behind him.
yeah, because you did just tweet out just now, and you said you don't think there's a first round super flex quarterback that should be taken, right?
Yeah, no, Kenny Pickett. I guess it's going to be by default. I'm going to take Kenny Pickett if these wide receivers. God damn it, I'm tired of saying these names. If the next triumph of wide receivers doesn't go fairly early, I'm going to be forced to take Kenny Pickett, and it's going to feel like I'm drafting Daniel Jones all over again. I know he's not going to hit. I know he's not going to be good, but by the same token, am I going to be banking on David Bell in the 3rd round?
I mean, you don't trust the Steelers more than you trusted the Ben McAdoo Giants.
I trust the Steelers, but guess what? Mason Rudolph was a quarterback there. Duck Hodges was a quarterback there. Rocket scientist, the dude with the alopecia.
Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs. Well, he didn't have any facial hair. Those guys were all quarterbacks there, and they were all terrible. And Mason Rudolph was a guy I liked coming out of college, and he wasn't. What was he? A 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder? I forget.
3rd rounder.
He was that low. All right. Kenny Pickett would have been a 4th rounder in that draft.
Not as much fun as seeing Breece Hall go at 27, but Jacksonville probably makes a better choice for their franchise. They get to keep it. Devin Lloyd goes there. We now have Green Bay at 28, New England at 29, KC, Cincinnati, and then Minnesota coming up. Really interesting to see what's going to happen to close this out. Does Green Bay take a quarterback right here?
I hope they do. Watch it all burn.
I mean, honestly, the Chiefs and Bengals are not taking a quarterback, and I wouldn't think Green Bay is going to take one. I think the Titans could, and the Vikings technically could.
Yeah, Vikings
but
could.
The extended Cousins side, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. He's locked in for 2 more seasons.
It's really just, I think Tennessee is the only spot. Otherwise, we're only going to get one first-round quarterback, which is crazy.
In Tennessee, there were rumblings about them possibly going quarterback, but at this point, I've given up on trying to predict anything in this current version of the NFL because literally you can't logically assume anything because just everything gets turned on its head.
Mm-hmm.
You guys think we see a Debo or a DK Metcalf trade potentially, or do you think those are past now that the picks are off the board?
I think we're done.
I don't know, man. I'm still waiting for Green Bay to do something. They're on the board. Can they trade this pick to Seattle plus something else for DK?
I already saw that Green Bay already made a pick. So
then no. So you're saying there's no chance.
No.
It would have to be Kansas City. Yeah.
Damn it.
Addison didn't even react, so I'm guessing it's not. We don't really care for fantasy.
Right.
I already saw their pick. It's meaningless. It's
yeah. If Marcus Brown gets a first-round pick, DK is not being traded for less than that. I'm gonna guess. Nor is Debo. So,
and nor should they be. I mean, if Marquise, just like Christian Kirk, reset the market for what you're paying.
Yeah, it'd have to be like Kansas City moves their first this year and like a second next year for DK at this point, or Debo.
Which tells you it's probably not likely. Yeah. That's man. So they're probably staying put. We'll see what that means in terms of, them showing up to camp, I guess. I mean, there's other ways that it could go down, but it definitely seems less likely now than it did when the day first started. Green Bay here, it doesn't sound like it's going to be fantasy relevant, but Why do they hate Aaron Rodgers? What are they doing here, Shane? Like, why do they continue to just like stick two middle fingers up to him constantly?
I don't
understand.
I love the dedication to it because I'm like the guy just getting kicked in the sack every time and falls for it. Because I'm like, no, there's no way they don't come out of the first round with at least one wide receiver, right? I was like, they might double tap. Like they might just really, I don't know what I was thinking. They clearly don't. They think he can make anyone a viable wide receiver in the league. So they clearly think it wasn't a Devontae Adams is, a future Hall of Famer type player. It was more that Aaron Rodgers made him that way. And in fairness to them, like he's had some just kind of schlubs that he's turned into decent wide receivers, like Greg Jennings and James Jones.
Yeah.
And Randall Cobb and Jordy Nelson. Oh, yeah, I did. So maybe they think
Randall Cobb was not a schlub, Jane.
No, I like Randall Cobb. That was the one I was thinking too. Yeah.
He was a schlub. So was Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, obviously.
So you're saying there's hope for Sammy Watkins?
No. I'm saying I don't know what I have no idea what's in the Packers mindset, man. They are just not gonna do what we think they're gonna do, man. They're gonna build their team the way they see fit, and the way they see fit is to give their Hall of Fame quarterback who's won one Super Bowl, despite probably being the greatest quarterback in his generation, one Super Bowl. Even though they've had like 5 home games in the playoffs and conference championships, one Super Bowl. They're just like, he doesn't need wide receivers. He's fine with Equanimeous St. Brown and Jake Curley, whatever his damn name is, Jeff Janis. Like, that's fine. This is who we're going to give him. So I'm sure they'll load up on wide receivers in the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds and just tell him to have at it.
I'm kind of interested in Robert Tonyan. Should I not be?
Look, vacated targets isn't a thing, right?
Vacated red zone targets, maybe.
But there does come a point when there's literally no one else to throw to. We've seen Alan Lazard. He's not a wide receiver, a wide receiver one in any stretch of imagination. We've seen Sammy Watkins. If he couldn't do it, Pat Mahomes or anyone, he's just a trash can. Like, yeah, Robert Tonyan. Scott hates him, but I like Robert Tonyan. I wouldn't say a lot. I like him in that that mushy tier of tight ends. Like if someone could break out of it, it should be him.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just paying like a 3rd rounder for him,
yeah,
like if that even.
Is it possible that Aaron Rodgers just retires now? Is that in the cards?
No, and I don't hate Robert Tonyan. I mean, he fits my quote unquote thresholds for RAS score and 40 time. He's just coming off a torn ACL, so I haven't really wanted to invest in him. But I mean, like, sure. I mean, you can ride the Rodgers efficiency again with Tonyan, and you could do worse.
I trade to somebody right now.
It looks like Green Bay is on the clock and is picking at this point, and
it does pick.
Yeah, it's being it's not on my screen yet. We haven't shared it yet, but as soon as they announce it, we will. Which is going to put New England on the clock. They don't need a quarterback. They don't need a running back. Do they need a wide receiver?
Yeah, yes. They do. They need a wide receiver that's different than the collective that they have. And by different, I mean like,
you mean someone good?
Well, yeah, that's I meant like I meant more like a Nelson Aguilar type, but good. You know what I mean? Like Jacoby Myers is fine. Kendrick Bourne is okay, but then you need like a
Devontae Parker.
Devontae Parker. But now this is a good spot for George Pickens, sure, because he's a knucklehead. So I'm sure.
Do you really want George Pickens on the Patriots?
No.
Or would you be upset? This is a perfect place for Christian Watson because I don't care about him.
How many more better wide receivers landing spots are there though for Pickens? Chicago picks at 39 tomorrow night.
I'd like that.
I will.
Houston.
Yeah, I will ride. I guess you could
Colts
do worse.
Pick at 42. Those would be probably the 3.
Yeah, and I'm looking more at efficiency versus the targets. So I'd actually fade the Colts, but I can get behind Mac Jones. I mean, I guess we got to kind of move on from our historical biases with the Patriots. We just assume they're not going to have a good quarterback or a good receiver forever, but it's got to change at some point.
It is Devontae Wyatt. They are double tapping on defense and just going to continue to build that way. They weren't very good against the run for a couple of years, or it seemed like. So maybe this actually does help their NFL football team. We don't like it, I guess, as fantasy folks, because now we got to think about drafting Alan Lazard more than we wanted to before, or Sammy Watkins in our redraft. But a couple of questions I wanted to jump into real quick. Or not necessarily questions, but yeah, where is Malik? Is this Addison? Do you feel vindicated for your Malik Willis hate here?
Yes. Yeah, I do, for sure. Not all that worried about it. And honestly, what this might actually do is, I know that he's going to probably be like a second rounder, and we don't really like that. But if he ends up being a second round super flex pick, an 80, like that looks a lot better, like if he actually goes to a place where he could potentially still be a starter, like if Atlanta picked him in the second round here tomorrow night, and he was like a late first, early second, I'd probably be in on that still, just for the rushing upside and the fantasy upside strictly.
None of what's interesting Jalen Hurts was, right?
Yeah, but Jalen Hurts was going 212, 301. That's where it makes you look at and you go, am I really going to click 109, 110 on Malik Willis when?
And that's the thing. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts 2 years ago was literally a early third, late second round pick in a stacked class. So that just kind of speaks to, how stuck you are with these picks, honestly.
Right.
Yeah. And we were taking Jordan Love around the same. It was a crapshoot, and people knew it was a crapshoot. Like, I'm not touching Malik Willis. Dude's radioactive to me. Look, I loved his upside. The NFL told me otherwise. Every team in the NFL that needed a quarterback passed on him 3 times in this round. Just doing some math in my head that I'm making up. He goes, his profile's shot. He's a second round quarterback, even if he goes at 32, that's not great. Like Lamar Jackson's an outlier. I can at least tell myself a story. Well, he's still a first rounder. You know what I mean? I can still spin that in my head when I draft him over Kenny Pickett. But unless of that, dude, it's just over. It's over. It's fine. Look, if someone in your league still wants to buy in on him because of the upside, and Atlanta's a great landing spot, they'll let him sit for a year behind Mariota. And then he's got great weapons. So, he'll put it all together in the second year, and you're looking at a start. No, just trade him. Just trade him, bro.
2 hours ago, Yeppers, we asked for predictions on where Malik Willis would go. It seemed much crazier that this would be true, but looks like the leader in the clubhouse right now in terms of who's going to win that subscription to DLF, right, Addison?
It's going to go to the BetSperts bundle. I'm upgrading that.
Good.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Jalen Hurts to the moon, says Mike Diggs. We talked about Jalen Hurts a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if it's all the way to the moon. In fact, if he's going to QB9, it sounded like you guys think he should just stay right there.
I'll take him over Dak. I just want that thrown out there.
Ooh,
is that being an Eagles fan? Is that partially right in there?
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. That's always going to color my opinions a little bit, right? Yeah. But also, look, there was a point where I was completely out on Jalen Hurts last year because I was like, this dude is just awful. And he improved. You know what I mean? He improved a lot. Like, if I see even a third of that improvement into go next year, well, then he's going to be a good quarterback in the league. So I'll take him over Dak because of the rushing upside. And like I said, Dak's afraid to run. Broke his ankle. I don't know if you guys remember. And I think that's why he's scared to run now.
Yeah.
Dislocated it.
That thing was like through the skin, wasn't it? It was like displaced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. There was broken bones in there. I actually did the same thing to my ankle, oddly enough. It's not fun.
In a football game?
Sure. No, basketball.
At least you're playing a sport. It wasn't like chasing your kid around the room or something like that.
Cutting the grass.
Right.
Right.
No doubt. We now have, it looks like the pick is in for the Patriots, but we're on commercial, so it's not going to happen yet.
You could check Albert Breers. He's been breaking them all night.
Yeah. We've stayed clean and pure this whole time in terms of not not spoiling, so we're gonna we'll stick to that. But yeah, we're about to get to the
What pick does the Patriots pick? Are they
29.
They're up.
I've already seen what the Chiefs did, so
Yeah, so have I.
Oh, really?
yeah.
ESPN they've gotten perpetually like 15 minutes behind
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, Roger Goodell
Again-
slow to get up there, trying to get that ad revenue up.
Oh man, I just actually saw a 2 quarterback league draft this morning, and it started at 8 a.m. today, and it's a 6-hour clock. So it's a game of chicken because as you make picks, you're sticking some people after you having to pick before they see any information. You know what I mean? So there's a very interesting dynamic. So when the draft kicked off, 101, 102, and 103 all pre-drafted right away, so that they could stick 104 on the clock, and they had to pick by 2 p.m. So 104 picks within like 3 minutes, and then 105 picked, and then 106 picked, and it got down to like through the first round to where someone basically would have to pick their 112 or 111, like flying blind. So it's pretty cool, but unfortunately Malik Willis went 101, so I think that's now it's 2 QB.
Ouch.
So I'll give you, it's 2 QB, so I think QBs do have a premium, but I wonder if that person would have taken that if they would have taken that pick back.
So how long was the clock? They couldn't have waited, right?
Well, they had 101 and 102 had the same pick. So he locked in the first 2 picks, Breece Hall, Malik Willis right away. 103 pre-drafted and took Matt Corral, which is almost equally as bad.
Yeah. Okay. So that 103 probably had what, 8 hours on the clock?
He had 6 hours. So he would have had to pick blind before the first round even started.
Well, see, so Corral at 103, I'll say this, even before this draft, was a bad pick because the people that were mocking him at first were people like me that were fanboys that were kind of wishing it would happen. Not really, you know what I mean? And I drafted Matt Corral in the first round in the rookie draft about a month ago. Good Lord. Anyway, Malik Willis, you could see there was a reason to believe that he was going to go in the first round. You're like, there's no way that Detroit, Atlanta, Carolina, Seattle all pass on this guy. Some of them on several occasions. Well, you know what I mean? So like I could see taking him 101 there or 102 if you took Breece Hall first. But man, it hurts. It's just a kick in the groin.
Well, everybody picked quarterbacks because it's a start 2 QB. So it was like every quarterback was gone by 109.
That's still bad. And look, even in the 2 QB, honestly, the only quarterbacks that you probably should have gambled on were Willis and Pickett, because Pickett's been a first rounder since probably the end of last season, end of college football season. He's been, as much as I don't particularly like him, the NFL's been on him, and we've heard nothing but that, like, he's not escaping the first.
Yep.
Cole Strange is the pick for the Patriots, and George Karlaftis from Purdue is the pick there for Kansas City. We've got 2 picks left. I want to get like high level takes from you 3 on all of these landing spots, as we're going to be, getting ourselves out of here in, shortly after the draft ends, which looks like it's rapidly approaching. Drake London goes 8 overall to the Falcons. What do you guys think? Start with you, Scott. Good landing spot, good for Pitts. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know really how to rank like the first 4 receivers off the board because the draft capital is pretty much even. I actually think London has the chance to explode next year if they actually. He could end up with the best quarterback of all of them, depending on where Atlanta picks next year, which is probably going to be pretty high. And so I like. I'd probably put him at wide receiver 2. It's hard to take him at wide receiver 1 just given the situation, but I'm not really caring about which receiver I get if I'm in that tier. I'll just take whatever one's left.
Shane?
So I just did my rankings, and I've only made it to 8 players. I refuse to rank 9 of them. I got Drake London 4 overall in super flex. So I got him as wide receiver 2, which is a lot higher than I had about a month ago. Although I was coming around a little bit on him. It's funny how this world works. I had Treylon Burks as my wide receiver 1 for some time, and that's no longer the case. But no, I think he could smash like Scott said. Look, Atlanta is poised to go 2-15 this year. Like, they are prepared. They're doing what they can to make that happen. And they're going to plop a very good young quarterback into that situation in 2023 and give him weapons immediately. And you're going to go, oh, wow, they made the playoffs because, you know, they got Drake London and Kyle Pitts and whatever other offensive piece they add to that besides the quarterback next year.
Addison, is your wide receiver 1? You've got him up there and you're not moving him, right?
Not moving him. He's staying. Been there, staying there. Easy.
Garrett Wilson goes to the Jets, who I think crushed this draft, actually. They have some really good picks. They had 3 of them. Ohio State, Garrett Wilson. What do you think? Go back to, well, Addison, we know where you got him. We've got your ranking. Shane, Garrett Wilson to the Jets. Do you hate it?
No. So here's the thing, right? And I think we're learning this, right? And I've learned this a long time ago, I should say, but we're being shown it more and more. You can't just bank on situation, first of all. You can't go landing spot because just look at tonight. We just saw 2 wide receiver 1s of their respective teams get traded in the same night. Look at this offseason. We saw quarterbacks getting traded, wide receivers getting traded. Like, everyone's getting traded. Like, so you got to bet on the talent, right? Garrett Wilson, who was not my wide receiver 1, is most definitely my wide receiver 1. I don't know how this is going to work out with Moore, but look, Garrett Wilson's the best wide receiver in the class. He's the most complete wide receiver in the class. Zach Wilson, as much as I make fun of him, is probably above average. So I think he can support Garrett Wilson being a wide receiver 1 and Moore being a wide receiver 2, maybe.
Would you want Zach Wilson over any other quarterback in this class, Scott?
Oh, in this class, easily. Yeah, I think definitely. And I think he was kind of a guy that I didn't go out and buy enough prior to this draft, but the writing's been on the wall for 6 weeks that they're trying to add as many weapons as they can around him. And it's not going to really help for fantasy, but I actually think they did a really good job of getting both CJ Uzama and Tyler Conklin, which are just going to make the offense more efficient. And I think you're going to see the Jets throw the ball a lot. I don't know if they're going to be the Bills, but I don't think they're going to run the same offense like you saw San Francisco. Everyone thinks, Sally came from San Francisco. They're going to run the 49ers offense. I don't think so. I think they're going to be one of the higher volume passing teams next year. And I don't think people really projected that. They looked at the Jets and they're like, they don't have enough weapons to run that offense. But I wouldn't be shocked if they're in the top half of the league in pass attempts, which, you know, it's make or break for Zach Wilson. If he's efficient, that's going to be probably a pretty good situation to invest in for all the offensive weapons. I mean, honestly, he's gotten the most support of all the rookies from last year. Pretty much every other team has just kind of said, okay, we don't really need to surround our rookie quarterback from last year with much. And then the Jets are like, dude, give this guy as many weapons as he can. And by end of 2023, if he's not good, then you move past him, you know. But I think they've given him a true look. He's going to get a very fair look in 3 years.
And they didn't go the Jacksonville Jaguar route where they went, let's get every mediocre option we can find. They said, no. We'll just take one elite option. Like, will you give us Tyreek? No. Okay. How about Debo? No. All right, fine. We'll take Garrett Wilson then. We'll take the worst wide receiver 2 of this class. Thank you. So, and again, you know, like, teams show you what they're going to do by their actions. They drafted a wide receiver in the first round or second round, wherever they drafted more last year, early second, right? And they drafted Wilson in the first round this year. Dude, they want, like Scott said, they want to throw the ball. They clearly think Zach Wilson is good. And I actually got Zach Wilson in a lot of leagues because no one likes him, including me. And I just kept taking him like, all right, well, if you want to make this trade, sure, I'll take Zach Wilson in a pick for Mac Jones because at least I think Zach Wilson is more upside.
Addison, Chris Olave becomes the second straight Ohio State wide receiver taken right there, and it goes number 11 to the New Orleans Saints. And he also joins another former Buckeye and Michael Thomas there in New Orleans. Jameis Winston throwing him the ball. What do you think right there, Chris Olave, the fit? Is he going to be able to go in there and produce decent value right away?
Yeah, I do think so. I think he's going to have a fine rookie season. I think he's been a guy that I've been saying this whole time has, like, there really isn't all that much difference between him and Garrett Wilson, like, analytically. Like, Olave is a 4-year player, Wilson's a 3-year player, but they're both literally the same size, literally the same speed, like, produced pretty similarly in the 3 years that they were, well, I guess the 2 years that they were together, not counting Wilson's freshman season. So they're very close. And honestly, Jameis Winston is probably a better quarterback than Zach Wilson, maybe at least in terms of fantasy capability and for right now from what we know from Zach Wilson. So I think he's kind of sneaky. He's just a guy I feel like a lot of people just kind of have in there. Everybody's going to really go for Treylon Burks. They're going to go for Garrett Wilson and Drake London. And so it's kind of like Olave. And then you get to like Jahan Dotson. Like, those are kind of sneaky guys that I think if you're able to trade back and pick up 2 first-round picks and pick up one of those guys plus take another shot on somebody else, I think that would be a pretty smart move.
The Bengals have made their selection. It is not a running back, which was a potential worst-case scenario for us if we had Breece Hall. So that we're safe there. Chris Olave to the Saints. Shane, what do you think?
I have disdain for Olave, and it's probably not warranted. But I'm from Philadelphia, so we have a certain mentality. And if you're soft on the football field, and again, I should preface it by saying like these dudes would kick my ass in any contest, physical or otherwise, probably, right? And if I was ever on the football field myself, I'd probably fall to the ground and cry immediately if a linebacker came near me. All that said, I don't like Olave because he's just not tough. I don't like him because he couldn't break a tackle if the tackler had no arms. I like, I like wide receivers like AJ Brown, right? It just so happens he got traded. I like physicality. You know what I mean? I want physicality out of my wide receivers. Which is, I guess Garrett Wilson isn't extremely physical, but he's at least like, I got a feeling like he's not going to go down with a stiff wind. So I already know I'm way too low on Olave because I have him as the lowest ranked wide receiver of the class, or I think I have him actually right ahead of Jahan Dotson now. Yeah, he's the only wide receiver. Like I should probably, if I'm being unbiased and taking my Philly-ness out of it, I should move him up over Treylon Burks because the NFL just told me who they like significantly more, like not particularly close. I think I'm going to have to cave and just move him up. Look, he's going to put up some really good numbers, and I'm always going to call him soft. And I'm just always going to diminish what he does, and he's probably going to put up really good numbers. That's a great landing spot for him, right?
Well, is it? I guess that's a question, Scott, because I have questions about it. Are they going to let Jameis Winston be Jameis Winston? Last year when he started only 25 attempts per game, he had a great touchdown interception ratio with those numbers. We know what that ratio is going to do if he throws the ball as much as he did in Tampa. So is it a good landing spot if Michael Thomas is back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the difference is one, we don't know what the offense is necessarily going to look like because Peyton's not there. And two, you put Michael Thomas and Chris Olave back in the offense, and it definitely changes probably what you can do a little bit too. And Winston was pretty efficient in his 6 games last year that he played. So, I've always been a Jameis Winston fan. I kind of think he got a raw deal a little bit in Tampa, and he ended up getting just replaced by Brady, which, I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to turn down potentially getting a chance to get Brady and let Winston go? But I don't think he was as bad as, put it this way, if his career would have gone the way that it did and he would be a free agent right now, he would still be a starter. He wouldn't have been somebody that had to take a year off. I think people got spooked by the 30 interceptions. So I actually kind of like him as, you look at quarterback ADP and you go kind of down into that range. I mean, of all the guys in that range outside the top, 24 quarterbacks in Dynasty, I think you probably would say Winston would be the one that you think could have another 4 or 5 year career or more. You know what I mean? It's not going to be, you're not going to see that from Daniel Jones or probably Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, like all those guys kind of are what they are. So I think he's the one to take a risk on. And I think it's a good spot for all these guys. They all landed in like not smash spots, but I'm not going to look at them and be like, oh my God, that's a horrible spot. So I think that's the one saving grace of this class is we have 4 receivers that went in the top 12. And that's usually a pretty good bet.
Minnesota is going to make their pick, so there's not going to be another trade here. So let's get. Jamison Williams, he goes to Detroit. Detroit is building actually a pretty decent offense right now, right? Jamison Williams, they got Amonra, they got TJ, they've got Swift. I mean, pretty attractive spot for whatever quarterback ends up there next year, probably, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what's crazy is you're looking at all these wide receiver sets throughout the league. It feels like every team has like a top 12 and a top 24 wide receiver. And it's like, wait, the math does not work out. That cannot be correct. It's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, but no, that's going to be.
Except for the Patriots, who have not one in the top 50.
So that's the problem is, you have teams like the Patriots that are just like, we'll take none. And Green Bay's like, no. We also want none. And we're like, guys, because you're doing this, there's now 3 of them stuck on one roster. Like, what's
And the
wrong with you
Giants, I
guys?
don't think the Giants have one in the top 40.
And the
unless you count-
Jaguars are like, we did it, but then they actually didn't do it.
Yeah, they're like, we got, yeah. So
Yeah, that's the problem. You have like the Jaguars, the Bears, the Giants, the Patriots, and like there's maybe 1 or 2 guys in that whole group where you're like, okay, that guy's okay. But those teams, you'd be desperate. And then you have other teams and you're like, man, can they just send one of these guys over to Mac Jones, or
Absolutely.
But yeah, that Detroit offense, when they get a quarterback, it's going to be pretty nice. And look, I was worried for Amon-Ra St. Brown because his target share was built off of everyone being on injured reserve last year. He still produced. You can't take that away from him. But I thought if they took a guy that could come in there and get, like 120, like a Treylon Burks or a Garrett Wilson, I thought that really would have hurt Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think Jameson hurts him that much.
One of the most
very
exciting
different
drafts,
player.
One of those exciting drafts we have had from a fantasy perspective. Seemed like there for a little bit. Ends in a dub with Lewis Sign, I think, from Georgia.
another Georgia player, of course.
Another Georgia player.
So that whole team got drafted in the first round.
I believe they have 5 defensive players drafted in the first round, which is insane for one defense. No wonder they won the championship.
Addison, Jahan Dotson going at 16, your Penn State guy. Is that, obviously that made you very happy. Is that one of the biggest surprises that we saw here? Him going in the first half of the first round?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna be surprised if he went in the first round. I was expecting him to go in the first round. I was more surprised that he was in the top half of the first. 60. Yeah, so top half of the first round. I was a little bit surprised on that one. I really like the spot with Washington. I basically think that he's like another Terry McLaurin. So that's just going to be, I think, a really good pairing between him and McLaurin. I don't know how Carson Wentz fits into all of that with like helping out both of them for fantasy in the short term. I'd imagine that he's probably not their long-term answer. So we don't got to worry about that for too super long. But I like it overall in terms of an opportunity where he could go and be an immediate contributor. I would have obviously liked, like, if he went to the Chiefs, that would have been like a lot better, or like the Packers or somewhere where he was like a true wide receiver one with obviously a fantastic quarterback. But I really, really like it that he's still got 16 overall draft capital. So I'm digging it.
What's crazy is you didn't, like you're saying, we had him going to Green Bay or Kansas City, and we liked that a lot better, even though it was pretty significantly much later
like
in the
10
first.
picks later, yeah.
He ends up in Washington, top half of the draft, and you're like, oh,
I guess
damn
that's
it.
Well, you know what's crazy is only 7 skill players for fantasy went in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, if you told me the number was going to be 7 and I'm sitting here with my rookie picks going, oh, that's not good. Not good, Bob. Not
I was
at all.
curious because I saw the wide receiver over under was at 6.5.
Yeah, I thought
6 halfway through the first, and
I wonder what people were betting at after pick 18 when Burks went, and there were already 6 off the board. Did anyone hit like a 10-1 odds that it's going to be more, and then not one went?
Yeah, or what the odds were
Absolutely.
on under 6.5 at that point.
Right? Yeah,
So
you'd have probably been able to get great odds on the under. You probably had to pay up for the over, and there wasn't. You're thinking Kansas City twice, Green Bay twice, Dallas, Buffalo, New England. All these teams might take one, and then nope, they didn't think the value was there.
Yeah.
Shane, Treylon Burks goes to Tennessee to replace your guy there, AJ Brown. What do you think there? Treylon Burks going killed the Robert Woods hype there for that we had for a minute, but Treylon Burks, Tennessee. What do you think?
I don't know, man. He feels like a discount AJ Brown. Like I said, he was my wide receiver 1 not that long ago. He is most definitely not anymore. I just moved him down again while we were doing this.
But how far down can you move him, though? Honestly,
I can move him to, let's see, I think I have him ranked above Jahan Dotson at this point.
Interesting. Okay.
That's
Wow.
it. That's it. I still like him. Look, he's still got first round draft capital, right? Like, so we can't be too down on him. Like the hit rate on wide receivers with his production profile, even though he's a very slow 4.55, and first round draft capital is pretty good. It's just I'm probably a little disappointed that he was the last wide receiver drafted. When I thought he might be the second or third. You know, I didn't see him being the last one of the. I did not see him falling behind Jahan Dotson. That shocked me. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, it's interesting because 3 years ago, everyone faded this situation in Tennessee when they didn't have anybody else other than Corey Davis. And now I think you're going to probably see a lot of people just projecting Treylon Burks to do what AJ Brown did, which I think could be a good 1-for-1 replacement. I mean, or it could be severe overpay for a guy that might not be AJ Brown, and then you're going, the offense doesn't look the same. He's not as good. So I don't think you can argue with the fact that he was still a top 20 pick, even though if he's your wide receiver 5 or it sounds like Addison has him below Jahan Dotson. Then yep, so he'd put him at. Would you still have Burks at 6?
I have Burks as my wide receiver 2.
Okay, so this doesn't change anything for you, really. You're just keeping them all in the same bucket. You're not changing anything.
Yeah. Nothing in terms of landing spot or the order that they were all drafted in really mattered to me whatsoever. And it's funny that, like, Shane, you're concerned that he was like the last wide receiver of the group taken, but he still, like, at like raw pick value had like better draft capital than like Justin Jefferson or Brandon Ayuk or DJ Moore and Calvin Ridley. Like, you know, he still had better
definitely
overall numbers.
And this is just the instant reaction, right? When I get time to sit back and soak it in, and like I said, it's going to dawn on me. Okay, he's got first round draft capital. His production profile was absurd in college. The thing that concerns me is just that, like, all the negatives we heard about him, clearly the NFL bought in on, right? Because if they didn't, he would have been a higher draft. He would have gone ahead of one of these or 2 of these or 3 of these receivers. The fact that he can't run routes, the fact that he has terrible feet, the fact that he doesn't, that a lot of his touches are manufactured. And maybe that's not a bad landing spot for him. Tennessee, right? Like, because again, we're comping him to AJ Brown, although AJ Brown, I think people are overlooking how special he was to do what he did on the number of targets that he had. That's all. But, like, yeah, honestly, after I sit down, have some time to think about it, I think I'll come to my senses and I'll move him back ahead of Chris Olave, who I dislike immensely. And probably over Jahan Dotson too, because Jahan Dotson is a 1-year wonder who probably was overdrafted by Washington. But just my initial reaction. So there's a pretty good chance that Burke moves up to probably like wide receiver 3 or 4 for me.
I think the other problem was the fantasy and dynasty community kind of viewed him as a perfect prospect very early on. Right. So then when all this stuff kind of came out, and then now the NFL doesn't really view him as the perfect prospect, we now kind of soured on him a little bit. But, you know, we've also seen the NFL has the inclination to really overvalue players who run just really fast. You know, that could be the problem that we see with Jameson Williams or maybe with Chris Olave. We've seen that in the past with Henry Ruggs, Kadarius Toney, John Ross, like all those other guys, they just get overvalued because they have a good 40 score.
Right.
And that leads to some of these other better wide receivers falling a little bit. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing.
I want to know if Rondale Moore is dead. That's Caleb wants to know that as well.
I was going to ask, is he the biggest loser from a fantasy perspective tonight? And I was joking earlier. He's just going to be the new Chase Edmonds.
Well, no, he was the kid that they already had there that we all loved in the second round. The white
Isabella?
Dude. Yeah, Isabella. He's the new Andy Isabella.
I think he's a new Chase Edmonds. He's going to catch 60 balls out of the backfield, and they're going to be for 500 yards at most.
Yeah. Wasn't his ADOT last year negative?
Interesting.
It 1.3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculously low.
Close. And this already happened. We didn't need the draft to tell us this. Diami Brown was already dead.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Kurt-
was
What about Curtis Samuel?
Also dead.
yeah.
Also done. Yeah.
Yeah. As we were talking about before you jumped on, Scott, we got some work to do on the draft guide that we worked on. Curtis Samuel is one of the folks that I had as a sleeper who absolutely got just smacked in the face with a hammer. He's done.
Oh,
So,
man.
okay, based on what we've seen so far, I mean, like, have we gotten closer to how high of a pick would you need to have in this year's draft to not trade it for a 2023 first?
The 101.
Is that it?
Honestly, I'm
Entering-
willing to trade. I'm willing to trade the 102 for a 23 first if I can
Yeah.
just get anything usable. A throw-in running back that maybe could give me, 4 or 5 startable weeks. That's how bad it is.
The 102, when I thought it was Malik Willis being drafted in the top half of the first round, I wasn't in love with it, but I saw like I said, I could tell myself a story where this is going to hit. The 102 being Kenneth Walker. I'll just take my chances with the 23 pick, man. Look, we've all done the mocks of the 23 class, right? I don't know right now how many of these guys that were just drafted in the first round of the NFL draft I would draft over players in that class. Like, I can guarantee you, like, I'd take every running back coming out before them.
Here's my theory on the 23 class too, because I did write that article for the draft guide, is what we saw tonight with wide receivers. We're going to see that every single year in the NFL. The way it's trending, every year they're going to find a way to put 4, 5, 6, 7 receivers in the first round because the position is becoming that important. So I'm never looking at a future rookie class going, man, that receiver class is going to be a little weak. It may not be 6 or 7 first round picks, but there's going to be 4. So every year, I'm never going to be worried that if I have a late first and I missed out on getting one of the high-end quarterbacks or high-end running backs, I'm still going to end up with a Chris Olave, Jameson Williams level player in every class. And that's like my default. I whiffed on everything else. I'm going to pick that at the 112. Like, I think you're going to see that every year. So I'm never worried about receivers. You know what I mean? There's going to be a Jahan Dotson and Jameson Williams and Chris Olave in every class. But why next year is so good? It's like, man, might have 3 or 4 first round quarterbacks and 4 or 5 running backs in the first 50 picks. All of a sudden, you're getting these same receivers that this year, literally, Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker and any other running backs that go in round 3 or earlier might go in the first round. But I think you're going to see a lot of super flex drafts are just going to be Breece Hall, maybe Kenneth Walker, and then receiver, Kenny Pickett, receiver. And those same quality receivers in a good class you're getting at the 112, 201, 202, 203. So that's just how different this class is. Go ahead, Calvin.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, obviously, look, Jonathan Taylor was a second-round pick. I mean, I don't want to overreact here, but, we did have last year Travis Etienne go in the first round, and we had Najee Harris go in the first round. I mean,
7 straight years of running backs gone in the first, and it didn't happen tonight.
And we don't have Breece Hall going. And this is not exactly a draft class that everybody's super excited about. I mean, does that say a little bit about, if all 32 of the first picks, they all decided to punt on Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, does it say anything?
I think if they go mid round 2, it doesn't change their dynasty value at all. But we're sitting here already going, man, there's only 6 receivers, maybe Breece, maybe Kenneth Walker, maybe Kenny Pickett. Those are really the only 9 players that I can even justify are worth a first round pick right now. And we still have to survive like Kenneth Walker falling to like the mid 3rd tomorrow. What if he does? Are you really going to take Kenneth Walker over a first round receiver? That's pretty bad process historically. And I know Shane disagrees with this, but 3 straight years we've taken, let's see, it was Darrell Henderson got taken in the first round over Hollywood Brown. Brandon Ayuk, he was taken after Keyshawn Vaughn. Kadarius Toney was taken after Trey Sermon. So, I mean, the history of reaching on the running back you like, but he went to round 3 because, well, I need a running back over a first-round receiver is bad. So, I mean, we still need Kenneth Walker to go in the second round. If he doesn't, then I'm not sure how you can even really justify him as a good first round pick.
Addison.
Sheesh.
React.
Holy crap. Yeah, I need some 23 firsts.
Yeah.
They're too hard to get. You almost have to go towards 24 first at this point and say, okay, if I don't like picking at the 112 or the 201, I'll trade for a 24 first. And that sounds crazy, but I don't think in this class it's out of line because I think you're getting no value with those picks, unfortunately.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see. And I see we got a question here. Breakout Rage updated top 12 rookie order in Superflex, which I've been using this year, but
See one quarterback.
yeah, I don't know. You're doing much different than this. I mean, did you move Dotson up, I guess, on this Addison? Is that kind of the only move we'd look to make?
Yeah. Yep. David Bell falls because he didn't get drafted in the first round. So all the first round wide receivers are up. Move Spiller down, move David Bell down, move Dotson up. For now, I'm keeping Walker and Hall there. We'll just see how things go.
And historically, early second round receivers are not that big of a difference compared to like late first round receivers or third round running backs. So I do think we still have a shot in the first half of the second round to see Christian Watson, Sky Moore, David Bell, whoever ends up going in that range. I think we could have a couple more players that round out the back half of first round of a draft. But like when you're sitting here just praying that your wide receiver 11 gets drafted in the early second round so that you can take him at the 110 or 111 in a super flex draft, it's getting a little scary.
You could draft Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's Pickens, Sky Moore, and Christian Watson are probably the next three receivers off the board. And you're just hoping they go top 50 and not, end of round 2, early round 3. Otherwise, the pedigree just kind of knocks them down into a range where it's like, I don't even really want to pick them.
Nope.
Right. Yeah. It's not good at all. It's almost like we've been saying how bad the 2022 class has been for a while, but then people were like, it's actually not as bad. And then the NFL draft was like, nah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, so it's like Scott says this a lot, right? If you need quarterbacks and you need running backs to make a deep class, right? Make it top heavy too. And it's just, we don't have those. We have literally not one quarterback deserves to be drafted in the first round of a Superflex rookie draft. I don't know if I was alive the last time that happened. And we don't have a running back yet, right? It like you guys are saying, if freaking Breece Hall falls to the third round, then what happens? Then it's just mayhem, and buildings are burning to the ground because we have nothing. Ken Walker falls to the third round. Isaiah Spiller falls to the fourth round. It's like, oh wow, this class is really as bad as we thought. I still like the wide receivers, even I denigrated some of them, but if I could get 3 of these wide receivers out of the class, I'd be pretty stoked. So I guess if I could trade a singular 2023 first for 3 first round draft picks in the 2022 class between 102 and 106, I'd do that.
I mean, listen, I'll ask Addison this question. So Addison, you're in a 12-team super flex right now.
Mm-hmm.
And someone right now, you have to make this trade in the next 24 hours. So, next, let's say 18 hours. So you cannot see what happens in early round 2. But someone offers you, and I won't say you're like a top 2 or 3 team, but you're not a bottom 2 or 3 team. So you're one of those teams where it's like, hey, I'm looking to get some players so I can try to make the playoffs. I offer you the 108. So you're going to get one of those top 5 receivers probably. Good chance. One of the top 5 or 6. You're going to get one of those first round receivers at 108, pretty much. Mm-hmm. But then I also throw in the 111, which could be good value if like Sky Moore goes in the top 4 or 5 picks of the second round. I think he jumps right into that mix where he's a first round super flex pick. Not great, but say I offer you the 108 and the 111 right now, and I'm willing to throw in like a mid second. Would you trade your 23 first for that if you're getting 2 picks?
Oh my goodness. Why is this a debate? That's bad.
And honestly, your hesitation says it all. I would laugh at that. There's no way I would do it. I was almost saying if I was going to give you, I was expecting you to say no, and then I would add the 112. And you have to make that commitment in the next 18 hours. So you get 3 shots. You're going to get 3 shots of players that probably have quote unquote okay pedigree. But do you really want to give up that 2023 first? And yeah, it's one player, but what can you buy with that 23 first in a couple months? You know what I mean? When all the dust settles.
Mm-hmm.
So would you do it? Would you take 3 first round picks? Because technically I'm giving you 3 first for 1.
The hit rates tell me that like I should just take all the darts instead of trying to figure out what my first round pick would kind of be. Like the other problem would be like if it's my first round pick 2023 first, like I have some sort of control on where that could actually end up, so there is that kind of playing into it as well, where I could make moves, mid-season, where I try to force that to be a little bit earlier, to where I like that a lot more than 3 late firsts in this class. But man, I mean, I would stare at that screen for a long time.
I think you just nailed the theory behind it. Is I decline the trade, not because I don't think it's quote unquote like better value of hitting on the 3 first, because there's a good chance that I'm probably going to hit on at least one of those firsts. And I probably have something close to worth a future first if I wanted. I think you hit the answer though, at least for me, is I want to have that 23 first in my chamber to hope that during the midseason, somebody goes, you know what? I'm out of it. I'm going to trade you, let's see, Nick Chubb and Hollywood Brown for that first. I'm going to give you 2 starters that are producing right away in season that are not like 30-year-old starters. I just need into the 23 class, period. I need to get a pick, and I'm going to give you 2 guys that are over 25, and I don't care. Like, that's what I'm looking to do with my first, because I'm not trading them now, is I'm hoping there's somebody in the season that's just desperate, and they're willing to literally trade me like a top 5 running back that's 27 years old because they don't want him on their roster anymore. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if would you even consider that trade, Shane? 3 for 1?
Yeah, I told you. You give me
You want the 3 darts?
It's got to be 102, 103, and 105.
108, 111, and 112.
No, because the 108 is barely usable. Anything after that, I don't know. No.
The 112 and 111 you got at Five Below, and they were on sale.
Nope. Because think about this. Like, and I know we shouldn't do this. Just attach a name to that, just a singular name to that 2023 pick. Just go pick 12. You get 12 players from that class, right? And just go, it's one of these 12. I can't think of anyone in that bottom 3 of this class that's going to make, that's just buying pieces, dude. Like that's one of those, like, you traded Ezekiel Elliott, right, in that draft class, and you traded him for like 3 first-round draft picks in that class, and you felt great, and then you looked back and you were like, oh wait, that was Will Fuller, Laquan Treadwell, and Corey Coleman. That's what you have, and those were all early draft picks too, wide receivers. So no, I will throw things at you. You better not send me that offer tonight, I swear to God.
Cal, this is the question. So you're a middling team. Would you trade your 23 first for the 108, 111, and 112 in a super flex? You get 3 shots, but it's 108, 111, 112, and you have to make it in the next 18 hours. You can't wait to see where these other guys go in the second.
I say no. I mean, I've actually, for the last couple of months, I've been saying, like, I think it's very possible that whereas we've seen, like, as rookie drafts gets closer, we always think about the picks being more valuable. And I said, man, we're about to tear these rookies apart. We're going to have some bad landing spots. Some are going to fall. We already didn't have a lot that we liked anyway. And so it's very possible that we wind up in a situation where those late first, like last year, was it after 203 that we just 205, somewhere in there, the value that you could get for that pick just dropped. I mean, that might be at that 107 spot now. I mean, that just is right. I mean, it's moved up. It
feels so gross saying, yep, that the class falls off a cliff at like the 109, but it does.
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess, is it possible we get some running backs taken in some spots in the second round tomorrow that helps them and moves them up ahead of some of into that back half of that first
Dude,
round.
I think you're going to see like round 4 running backs going to like Houston or Atlanta, and people are going to no joke take them at like the 110, 111.
Oh, I will.
And they're just going to be like, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I have a shot at like another Elijah Mitchell or something like that. And I'm just going to take the 5% shot that I might hit on something instead of taking a round 2 receiver or
That's
a round
another
2
Michael
quarterback.
Carter.
Exactly. So
And I made fun of
you're
everyone
doing that,
did
Shane?
last year. Yeah. Look, after we get past the first round wide receivers, right? Sky Moore and Christian Watson, if they go early. Pickens, maybe. I'm done. I'm just done. Any running back that I could it's just him. Okay, yeah, they took him in the 3rd round. Sure, he's going to be the starter. 4th round, sure. I'm drafting all wide receivers in the 1st round of a Superflex rookie draft. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I'm already in fear tomorrow that Breece Hall is going to fall into the 3rd round, and I'm going to be taking nothing but wide receivers in the 1st round.
Oh, man.
He'll fall to the 3rd, and it'll go somewhere that already has like a top 8 dynasty running back. Like he'll go to Baltimore.
Yeah. Yep. Denver's like, oh, wait a minute. We can cut Melvin Gordon and draft Breece Hall here at like the 312.
All of a sudden, you're going to want like 4 people in this draft, and that's it. 5, 6, maybe. Yeah.
Look, I like every one of these 6 wide receivers that was drafted in the 1st. I'm definitely drafting. I'd be fine getting. And Breece Hall, assuming he doesn't fall out of the 2nd round, I'm fine with. After that, I don't know.
And you know what the scary thing is? Only about 50% of 1st round receivers actually hit.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why
we're sitting here so happy that we have 6 in the 1st round.
Well,
They're all going to go in the top 8, and a couple of them are going to suck.
Well, because I know I pulled the Eagles move. I have 2 or 3 1st round draft picks. Like, I'm expecting at least one of those to bust. You know what I mean? And it's likely that 2 of them are going to bust. But if I can get like half of them to hit, like, if I can get a 50% hit rate on these rookies, I have no idea which wide receivers are going to bust. I'll live with it. I'm gonna love when everyone looks back at this class in like 3 years and talks about how smart they were because they like faded players. Like, I didn't draft him at 104. Like, dude, we're just drafting whoever's there. Like, there's no, like, you're not fading anyone. Like, there's no one to fade. There's 7 players to draft in this whole draft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm flabbergasted.
Well, Scott, so what do you think about that? I mean, are you looking and saying I'd rather have the random 2023 first than those picks?
Yeah, I'm Mr. 23 first at all costs. So I get that trade, and I'm like, yeah, can you maybe throw in your 24 first, and I'll consider it. I'm not getting 4 for 1, but like, yeah, no, that's we could probably go all day, all back and forth on, okay, what if that was the 103, the 110, and the 108 or something like that. But yeah, I'm not trading my 23 first. I'm kind of with Addison. I think I'm going to be able to probably get something better later on, and just I'm going to hold on to it.
I can't believe Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback that was taken in the 1st round.
But that's what we heard after the season, right? We just didn't believe. Sometimes the NFL doesn't lie to us. Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And this was one of those occasions. Look, we do this in fantasy a lot. We look at Pickett and we look at Willis and who's more exciting, who has more fantasy upside. And we go, who do I want to go in the 1st round? I want it to be Willis because that's the one that's going to give me. I look at Kenny Pickett and I go, wow, he could be Mac Jones. That's not exciting. That doesn't make it move. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want that. You want Lamar Jackson. You want Kyler Murray. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you want. So we willed it.
Well, I think the NFL kind of spoke tonight that they're done with drafting quarterbacks just to draft quarterbacks. That if you don't really think that it's a player that is guy that's worth a max extension, maybe not, $50 million guaranteed a year or something like that, but they're not worth even like Derek Carr level money. You just don't waste a 1st round pick. I mean, as bad as the Steelers, maybe. As much as I don't like Kenny Pickett, they only had to sit there and wait, and he fell right in their lap. If he's not any good, it's not a huge sunk cost compared to trading up and taking one in the top 5 and missing. So if the Steelers miss, you know what? They probably are going to be picking in the top 20 in the next year or 2 anyway. They'll take another quarterback in 2024 or something like that. So I don't think it's like they took him in the 1st round, but it isn't like trading up and taking a guy in the top 10 or top 5. So I think the NFL just spoke that, like, if you're not a guy we're going to consider extending, then we're just going to play chicken, and we'll see what happens in the second round.
Jackson wants to know, question we actually already answered this one, Jackson, 23 first or 104, 103. What about 106 or 2024 first?
24 first.
105 or 24 first?
I could stomach paying a 24 first to get one of the first round receivers and take that shot. I'm not going to go that extreme. But I think if you're at the very back end, like 109, 110, I think that's an easy smash for a 24 first. But 105, 106, I'd be fine taking a shot on a first round pedigree receiver. So I would go the other way on that.
What do you think, Addison?
Yeah, I'll pay a 24 first for it because I'll have 2 years to figure it out and get it back. I'll just take the asset now.
Imagine saying that about the 2023 class.
Yeah.
We do have a winner, by the way, for our contest.
Oh, I hope he's still in here.
Yeah, decided Malik was not going to get drafted. That was a few hours ago, and he nailed it.
Yep.
Well done.
You won a BetSperts bundle. Please, how do we figure this out?
Email it to him. Get his fax number.
Yep. There is the help desk on dynastyleaguefootball.com. Or there should be email somewhere around in here. Or if you leave a comment on a future video or anything like that and I find you, we'll get that BetSperts bundle to you, but you won.
Congrats, bro.
Well done.
Congrats.
Well done.
And with that, I think we should say good night to everyone here. Thanks so much for everyone that tuned in. A lot of fun. Addison, 4.5 hours. We did it.
We did it. We did it. Not doing it again tomorrow night. We'll be on Tyler's show tomorrow night.
That's right. Yeah. We'll see you guys over there. Shane, Scott, thanks so much for joining us here. Here, Zach has one last question. Devonta Smith. Down.
I don't think it changes a whole lot. I think what Shane said about the offense, you have to kind of bank that the efficiency and volume are both going to go up a little bit. So I don't think it falls as much as the community is going to say. I mean, down a little bit, obviously, but I don't think it's going to be like a drastic drop like people might think.
Look, I still had outside hopes, and this is partly because, I'm a Philly guy. I had outside hopes of him being a wide receiver one. That those outlooks, that probably wasn't realistic anyway in his range of outcomes. He's probably always going to be a wide receiver too. Continue to be a wide receiver too.
What first round pick is he worth in this class?
I was going to say, where would you rank him this year's receivers if you had to pick and you put him in the draft? Wide receiver 1 through wide receiver 7. Where would he be?
Right now, I'd put him at wide receiver 3. I think the upside of Wilson and Burks, or excuse me, it's just force of habit of Wilson and London. I think they have wide receiver 1 upside. So, I would take them over Smith, but everyone else in this class, they might. I don't know. I've seen what Devonta Smith can do in a run-heavy offense, and even with AJ Brown coming over, I think I'm still going to bet on him over those guys.
You won,
trade?
Do what?
I thought there was another trade. Addison got all excited.
I know. I thought so too.
Go to that link. It's me, Yeppers. Yeah, go to that link that I just commented and fill it out and send it in and tell them that you won. And I'll make sure that you get that with Ken.
And with that, make sure you tune in to this YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe if you're just now seeing us. Addison does great, amazing videos. Some of the best on YouTube history by himself right here on the DLF channel. One of the best podcasts around, no doubt, is Mannequin Chill. I appreciate you guys joining us. And with that, we're out. Thank you guys so much for joining.